Now we're live. We did it. We're theoretically live. I guess I should go to actually where we're supposed to be for this. This is the one here, right? So hopefully we are now live. Oops, we're going live. We are now live. It's the camera's kind of blurry. It looks like. Okay. The camera's kind of blurry. It looks like. Yeah, feedback loop. All right, one sec. Testing it, see how it looks. Give us feedback. It's blurry. Okay. I promise the camera's blurry. It's out of focus.
Normally, you just press here, but just slightly, like not you don't like push it, but just like a bit of touch, and then it will focus.
We're good?
Yeah.
All right. Well, who's my co-host for now?
Okay.
Sounds good? Looks great. All right.
Okay.
We're going to do a mic check.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Hey, Jose.
Yeah.
We did it.
We did it.
And a huge shout out to Alberto, who has been working in the background here for 45 minutes, and we got it all set up. We did it.
Yes, we did. Okay. Like this. Hello. Can you hear me? My mic check. What? Mic check. Your mic. What? Habla. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking, but.
Tell us a story, Jose.
Okay.
Where were you born?
I was born in a small town in the Andes.
Yes.
In the mountain part.
I can barely hear Jose.
We're doing a mic check. So I come through loud and clear, though, yeah?
You're great. You're great. You could if you can't get that other mic up, you might even back off a little.
Like now, can you hear me?
story, Jose.
Can you hear me?
Where were you born?
I don't think that mic's even coming through.
Yeah.
I think I'm picking Jose up through the other mic.
We're doing a mic check. So I come through loud and clear, though, yeah?
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it's not working.
Is that Phantom? Is he a power source?
Well, for those of you watching right now, welcome. We're just working through. This is our first time ever doing this, so we're working through some of the kinks right now. But in the meantime, we're doing it. But so I'm Derek Alton, the host and chief explorer for Civic Punks, an adventure study.
You're already streaming.
We are streaming. We're live right now.
Oh, okay.
We are live. Yeah, so Civic Punks, and I'm here with one of the amazing co-hosts who's just put the shades on to look that much cooler. Jose, while we get the other mic going. Oh, is the mic... We're going to try again with the mic.
Yes, thank you. All right. Well, hello everyone. I didn't know we were streaming, so apologies.
We'll edit this all out in post, right? See part of the blooper reel.
Messy landing, but I think we are here and at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. So
Yeah,
um,
it's a lovely day.
it's a great day, yes, and we have great support from like how many podcasters today?
There's like 6 different
Six.
podcasters are going to be rolling through
We
at
have a
some point or
lineup
other.
of Canada, Indonesia, Peru, Germany,
Um,
and
Canada. There's 3. There's a lot of Canadian content here,
Haha.
as there should be.
So and here's Alberto.
Is it still not coming through? I mean, we could just do this old-fashioned wise. You just pass it back. And, yeah. Well, while we're working out the technical kinks, so first off, welcome to the Creative Bureaucracy Festival live show. Um, Paul, I might get you to go a bit further away because I could hear myself. It's distracting. We have our Paul Bellows, who's going to be one of our podcasters, is currently helping us making sure how the stream goes.
Hola, hola.
Anyways, so welcome to Creative Bureaucracy Festival live radio show, the first of its kind. My name is Derek Alton. I'm going to be one of your hosts for today, one of many hosts. One of our other hosts is Jose. So, Jose, why don't you introduce yourself and your amazing kick-ass podcast?
Thanks, Eric. Well, hello everyone again. I'm Jose Diaz Mendoza, and well, my colleague Alberto is over there. Like you will see him like as soon as we manage to fix the technicalities. But yes, we run Futuro Público, which is I would say the podcast of reference on public sector innovation, digitalization, AI, service design, etc. Across Spanish-speaking countries, which we are very proud of, and we are very happy to be here with you, like throwing this podcast booth and also joining the other podcasters and be part of the lineup. So yes, it's our third Creative Bureaucracy Festival, by the way. So yes.
So, what you can expect today from this is that throughout the day, we'll be rolling through different podcasters who will be giving their different flavors based on their different styles. We'll have all sorts of guests from the Creative Bureaucracy Festival itself coming through, and we'll be also doing live updates about what's happening here on the ground. So, if you're not able to make the festival, which I think is probably safe to assume if you watch this, you're not at the festival, this is your chance to get plugged into the energy, the ideas, what's happening here at the festival. What are you looking forward to today, Jose?
I guess to get as many questions as possible. Like I want to leave the festival with many questions, I would say, so that to get ideas that I can work on through the podcast. Yeah, a lot of ideas, I would say, and many question marks. And you?
I think for me, I mean, we've talked about this before. The highlight, the best part of the festival is for sure just the people, a chance to see friends, make new friends. One of the things that the festival does a really good job of is it creates a great space, a great energy that enables connection and community in a way like I don't think any other place I've been to does. And part of it is that the festival itself has different spaces. So you've got the way I explain it to people is it's like an onion, right? So in the middle you've got your formal stage, your talks, stuff like that. One layer out, you break into sort of smaller groups, to workshops. And then as you keep going out, you keep getting to more and more informal spaces until you have like behind us here, which is just like a grassy space with people chilling, and there's a stage with music. Yeah. Trust me, behind us. I mean, it's beautiful here. But yeah, so you have that informal space, so you can go into the deep sort of spaces of like talks, get ideas, be inspired. You can go to the workshops and actually roll up your sleeves and engage and collect and collaborate with people. Or you can go out, get some ice cream, listen to some music, and have some conversations with people you just met about what you're seeing, what you're hearing. It's a really well-designed space. Huge fan. It's the 9th year. Next year will be the 10th year. Shortly, we're going to have an interview with Charles Landry, who is the founder, the brainchild of the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. He's going to be here talking about his story. He's got a new book out about the Creative Bureaucracy. So he's going to talk a bit about that. So that is going to be coming to you at the top of the hour, around 10.
And hopefully we will try to bring here on site like the different voices as well, right? Like the experts. I mean, from many institutions. I've seen people from the European Commission, from WHO, UNDP, but also at local level, like I mean, Germany, Europe, local level, and ministerial level. That hopefully we can bring them over and just have an interesting discussion, I would say.
Well, one of the things I'm excited is that this is not just going to be in English. So you guys are going to be doing your sessions in Spanish.
Exactamente. Estábamos hablando en español, en inglés, pero ahora lo voy a decir en español y puedo ver que Derek no me entiende. No, like, do you speak Spanish? Like, no, not at all. Yes, okay. No, bueno, sí, estamos para todos aquí en el Creative Bureaucracy Festival en Berlín, junto con Civic Punks, bueno, y todo este podcast booth. Estamos súper emocionados de estar acá. Hay un lineup de más o menos 5 o 6 podcasters y vamos a estar acá básicamente todo el día cubriendo el evento. Así que sí, lo vamos a tener en español, algunas partes, otras partes en inglés. Así que bueno, sí, ahí vamos practicando. And now we switch back to English. Just to
So jealous.
let's try German. No, I'm kidding. Do you know German?
No, 9? No, that's no, right? Yeah. I know like 5 words in German, 4 words in Spanish. It's terrible. I can speak French brokenly. No, it's not. No, it should have been lots of languages. So my hope is that I think there's some ways of doing translation built into YouTube. So hopefully, if you don't speak Spanish, you can still get the subtitles in English. Fingers crossed. I don't know how good the translations are, but I believe it's built into YouTube because your stuff is really good. So even if you can't speak Spanish, you should definitely still find a way to listen to your stuff. Do you know what you're going to be doing today? What's the teaser for you about what you're hoping to do with your session today?
So we have some old friends from UNIT. It's one of the like most interesting design agencies in Latin America right now. We had a series with them like not long ago, like a couple of weeks ago. Very interesting discussions. We'll have them here as well to talk about public creating skills, building skills in public service. We also have Maylin Garcia, who's it happened that I met. Yes, I met her virtually 5-6 years ago when I was around in Boston, and it happens that she's here, and we will talk as well about public service transformation, which is great. Yes, exactly. We will talk about that. Who else we have? We will basically chase Latinos and Spanish-speaking people around the festival and try to bring them over just to have a nice conversation in Spanish as well. From past experiences, there's a lot of people working at local government level, especially that they come to the festival. Latinos working in Europe as well, which is very interesting to have like this also point of view, right? Like they used to work in public service in Latin America, now they're working here in Europe. So that's also I would say like an interesting experience to capture.
The joke I was making is once you meet one Latino, you meet a whole bunch. So you guys are like groups. And the funny thing about it is I think I know more Latinos in Berlin than I know Germans. You're because I think I met you guys, and then through you, and then there's a bunch who work for the Better Politics Foundation as well,
Right.
and you're all connected to.
We have this amazing picture together.
Yes, yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It's like
Paul, you should come back. We need Paul in here. Okay, so Paul, join our impromptu.
Yeah.
So Paul is going to be one of the other podcasters who's going to be here today. Paul, why don't you tell a bit about yourself and your podcast?
So I'm from Canada, like Derek. Similar time zone as Peru, so we're time zone neighbors in the Americas. I've spent my career on the entrepreneurial side, working in and around public sector, building digital platforms, digital transformation, helping organizations to find their way forward. And I started the 311 podcast about 4 years ago because I just kept seeing it's so easy to find stories of how government has failed because government is the hardest work that there is. The public service is challenging, it's complicated. You're moving all the earth at once versus the private sector that just gets to pick the one stone they're going to move for the one audience. And I think we need to amplify the wins. We need to tell the success stories. We need to celebrate the people who are doing things that succeed. Because it's just, we're wired for danger as a species. We like to see the failures. We like to amplify those. So I think we need to build more storytelling channels to tell the wins and the stories. So that's why I created the 311 podcast. So I just talk about to people who are finding their way forward. And so it's about building community. It's really exciting to be here at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. I feel like I'm around all my nerds and just people that are getting up every day and doing the hard work. It doesn't feel like when you're in public sector, day-to-day things move. You have to look at a quarterly, at an annual level to see the motion. But I think festivals like this are a chance for our hardworking public servants to get together, find their peer group, hear stories of other wins, be inspired, refill their cup a little bit, and then get back to the office for back to the day-to-day grind. Unfortunately, it's like summer camp. You meet all your friends, you have a great time, you feel inspired, and you go home and say, "Oh, I'm still who I was before I went to camp." That's right. But it's it is those new relationships and those new moments and that community that you build and that one great new idea you got that you work and slave to bring into your organization. I think those are the moments, those are the wins at an event like this. So it's exciting. And this place, Festal Kreuzberg, and here in the middle of Berlin, is just a beautiful facility. If anyone hasn't been to the festival, this is a really inspiring place to be. Just beautiful buildings, kind of run down and rambling, but just set up for great events and beautifully orchestrated. It's just it's like wandering through some sort of a little maze of interesting public sector innovation.
Well, this is your first festival. What are your first impressions?
The first thing is just the energy in the space. You can see people are excited to be here. People are building new relationships. We were just, while you guys are setting up the tech, Jose and I were sitting out on the lawn chairs in the sun, and someone from the Berlin Brandenburg economic development and cultural branch came and sat with us, and we just talked about exactly what I was saying. I'm excited, I come here, etc. But we just talked about government. We just talked about the nature of the work. We just talked about what it's like being at the UN versus within a municipal government. It's all public sector, but they're very different things. And then wandering through the halls, we're seeing folks here from, the military, folks here from healthcare, folks here from economic development, folks here from, service delivery branches. There's just such a wide variety of folks here, but the bond is that everyone's here for public service.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And also, I think it's interesting how we automatically connect around these topics, right? Like we were just laying there, sort of sunbathing, I would say. And suddenly she approached and it's like, "Hey guys, can I sit here?" And we were like, "Yes, of course." And then we just share a little bit of our experiences and then connected with the topic of like, "Oh, do you remember like how much effort it takes to do like this public sector work, etc." And it's like, well, that's why we build podcasts, right? Like to precisely talk about these things, make this effort visible. Because she was like, well, towards the end of the year, if we don't have like these yearly reviews, then as a public servant, you are not fully conscious on all the work that you manage to do throughout the year, and for you it's just one task, but it's actually like maybe 100 tasks, and your brain just forgets about that, and that was like interesting, I think.
I was just going to say it's generous that you described what we were doing as sunbathing because you're from Peru. I'm from Canada of Irish descent, so I was doing something called what we call pre-burning.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can definitely relate. One of the things that's going to be interesting, so later today at 2 o'clock European time, Central European time, Jason Pierman's going to be on. He's got a really cool podcast. It was called the Govmaker Podcast, but they've rebranded. He's going to be announcing the new title on his podcast at 2 o'clock. I don't know if he's reached out to you yet, Jose, but you're going to be looped in to this because Jason wants to have a conversation with fellow podcasters about what they're hearing from their podcast interviews. Because one of the gifts that we have as podcasters is we get to interview people and really go deep with them about ideas and thoughts and experiences they have across all these different things. It's one of the beauties that it's amazing how many people are like, yeah, I'll be on your podcast. And so what are we hearing? What are we learning? So that's at 2 o'clock today on this channel. Yeah. We're going to mix things up a bit. Alberto. I mean, we there are women who are going to be part of this as well. It's not just a bunch of dudes, but we do have a pretty awesome group of dudes here. Cool dudes.
We're getting us out of the way first.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to get rid of us first, and then we're going to have the more interesting people come in. Alberto, tell me about yourself. Who are you? What's your podcast? And what is your experience here at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival?
Hi, Derek. Well, who am I? I'm Alberto. I co-founded Futuro Público with Jose, like during the pandemic. So this is our fourth participation. And each year we do something bigger. I think this year is the biggest thing we're doing is now we're moving to video, not just audio, and doing it live. So yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, I hope it's. I'm a bit of an audio geek, so I'm the guy that takes care of the techie stuff, and yeah, I'm also learning with the streaming. I'm just a podcast guy. So yeah, thank you for taking me out of my comfort zone, Derek.
Hey, that's what we're here for. You are all going to be taken out of your comfort zone at some point today. But Alberto, huge hats off to Alberto. He's been here since, 8:15, I think, something like that, like working on the tech. We had a bunch of kinks to work out. We had to rejig some things. This is our first time doing it, so there's a lot of learning that's happening here. And Alberto, we're live because of Alberto. So really, this should really be the Alberto show that we're just kind of all get to be part of. Amazing. Alberto, how many Creative Bureaucracy Festivals have you been to so far?
3 or 4. The last 3 or 4. Something like that, yes.
Do you have a favorite memory? So this is Paul's first. So what advice would you give to Paul? What memories do you have that you think Paul should do?
Honestly, my favorite memories came post. I mean, like at the end of the previous CBFs. So I mean, usually when we're here, we're doing a lot of trying to talk to people. So we're not participating much in the presentations or in the sessions. But I think the best moment for us is when we after the sessions and at the end of the day we grab a beer and we play some I don't know what were we playing the last year? You were organizing that. This the quizzes and stuff, yeah. Man. And you were actually there. Actually, that's the time where we could talk to some people, and it was fun.
Alberto is the king of the quiz, by the way. Just to say that. Wait, I'll come here. Just to say that Alberto is the king of the quiz.
Did you guys win last year?
No, we lost. We won. Yes, actually, yes. But but we didn't get. I know we got cups. Yes, last year it was cups, and the year before we got T-shirts. So yes, we won twice straight.
So I'm usually the host and organizer of the pub quiz, but not this year. This year I've retired and handed it over, so now I can participate. So what I'm getting from this is I need to be on your guys' team if I want to get the prize, whatever the prizes are. Yeah, I mean it's one of the things. So this is my 4th Creative Bureaucracy Festival, and I know every time I try to bring something new to the festival. So 4 years ago, myself and Robin Bennett, who a bunch of you know here. Hopefully you get a chance to meet her. She's amazing. She's not here today. She's at another conference. But she's the one who brought me in, and we worked together, and we did an unconference the day before. Except they called it something different. They called it it was an event about the future of government. But it was an unconference that happened, and it still happens every day, every year. So it happened yesterday. We were playing with Play-Doh. It was really well done. So that was 4 years ago. That's become a thing. 3 years ago was the pub quiz. So I was with Apolitical at the time, and we did a pub quiz, which was a lot of fun. I mean, who doesn't love a good pub quiz? 2 years ago, or I guess I'm getting my years wrong. Last year we did games. We had a games corner. So how can games be used to help with policy making, help with programs? There's a lot that you can do with games, and so we had a whole corner. It turns out there's tons of people all over the world making games for government, and it was really really fun to get us together and to get to do some play testing with it. And then this year it's this. We have a live radio show that I'm super excited to be part of with all of you. So, and this is just what I'm doing. There's lots of different people doing lots of different things. Actually, I just had the agenda up here now. So right now, we're just coming out of the keynote speaker. We're going to have Charles here shortly to talk a bit about his new book and about the Creative Bureaucracy Festival more generally. But coming up in the next hour, we have From Control to Stewardship, Scaling Innovation for Health for All with Louise Argensnap and Christian Basin. And I had a chance to meet with them both yesterday. They're doing some really interesting stuff about health and how to rethink the way that governments do health. So that's today at 11. Actually, I'll be at the garden stage, which is right beside us here. There is also the Social Innovation Officer, a new role for public sector growth that's being led by Mariella Stella, which is more of a meetup. So this is going to be more of a discussion, sort of, like I mentioned, with the Creative Bureaucracy Festival, you have different styles. So you have talks, and then you have more like meetups, workshops, discussions. So this is more of a workshop discussion. And then there's the public vitality, staying present when certainty disappears, which that's basically what is now happening in the world. And that's with Ariane Miller, Tim Lazaroff, Henrik Arlt, Blazus Walsh, Pratik Shankar, and Katie Scroth. And so that is going to be sort of a learning session. One of the things I should mention is this is just some of them. The Creative Bureaucracy Festival is like 50-50. It's half in English and half in German. I do not speak any German, so I'm unfortunately not able to even attempt to read the German sessions. Is it? It's a complicated language. It is. You can speak some of it, Alberto, though. You can. Yeah, Alberto speaks fluent German. So if you have any German questions, you can put them in the chat, and I'll get Alberto to answer them. But yeah, that's what's coming up in the next hour. We're going to try our best to pull people in and give updates from these sessions, what's coming, what's percolating in the space here. Paul, what is one question? I know this is your first one, so maybe throwing you a spot, but what is one key question that you're holding in your head as you walk around today?
I think the thing that I'm so coming from Canada, where we are deeply connected, we are geographically connected to the U.S., which I'll leave it at complicated place right now. And in Canada, we're looking to find new ways to grow our economy, new ways to operate. But I'm really interested in being here in the EU region to say, there are all these different countries that exist as part of the EU, but they're part of a common governance framework. What are they learning from each other? How are they operating in different ways? And just looking at that, specifically the role of social innovation, or I had a friend who was she was the chief entrepreneurship officer at a municipality. So to say, how do we bring innovation into a bureaucracy? Because where we need to grow, where we need to change, that comes from leadership. And what's most common is that leadership in government doesn't come from the top down. It usually comes from within the organization. And that's a really hard type of change to make. Managing up, communicating up, building alignment, building momentum around initiatives, convincing leadership to create support, creating new funding opportunities. That is some of the hardest work, but I think it's where we see real change happening. So I'm curious whether within the EU region, there are things that are happening that Canada can learn from, or other regions, and so I'm just really excited to be here and see how folks are sharing information, sharing outcomes, sharing new ways of working. That's also really what this festival is about, that's social innovation, from within government. And how government also can work with private sector and commerce, and to say, not, healthcare is in most of the world a public service, and yet it's not like government builds their own X-ray machines or creates their own drugs or builds their own hospital equipment. So there's that real crosstalk between the private sector and the public sector. So wherever we can seek inspiration from, I think is exciting.
Well, Paul, you're going to be on later, 3 o'clock today. Super excited. So go have adventure. Enjoy your Creative Bureaucracy Festival, and we look forward to hearing from you at 3.
Bye.
All right, so now we are super honored and excited to have a special guest. Uh, Charles, you've got the scarf.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us here.
No worries. Hi again. Hi again.
Oh
Oh yeah, we met online.
We met online, yes.
And I said you might help me do the podcast, and here you are helping someone else.
Yeah, maybe you tell us a little bit how it's going.
Yeah.
So we're hugely honored to have Charles here. Charles Landry is the founder, the brainchild, the face, the everything Creative Bureaucracy Festival. But before that, Creative Bureaucracy itself. So why don't we actually go back? Well, first off, welcome to our live radio show from the podcast. So from the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. Why don't we go back to the beginning? Creative Bureaucracy. Where did the idea of Creative Bureaucracy come from for you, Charles?
It was quite a simple thing because I'd evolved the whole idea of the creative city. And so you think, oh, artists are creative, and obviously they are, and they, in terms of urban regeneration, were really quite important and stuff like that. But over time, we're now going from the late 80s, mid 80s to the 90s. I kept on seeing social innovations, there's business innovations, some researchers are interesting, some folks are just interesting. But then I thought, hey, if you look at a city as an ecosystem, there's always a public administration or a bureaucracy somewhere. Is it changing the lights? Is it making the sidewalks broader or narrow or something? So I just felt, well, they need to be involved. So the oxymoron came into my mind. Creative, interesting, bureaucracy, less interesting perhaps, because it created a sort of tension. But the message was, because over my life I'd met quite a few people, you know, call them bureaucrats, call them civil servants, who are obviously quite nice people, you know, there are 600 million apparently, they're not all stupid. And so the message was twofold. On the one hand, yes, you can be interesting and perhaps potentially are. Of course, there are lots of people who are looking at the clock and saying, when is it 5 o'clock? But also saying in the same message, that thing where you work with needs to change. And I thought about that in about 2003, and people thought I was taking the piss. And it was really difficult to get it sort of whatever, you know, accepted. So it took quite a while, and Adelaide helped me a lot. About 8 years later, Margie Korst, a friend of mine, she allowed me to explore that. And then I wrote the initial book with her because she was a public servant for 25 years and brought a substantial form of knowledge in that I wouldn't have had because I was more outside. And then, you know, I did work with Bilbao, they let me do work, and then it became more credible. And then I met Sebastian Turner from the Tagesspiegel and wanted to sort of just do an event, and he sort of got it and said, why didn't you add the word festival, and so on.
Well, and it's been amazing what you've built here. So, actually, let's start at the beginning of the festival. What was the first festival like?
The first festival was in the Humboldt University in Unter den Linden, you know, like the promenade street of Berlin, quite sort of structured building. But 800 people came, and because the word was so new, people were just sort of, it actually had sort of quite a buzz about it because of that. And also what we did, which we should continue again, we then at the end took some buses and went to Klunkerkranich, the nightclub on the roof in Neukölln. And so it had a sort of spirit, which I think we might have lost a bit and we need to regain somehow.
So we're going to a nightclub tonight. Apparently, that's.
Well, it could be, yeah, we could do, yeah.
Follow Charles to the nightclub.
Yeah.
How have you seen it? How have you seen it evolve in the last? Well, it's 9 years. This is the ninth year, right?
It's the 9th year. I think the initial focus very early was just, hey, my God, what's this, you know? And we had some good sessions. I mean, Bertelsmann helped us get 20 people who just did 5-minute things, you know, bum like that. So that didn't particularly have a theme. And then the theme began to drift a bit more into what's the process, what's inside the organization, a bit like that. That's now slightly shifted, and that initially also helped, of course, build up the sort of bottom-up community feeling, movement, acknowledging the unsung heroes, the people whose names we don't know. But then it became a bit of an issue. Are we getting the people who are making the decisions? So what we're now trying to do, as you can see this year, you know, George Papandreou, ex-Prime Minister, we're trying to get it from the top as well as the bottom. And George, as you probably heard, you know, is very into the bottom as well. But it's better that he says it than some, you know what I mean.
Absolutely. So we have a question from the audience. Is that right? Yes. All right. Audience member.
Just hi Charles again. Just to ask, now that you're describing a little bit like the actors, etc., what the ecosystem looks like in the Creative Bureaucracy Festival and how it has evolved. Like, what can we see right now in terms of the public, like private as well, like ecosystem?
I think the what we've got is a range. I mean, it's broadly slightly younger than older people. It's broadly slightly more women than men and all of that. The ecosystem, it depends what we mean by ecosystem. If we mean ecosystems like sectors, I think we probably miss. It would be very good to have more private institutions, because not every private person is a negative person. And I think that really we should do more on that, because otherwise it's always that usual thing. You're talking about something, for example, in the development world, and then all the people who are doing the development, they're not in the room, and then it's just other people saying you should do this or should do that. So I think we can do more in terms of that, in terms of sectors. I think what we can also do more of, because the festival is very bum 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 bum. Yeah, I just did a little session there which was bum 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 bum. Which is fine, but that's why we also produced this book, which was sort of what you could call it the bubble, but at the same time it's an okay bubble because it's people we know who've contributed for many years, but they are all saying thoughtful things, and we hope to continue that and bring another group of people, not that group, to also say it on another theme. Also what we're doing, the ecosystem, with someone here called Anke Grindel, someone asked me to take over a network about organisation. And I said, well, and it's a research network. And I said, I'm not an academic. So she then helped me, and we are both sharing it or so. But what we're trying to do there is bring in research knowledge, practical knowledge, and activists together. Because if they don't talk, all we're saying is really that grouping together has a lot to say if they learn from each other and understand each other's language. So the ecosystem, in fact, isn't really developed. It should, in my view, go in that direction. And this network, this other one that I'm sort of co-chairing, you know, we don't want only academic papers. You might have that over there, but we want a version of what you're doing here, you know, a graphic novel, if it's relevant, you know, you get the idea, an article and so on.
So, reflecting on the last 9 years of the festival, what are some of your favorite memories?
One of my favorite memories, and I think we've got something here today, later, is when there were adverts from around the world for public servants, good adverts. And Sebastian's former company, they gathered them, and there were some from New Zealand and all of that. I remember was trying to get Maori people to become policemen and women, and just sort of, they looked a bit like Red Indians coming in, but I mean, it was just quite interesting because obviously they had more trust with people. And some of those adverts, I don't remember every one of them, but that's a favourite moment to me. Let me think. You need at least one more, don't you?
Well, I'll throw in one. I think for me, the pub quiz in the evenings, for me, it's become a real joyous experience because it's like, you know, a full day, everybody's come together and everybody's sort of letting loose. It's not quite the nightclub, but there's definitely a lot of merriment and joking that happens, a lot of playfulness, and it's a really fun way to wrap up the evening. And we're able to sprinkle in some nerdy government questions in with the pop culture ones, and it really, yeah, for me, that's always been one of my favorite memories of that.
Isn't it interesting, the two things that we're talking about as memorable, yours and mine, are both slightly quirky. Not quirky, but I mean...
But that's the festival in a nutshell for me. The festival in a nutshell is this quirkiness. It's stuff it's a creativity that you never associate with bureaucracy, and it's everywhere here, all over the place. I just love how you keep bringing creative things into the space about government and make it cool. Like government should be amazingly cool and fun, and that's what happens here.
I mean, the obviously unsung heroes thing was very good because we'd always said it, and I'd always said, you know, many of you are unsung heroes. But then Johanna had the idea of getting, I've forgotten her name, Rotman, to come in.
Speaking of Johanna,
I just heard my name. Hi.
Oh yeah, I just said, no, I just said that you had the great idea to get the photographer. Well, do you remember I'd always been speaking of unsung heroes? You then got the photographer to create then those fantastic pictures.
we're gonna put you.
of unsung heroes. So I was just praising you.
There's Lene as well from Denmark.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, well, we're having a party here.
Prepping with Johanna.
Oh, we're talking about our favourite moments. So,
Favorite moments.
Oh, favorite moment is tough. So the pictures were great because we had talked. The unsung heroes were a concept that were on before I joined the festival, and it was always like lingering. And we always thought we can do more with this. So yeah, for last year we found this great creative photographer, and we had like prep sessions with her, and then we came up with this concept, and it was just amazing, and it was so much fun shooting it. So that was a favorite moment. And favorite moments of the whole festival years?
Just over the years.
yeah, because all of them are a bit quirky. I mean, they're either.
Oh, yeah.
For context, what's your connection to festival for people who are watching?
Oh, yes, I've been... I've been the...
You've got to come in, Lena, as well in a minute. I'm going to sort of get up.
We're gonna hear about your book as well, but
yeah. but-
Sorry, I'm
but Lena
crashing
will
this
say
book
it,
conversation, I'm
because
sorry.
She's been here forever.
Yeah.
But this is
You
what
really have
happens in
the
idol
OGs
of-
in the
of-
room
of-
now.
of
So,
the sector, you know.
okay, so...
favorite memory.
Right, I have been the director of the Creative Bureaucracy Festival for almost 5 years. I left the festival in January this year, so it's really, really cool to be here as a guest. Like, I think maybe that's my favorite moment. You know, you have to quit and then come back because you don't have the stress of hosting, and you can just, you know, I'm floating through hugs here, and it's just good vibes, good people. It's really, really nice. So. Yeah, maybe this festival is my favorite one, surprisingly. And I'm handing over to Lene, who has been here from year one.
And you've got to
Year
say
one.
what a favourite moment or something.
Favorite moment, but I think they've been so different. I think I have favorite moments from Humboldt because I think that starting the festival at Humboldt, I think, was a really good idea because it gave some gravitas to it. That I think they liked. Also because it can sound, for people who don't get it, I think Creative Bureaucracy Festival can sound like an oxymoron or a bit crazy. So I think I gave it some gravitas. And then when it was moving to Radial System, I think the networking, that my favorite part there was actually the networking space. Because there's the crowd who's in town for this is amazing. And that just for serendipity, that was an amazing space. And the surroundings here, it's just so, if a Dane thinks of Berlin, this is what we think of. So it has that rawness to it, and it feels unfinished, and you can contribute to making the festival.
You're right. It's interesting that you talked about the Humboldt, because the Humboldt was the sort of place where, you know, the Prussian reforms, which are apparently incredibly important. So it had for the Germans a sort of a symbolism that perhaps I didn't really realize until someone told me.
But now, because Johanna is not just a guest this year, she's a facilitator as well. So
Oh,
we're gonna go prep.
I'm facilitating with Academy. We're actually here for prep. I just wanted to discuss.
Oh, right. That's good.
Okay, before you go, what are you prepping for? What is it that people can?
Public vitality.
Well, the Public Vitality Camp, this is going to be a format that's going to happen in September this year in Teufelsberg, Berlin, which is going to be amazing. And we're kind of kicking off the Public Vitality theme today in the Academy. And Lena, you can tell more about the session we are facilitating together.
It's about loyalty and integrity. So we're hitting the topic. We've actually put in the Academy sessions all the years, I think, of the collaboration between politicians and civil servants. We're facing some hard choices as societies these years. So we're civil servants, we're obligated to do what the politicians tells us to do, but there's also laws to uphold. So how do we navigate these complexities that we're in these years? I mean, I think we are seeing societies free-falling in ways that we didn't think, or at least I hadn't imagined at all. So how do we as civil servants navigate this and help the politicians and help our citizens and create better lives, have public vitality?
Thank you.
All right.
Magic, vitality, let's go.
Well, I'm glad that happened. That was serendipitous.
Very serendipitous. Okay.
So let's continue.
Let's continue. All right.
Very spontaneous.
Very spontaneous.
Very nice.
Well, this is what I love about doing this live at the festival is you can have
It is
these
good, that is
these
good.
moments, right?
Yeah, it's good.
All right. Well, Charles, let's look forward. All right. It's been 9 years. 10 is right around the corner. When you think of where you want this to go, where you think of the future of the festival, and this is you have a book I think on this line as well. Actually, let's talk about the book first. You've got a book coming out. Tell us about the book.
But basically, back to the question that it was José who asked the question, wasn't it? About the ecosystem. And one of the things was just sort of not just letting everything flip by. And given the people who contributed, there were 23 of them, who were all, as I said earlier, I joked and said they had a collective experience of 473 years. I just invented that number. But basically, it's people who've been around the block a long time on the topic. Essentially, it felt very good to just lay it out in a structured way, in crude terms, new realities, new ways of thinking, new ways of governing, etc. Section 1. Section 2, cities perhaps the places of possibilities because they're more contained to do some of these innovations. 3, how do you actually deliver? And 4, what's the human side of it? You know, what do organizations need to feel like? So all of those people were contributing there, and the aim is just to give a bit of depth, perhaps next year then to do another one with another group. I mean, some people might say, oh, I know all these people, they're the usual suspects. Well, fine, but they're quite interesting. And next year we'll find other people. Perhaps we should have more people from, I mean, we've got Africans in there, but I mean, more people from Africa or from wherever, you know, underheard voices.
It's actually interesting you mentioned that because I doubt you remember. I think it was my first Creative Bureaucracy Festival, maybe 3-4 years ago. And afterwards, I snuck into a dinner. It was post-festival, a dinner that you were having. It was just a casual dinner with like 5 people. Jeff Mulligan was part of it as well. I'm trying to think who else was there. And then I was just a random person. I snuck in, which is what I usually do with things. And we were having this conversation about how, you know, how do we pass on the wisdom from the past to the next generation, but also how the next generation, needs to learn from what happened beforehand, because otherwise you're just going to do the same things. Like the stuff that we're wrestling right now, you guys have been wrestling with for decades, and like, how do we build that bridge between generations, which is a really interesting conversation.
I think that's a really great question, and one of the things I mentioned, Robin Bennett, who was here for many years, is a good friend of yours. She was really a helper, and I got to know her through my son. When I was 72, she was 27. This was in COVID. We then launched something where we did an interview. What were you like when you were 27, she to me? What would you be like when you were 72? You know, are you more anxious? What are the differences? And obviously there are some frightening things on the horizon. So that started off something, doing some research, which was really about intergenerational solidarity, which is one of now my main themes, precisely that, that I think, you know, there are some things we agree on. You know, you and I have a lot of shared agreements about things. We just happen to be in different stages of life. You know what I mean? I'm more on the door out. You're still in the middle of the room type thing. You know what I mean? And one of them is, you know, our survival. We want places that are okay. You know, we don't want the climate to collapse. You know, so solidarity in that. But we also just want to chat with each other, understand, mutual learning, etc., etc. So I think intergenerational stuff is really important.
I 100% agree, and I mean, it's something that I am excited to see different ways that we can bring that in. And places like this, I think, can help with that. What do you hope people take away from the book?
I think what I hope they take away is a bit of clarity. Okay, I understand the landscape. I want them to sort of feel they understand, I mean, this is a big word, the state of knowledge at the moment, or where are we at in this topic. That's what I really want them to think about. And feel then therefore more confident in their own discussions well beyond that and say, look, I know what the basics are. And once you know that, then you might think, oh, I can think ahead. What's next? You know, what's missing? I mean, that would be good. They'll say, what's missing? What haven't you covered, and so on.
Well, actually, that's I think an interesting question I want to put to you is like putting together a book is a lot of work and things get cut. Is there something that was in the book originally that was taken out that you wish or that you would want to add as an addendum to it?
I think all the people I asked all said yes, so I had them all in the book. So it wasn't about that. I mean, there were some blips in the original PDF where somehow through design one of the articles just was on the cover but wasn't inside the book or something like that, but that's more a technical blip. No, it was actually surprisingly easier than I thought, because I didn't ask them to do, I said basically do 1,000 words. That's different from saying to someone do 5,000. If I say to you, could you do 1,000 words and say, what have you learned, what do you think is important and where next? At least you've got a structure. Okay, 300 words for each. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. 5 points within each, that's 60 words. It's sort of, do you know what I mean, breaking it down. What was a bit difficult was sometimes editing. I broadly left it the same, but sometimes, someone did 2,500, reduce it to 1,500. And so the way I did that, sometimes I said, let's say an article was 2,500, I said, summarize that in 800 words. So AI did that. It was completely, there was so much missing, but it was interesting what they did. Then I built it up again, because it missed a lot, and I thought that was an interesting interaction with AI. So I did that with 4 or 5 articles. Some were just perfect, I mean, Pirette Tourneurist from OECD, she was just so bang, bang. 3 things we know for certain, 3 things we're persistently failing on, 3 things we need to do. Or 5 things, she said 5.
I mean, that's not surprising. That's just, she's very that way.
Yeah.
Amazing. Actually, you brought it up. How AI, everybody's talking about AI these days. How are you interacting with AI?
I mean, I'm not desperately sophisticated, but I mean, because I put as much of my own writings online, obviously AI broadly knows how I write. Now, that doesn't mean it's correct, because I might then reduce my creativity because I might not think afresh. That's the big thing, not thinking afresh. So sometimes, rather like translating with German DPL, if I've got to say something in German or write something in German, I would use DeepL, but then I would look at it and, it's not quite me. That's just purely translation, which is not AI in this sense. So I use AI a bit in that sort of way to trigger thought. And have a bit of a conversation with it. But, AI obviously has its own sort of, I mean, one of the difficulties is, because I do a hell of a lot of presentations and go boom, 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 not many words, AI tends to be a bit like that, and that's a real drag. Because I've always used very short sentences, then occasionally a slightly longer one. German sentences are this long, but British ones are quite. So I'm going to go. But it is da 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 is how I write, but that's a bit how AI, which is a pain in the neck, because then people say it's actually me. You know what I mean?
I swear it's me. It's not AI.
Yeah.
Well, I actually have a question for you about this, about you writing, because I have found that you have a very unique style of writing. It's almost like poetry. I found like I remember your most recent book that I read of yours that you kindly gave me actually at a festival in the past. Yeah, it was just really interesting your way of writing. How do you write? Like, what goes into your writing
Well,
style?
I'm going to give you a new one which I've just done, where I've got even more in that direction that you've said. I've got it here. It just came out 4 days ago. It's called The Art of City Making. Bigger story why I rewrote that, just completely new. And where I started is just sort of, we know places are crap, we know, but, again, taking the musical analogy. So the way I write, I lost my mojo for several years. I just couldn't focus, and I think COVID and oh, I don't know, too much social media or something was fragmenting me. But I then regained it because a couple of people said, you've got to rewrite this thing, this art of city making thing. You've got to do it, you've got to do it. And you've got to launch it, in fact, next Monday, no, next Wednesday in Singapore, the city's, whatever it's called, the World City Summit. So it sort of just suddenly focused me. And then I found it was easier to do than before. And in the olden days, you know, when I was doing research, it was more difficult to do research, and now it's easier to do research. You know, oh, can I have 5 examples? Oh, what is it? What's that Danish example? And then, you know, you've got the title. And, you know, when I used to write, you know, you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. But from my point of view, writing, the way I was able to write my books historically was you get a commission by someone to do something. So Cities of Ambition is one of those books. An American foundation asked me to do that. I then interviewed the people, but by having to do the little mini report or whatever it is, let's say the report was 8,000 words, 3,000 words were ready for the book. So that, and then when you then add that up, if you've done 5 pieces of work, and then you've already got 15 to 20,000 words, you're on your way. It's not standing in front of a mountain.
Interesting. So almost like you build it piecemeal because of other stuff that you're doing, and then are able to...
Yeah. Whereas now it's perhaps slightly less so. I mean, with this last one, The Art of City Making, a manifesto, I sort of, what I found quite difficult, some people are much more structured than me, and I'm a bit sort of, you know, sort of just go with my nose. And that's where, in this one, I just suddenly felt music was it, metaphors. Creative city making is more like improvised jazz than a symphony orchestra. You get the idea. And that helped me just go through that musical thing.
So, where can people find the book?
The Art of City Making, well, just go to my website and I'll either give it to them or give them online. I can't be bothered to post it or something, but I'll send it for people free. I'm going to give you a copy. So, yeah.
Okay, so it's been 9 years at the festival. Where's this all going next?
Well, next year we hope to be, it's the 10th anniversary, so we hope to make it sort of slightly bigger in terms of, there might be the same numbers, but having alliances with various groupings and people. So for example, what's the example? OECD, each of them has a public innovation person for a country. Their meeting of those 50 countries is going to be in parallel meaning at the same, not the same time, because we want them to be able to come to the festival, but the day before, but we'll provide them a room and stuff like that. So we're trying to build more alliances with friendly organizations, because we don't want to be competitive. I mean, so if someone's coming to Berlin, they might as well come for 3 days, and then they can go to different things at the same time. So that's one of the strategies. The other is this closer link between that organizational research network, where we'll give, you know, an award for the best thinking or something like that, and for that, and, you know, digital whatever calls and stuff like that. That's another dimension. The third is whether we should do it. We shouldn't do it necessarily, but it's really, a lot of people have said, most recently at the Council of Europe, you've got to get people to drill in there. That's all very good, you know, people inspiring, you know, these people here inspiring people, but how you in the nitty gritty of the organization. So we want to be in a sense involved in that, not as necessarily the doer, but as a broker perhaps, or an encourager that happens, because there are people here, I mean, who would be very good at that, you know, spending, I don't know, however long it takes to really shift an organization, which is not easy.
So I guess as a final question, I actually, so we mentioned Robin Bennett, who's a good friend of mine and has worked closely with you, and I remember her and I were talking a bit about, because she was getting ready to talk with you a bunch of the stuff that you guys did together. And I guess, you know, as you sort of reflect back, you're at this moment now where you're reflecting a lot both on, you know, your legacy. What do you hope your legacy is here?
You mean legacy as an individual, or?
Yeah, as Charles.
Yeah.
Because you've done a ton of stuff. Like the Creative Bureaucracy Festival is just one thing. There's a whole ecosystem of people and ideas and activities and stuff that you've been part of.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you always want to balance, because you don't want to be too self-focused, don't you? Because you don't want to be too me.
You can be self-focused here. It's quite all right.
Okay, but you know what I'm trying to say. I mean, some people have said I should set up something, I don't know what you want to call it, a thing, perhaps a thing that is moving around, that has a label. So this might happen, for example, with the art of city making, which incorporates some of the things. I mean, you know, I've always been interested in how people can give the most of themselves, imaginative creativity. I could have been talking about the planet. I just focused on cities because it was a boundary. So there's a couple of people who want to sort of have something, we could call it a traveling thing, which is an art of city making thing, which when I'm dead still sort of travels with the ideas, and others will replenish it and slightly change it, but perhaps some core principles will stay there along the way, is perhaps what a legacy could be.
What would you want to have as sort of the word or phrase that represents you?
That's a very astute question, because the woman, that Anke I mentioned earlier, I've asked her once to be a mirror, because someone said, oh, write a memoir, blah, 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 all this sort of stuff. Because I've been involved in various organizations, which were, I think, quite interesting. But anyway, and so I had to, that same question, who are you? What are you? And so, am I an enabler? Or am I a convener or a connector? But they seem to be somewhere along those lines. I mean, perhaps you know better than me. Perhaps you've got a word. But that seems to be one of them. I mean, because she asked me once in an interview, this Anke, well, you must have been a real activist. And I said, was I an activist? We're talking about when I was young. I said, not really. Was I on the march holding the banner? So I said, no, I'm not that. And that's where we got into, am I a connector or trying to push things forward in this other way? Which doesn't mean I'm against activism. Of course, I'm for it. But do you see what I'm saying? It just depends what you feel you can do. So, I mean, I'll give you a final thing. I retrospectively, you know, the way you sort of, this is who I am. You create your own self, in a sense. And because I'm born on the 1st of July, which is bang in the middle of the year, I said, okay, I'm really against yes, no, either or, black, white, da, da. How can I bring things together? Theory, practice, da, 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 activism, reflection. So being in that middle position, melding and blending, is where I think I'm at, or what I think I possibly can do.
Well, Charles, thank you. It's been a huge honor. It's always fun talking with you, and it's a huge honor. Thank you so much for coming on our first ever live radio show from the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. I really appreciate it.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Charles.
So that is obviously an audio.
Video, audio.
Oh, right.
Sorry,
well,
yeah,
it would be great if I obviously could have that, because I put it on my website and on my
absolutely.
Substack.
Yeah, and this is also going out live across YouTube right now.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right. Oh, that's great.
So
So we'll get various versions, which I'll then spread as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You're expected at the garden stage.
Okay, I'm expected at the garden stage. Alberto, I'm going to hand this to you for a second.
See you, Alberto. Yeah.
See you.
See you soon. Ciao.
Yeah, we need to talk later. Maybe you tell me what's up with the podcast.
Well, I mean, what I want to do is basically do an art of city making podcast. I just wrote a little book, and I was thinking what my website should be, yeah, and I thought that's fragmented and it doesn't really reflect what I'm trying to say. So I then felt, in the end, that is the label.
All right.
Intermission.
I feel like it's gonna be a GIF or something. All right, we've got our next group of podcasters here that are coming in.
Yeah.
We need more chairs, don't we? We got a whole group here.
Oh, we've got Cass here.
Alberto, can you help them with the setup and stuff? Because I have to rush off to the stage.
Who's doing the interview?
They are interviewing themselves.
Oh, okay.
This is the group from Indonesia.
Okay, guys. Let me. Ah, okay. Yeah, it is recording, but no worry. It's like it's. No, no, it's okay. Like people know it's very like DIY guerrilla style. So wait. So if you all guys wanna be in frame, yeah, okay, okay, yeah. If you turn around a little, yeah. Yes. So okay. So this is the mic. Okay. So
Yes.
okay. One, two. Damn, that's a very wide lens. It's like
Can I start? Yes. So, hello everyone, and welcome to today's podcast. My name is Olivia Schluch, and I'm program manager at the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung's Rule of Law Program Asia, based in Singapore. Our work focuses on strengthening governance and the rule of law across the region in Asia, including through initiatives on digitalization, innovation, and state modernization. We're recording from CBF, and I'm delighted to be joined by three leaders from Indonesia's digital education ecosystem. Together, they bring expertise from operations, product development, and technology. Thank you all for joining us today. So, before we dive into the discussion, I'd love for our audience to get to know each of you. Could each of you briefly introduce yourselves, tell us about your current role, and share a little bit about your journey into digital education?
So yeah, thank you, Olivia, and also CBF for having us here. We are we came from Ina Digital Edu Indonesia. Ina Digital Edu is a government technology team supporting the Ministry of Education in developing tech ecosystem to support the implementation of the policy reform under the Ministry of Education itself. And I'm Kevin. I'm the CEO of Ina Digital Edu. With me here, Duffy is the head of CPO office from the product team, and Samuel Simon is our CTO at Ina Digital Edu. Yeah, for the last 6 years, the last 7 years, we've been working with the ministry in building this tech ecosystem. And what is different from the previous or the usual tech development in Indonesia government is that we not only provide the technical aspect of the development from product perspective and engineering, but we also provide the ministry with operational support to ensure that the adoption of the platform itself, the process not only stop in the development process only, but also the adoption of the platform itself, and ensuring that the user could use the tech ecosystem nicely. I think that's why we have these three pillars like operations, product, and technology. Duff, Sam, please intro yourself.
Thank you, Kevin and Olivia, for the kind introduction. Hi, everyone. My name's Duffy. I'm the head of CPO office, Chief Product Officer office in Digital Edu. Basically, my job is try to create a standardizations of product development management across our ecosystems. We understand that each stakeholders in the education system, whether it is the students, the teachers, or the schools itself, have different perspectives. And on top of that, we see a lot of regulation layers by cross-directorate general coordinations and collaborations. And our scope of work is try to envisions and try to have a collaborations together for the cross directorate general coordinations to provide a one-stop services for each actors and individuals in the education ecosystem. For example, say we're creating a platform for teachers, then there would be a three director general involved to create a regulations that is sustainable for the platform and for the teachers to adopt and use the platform correctly. So that's what we're positions as, and right now we're trying to build on top of what we have built with coordinating AI development into the regulations so that we know what kind of regulations, constrictions, um, conflictions that would happen when we are designing regulations that is implemented by our platform.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Samuel. I'm CTO in Energy Digital Edu. I'm managing most of our engineers and technology team. And in what we do, basically we try to translate what the products have in mind into actual practical application or digital services. We ensure we can have a stable application or digital services, so when user comes into the system itself, it has no issue. It has a very light journey, so they don't have any issue using low level device, low end device, because in Indonesia most of our users come from different economic background, so maybe we need to optimize all the systems. On top of that, we are also working on the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure itself, how we can have a scalable and also reliable infrastructure from technology perspective, even from our rural or limited connectivity area. User can also have benefits accessing our system. So basically we try to translate whatever product we have in the design come into actual practical and affordable technology that can be used by user itself.
All right, thank you to the three of you. Let's start with the broader context. Indonesia is one of the world's largest and most diverse countries, spanning thousands of islands, multiple time zones, and a wide range of cultures, languages, and local contexts. So, from your perspective, why does digital education play such a critical role in advancing Indonesia's wider digital transformation agenda? Who wants to start first?
Okay, from tech perspective, I think it's pretty straightforward because the technology itself it can be used to optimize and used to target all users in different geography, different location. Using technology, we can have more opportunities to deliver whatever service or benefits we need to deliver. And then in our job in a digital edu, basically we try to translate not only the newest, the most advanced technology that can be used, but we need to consider what kind of technology, even it's a simple technology, that can be applied into the product itself and it can bring benefit to the user. So it's not the cool factor of the technology itself. We try to have a practical value from every technology that can be delivered. For example, in the beginning, we need to deliver a mobile app. And for the mobile app, maybe we consider a lot of devices, including Apple devices, Android devices. But from technology perspective, it will have quite investment to deliver application in all platforms. So we need to cater users the most and impactful platform that can be used as channel or vehicle to deliver the product to the user. That's why we see, oh, it's most of our users come from uh, mid to low economic background and they have more low-end devices. So we try to target using more light and user-friendly application. And in technology perspective, we don't target the high-end device in the beginning. So we try to get the most value of the technology itself. While currently there's AI wave coming into the picture, we also cannot just tell user just use AI to empower their life. We need to somehow fine-tune, optimize how the AI and how the emerging technology can be used in the actual product, actual features that's designed by the product team, of course, and how the technology itself can give value and meaning to the product design. That's our team design.
Okay, so after all those technology stacks are developed, then the next question is how to maximize the value from these technologies. Before going through that, I'm gonna give you a context about the geographical constraints that we're facing. So the most western part of Indonesia is Aceh, and the eastern part is Papua. If you want to take a flight from Aceh to Papua, it'll be a 10-hour flight, right? So these constraints limited the interactions and dynamics of human interactions, teachers' interactions. So what we are trying to enable here is unlocking these constraints, try to create a community where we can develop one another through a human interactions, because mostly humans are emotional beings. So therefore, the emotional attachments will unlock a lot of creativities. So that's how we are trying to design the interactions in our platforms based on the technology that we have. That's number one takeaways. I think the second takeaways from the product side is that this kind of platforms creates a voice for policy, so that changes doesn't come only from the top, but it also come from a bottom, right? So we can have a bottom up approach for the policy progressions, and the important actors that is faced by these regulations feel heard, and therefore it is easier for us to implement the new regulations and platform as well. So I think those are the two key takeaways on how digital educations can transforms the whole education ecosystem.
Yeah, I think aligning with what Davi said about the geographical challenges in Indonesia, when we're talking about policy implementations, it's either we do it offline or we do it online. And when we do it offline, yes, you can. And I think the ministry already did it for decades, like implementing a lot of policy offline. But the problem with offline is very expensive, and it's not only expensive; it is very limited to only to the educators that has the access or has the budget to, for example, like to join like a proper trainings. Meanwhile, the training center are only like centralized in one of the most populous island in Indonesia, in Java, and that limits the access to the reform itself. If the government want to do transformations, and that's why technology become like a very important tools to help accelerate the transformation. So when we're talking about digital transformation, it's not about the digital tools itself, but how these digital tools could help the acceleration of the whole transformations. And the original intent to transform the education sector could be possible in a much faster timeline. So yeah, I think that's why the digital transformation become necessary in this context. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, one of the reasons we were excited to have all three of you on the podcast is that you represent different but complementary functions. So, you're representing operations, product, and technology. You started telling us more about your roles, but looking across all three functions, how do they work together to create successful outcomes? And would digital transformation be possible if one of these elements were missing?
So can you repeat your last question?
Would digital transformation be possible if one of these elements would be missing?
Want to start?
Yeah, I can start. When we're talking about the development of government app, government technology, most of the time, I mean, I'm coming from the operational perspective. Most of the time, we're talking about how we should design the product, how we should put the apps in a reliable infrastructure. And then the discussion stop where the app already launched or the platform already launched. And when we're talking about how government launch something, yes, you can have a big number of adoption most of the time because you are the government. You can like just ask people to use it, but the problem is, do they have a meaningful adoptions? And I think that's where the operational side in supporting this tech ecosystem become very important to ensure that it's not only the product get launched to the public, but we maintain and nurture the community of users across the different areas to contextualize the platform to their daily needs. For example, in the context of educations, we have like more than 1,000 community leaders across the country that help us, do a small learning sessions together with teachers, trying the apps together, and to ensure that they know how to use the features and how to connect these features to their daily learning processes. And that is very important because when we just release a product and without those week by week interventions, they don't really have a strong ownership to the function of the product itself. And maybe after 2, 3, or 1 year, the product will be, like, for the user will forget like how to use it if we are not like trying to integrate the functions with their the context of their daily needs. So that's from operational perspective, to build a connection between the product and the user itself. Maybe Daffy and Samsi will bring different perspective from product and technology.
Yeah, I think to shortly answer your question, no. If one of the function is missing, then we're not going to have a meaningful adoptions. I think from the product perspective, what is the difference between building products on the private sector and government sectors are the end user. Usually, where when you're in private sector, the end user is only one, which is your target market. But in the government context, we actually have two. So the first priority is the end user, the public that we're serving. The second one is actually the policymakers, right? Because at the end of the day, they need to be responsible for every public services that we are given. So from the product side, it's quite a unique perspective when you need to meet halfway between the end user and as well as the policymakers, and how you create a loop where it would reinvent itself, right? Because the policymakers would create regulations and it got implemented, and then there will be feedbacks from the publics. And what is important from the product side is try to capture all these feedbacks and becomes an input in the next regulations. So I think from the product perspective, that is quite an important aspect. And we, after all of that loop becomes an ecosystem and a system of a mindset within the government, we ask the technology side to implement it.
Aligned with what Duffy mentioned before, I think personally, I believe that we in technology team can create whatever we are asked to do. But from technology perspective, we need to understand what benefit user most, because we try to focus on the users, and using technology we can try to solve the problem. How to formulate the problem, how to design a solution to the problem. Of course, the technology side will require help from the product perspective, because the product design, it's the one that will be the foundation of how we can create the solution itself. And then after we have the solution, we believe that operations will help us to do the operational of the product itself, because the product without the operational side will be just a product that no one use. In that case, that operation side will help to uh, get the early adoption, maintain the adoption, scale up the product, get the user feedback, and then coming back to the product to have the iteration for the next cycle, and then after that come back to tech to improve the technical solution, and then going back to the operation. So I think it's cycle, and three of these components will help each other and complement each other in that way.
Very interesting, thank you. So all of you were working in the private sector, which often operates differently from government institutions. So how would you compare the approach to advancing priorities and delivering outcomes in the private sector versus the public sector?
Coming from private sector, I think we we see how in the private sector it's all financially driven by the outcome of the product itself. When we talk about the product, when we talk about the operation, when we talk about the tech in the private sector, we always talk about the revenue. At the end of the day, it's all about the revenue, how the business model and how it works in terms of coming into the financial aspect of the entire system. But entering the public ecosystem, I believe I personally see the change of what kind of outcome we want to get from our product, from our tasks, from our works in this kind of sector. For example, we don't care about what kind of benefits in terms of financial benefit that get back into the organization, but we talk more about what kind of outcome or value that we can deliver for public, how the good or benefit of the product itself or the solution itself can go into the citizens and all the users in the national in Indonesia, how we can target most of our users, especially in educational sector, and how we can improve the learning process, we can improve the literacy, we can improve the quality of every individual. So we talk more about the good aspect of the individual and how we can build the nation using that kind of improvement. And it's not, we don't consider the financial aspect of it. Of course, we will consider how we can do it more efficiently, how we can have low investment in terms of getting the most value, but we try to put it not as our top priority, and we put the user and the public as our number one priority in terms of designing the solution.
Yeah, I think adding to that from a product point of view, again, the major difference that I felt when coming into this is that there's so much emphasis on the government sector for policy and regulations compliance, right? So when private sector, you just look for something that is more financial motivated. In here, there are two things, right? Regulation compliance and actual feedbacks from the public regarding the service. So what you need to think about, I think the biggest challenge would be there will be a time where you understand that the old policy is not relevant anymore, but at the same time it gives constraints to what kind of product you can develop, right? So it becomes an issue where the choices are, should I change the regulation first, or should I just adhere to the current regulations because the government needs to still supply the public services, right? And that's where we see that technology, product, operations, and regulation should come hand in hand rather than someone is leading the other, so that it creates a whole perspective, a generative feedback where say, okay, we need to change the policy, then these are the transition plans to reach that policy regulations, and these are the plan for the implementations on how you renew the policy, right? So those feedbacks are important, and there's an additional loop of policy regulation that I haven't experienced before in the private sector. I think that is the major difference.
Yeah. What is the most significant difference is, I think, the price to implement a user-centric process and development. Why I'm saying that? I mean, when you work in the private sector, when we're talking about user-centric process, and everyone will agree, okay, let's just do user-centric process because they are our audience, they are our user, they are our market, so we need to serve what they need. But when we do the development in the government sectors, you have a lot of top-level leadership that they have their own vision. And for decades, for a long time, the way they work is just say that I want to do this and please make it happen. Meanwhile, when we're talking about user-centric process, you need to have a capability to listen to the needs of the people and translate those needs into the product or also the operational side of it. For example, when we're talking about user-centric process, right? And when we deploy this tech platform, a lot of user might have like complaints or problems while using it. Then we need to establish the customer service to support the user when they have problems. It seems simple when like, okay, this is a number, you can just call the customer service, but on the back end or behind the stage, behind the process, you really need to orchestrate like a huge amount of alignment between different directorate general, different working team, different bureaucrats, to ensure that we can deliver and fix the problem within, like a very short amount of time to meet our SLA, for example. I mean, in private industry, that's I think kind of simpler to do, but in bureaucratic process, that's complex because you need to like get their buy-in to do things as fast as possible, and yeah, I think that's the differences. Yeah.
All right, so thank you all for sharing your insights and experiences today. It's been a fascinating conversation about digital education, digital transformation, and all the importance of bringing together operations, tech, and products. Sorry. So thank you to our listeners to join us today, and we hope you enjoyed the discussion. See you next time.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have some things exposed, so yeah. I don't know, just
It's okay.
yeah, I think it's okay because also like I don't know. You did it? Well done. All right.
I'm back.
You're back.
Oh wow. Okay.
Who you brought with?
I brought trouble. Is what I brought.
Long time no see. Good to see you. How are you?
Okay. So what are we? What's the setup here?
Like fluidly.
Fluidly. What?
But I guess.
Yeah, actually, I like that. I like that because we're gonna have a bench and more people are gonna be coming, as long as it doesn't look too empty right now. How's the? We're gonna get.
We will talk later. Yes, this is.
Oh,
Yes.
amazing! Thank you.
Just, so.
Was it, they told me.
No.
Oh, it's another thing.
Yes, it's another thing. So.
Interlude. Yes.
Yes. Just. No, I think.
Nick, you get to hold the mic.
I get to hold the mic. Why do I hold the mic, Derek?
We're live, but not live.
I'm live and not live. Great. Hello.
You know what? I'm gonna sit here with you. All right. How are we looking there, guys? Everything good?
The camera has no battery, but like the audio is good.
I have no camera. I mean, it might be for the better. I mean, we're not the best looking guys, I guess. I don't know. Sorry, we're just gonna get our tech stuff figured out. Should I just go ahead, guys, or what's the? Just go for it. All right. Welcome back, Derek here from Civic Punks. Hopefully you had a good morning so far with all the different podcasts. I'm here with a good friend of mine, Nick. Who are you?
Yeah. Hi, Derek. It's great to have you back in Berlin. Thanks for stepping by. Thanks for coming back to Creative Bureaucracy. Yeah, my name is Nicholas. I work as the head of Smart City and Government Innovation at City Lab Berlin. So I work with Berlin's Government Innovation Lab and Public Innovation Lab. And yeah, we are a place where we try out new ways to work in the administration, where we are developing digital prototypes. We work with data, we work with AI, we work on bringing Berlin's administration into the future.
And one of the things I love about swinging by your office is I feel like every time I come, you guys are doing something new and exciting. And I had a chance when I was there last night to talk to Ben, who's the founder, I believe. And one of the things that we talked about was this work that you're doing around agentic AI. And so I promised him I'd ask you about this and dig into this with you. So what is it that you guys are doing with agentic AI?
So basically, the term agentic AI, you might want to explain it, right? Like the idea that you create AI agents that basically do work for you, right? Basically not by just prompting a large language model to do just things like one by one, but really automate processes using an AI agent. And since about a year, there's a big discussion about how this could potentially transform government. Like, for example, by using AI in the context of social services, by when normally you would fill out a form and ask for social benefits, for example, you could tell your agent like, "Hi, I want to apply for this. I want to apply for the service. Like, can you please help me in filling out the forms and doing everything for me to get it?" And then the agent would run it for you. That was basically the idea behind the project, that we wanted to explore how can we use agentic AI in government. There was also like an interesting paper last year on the agentic state that I think will also be presented here at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. That basically the idea was exploring how we can use agents to make government processes more efficient and to make the interaction between citizens and the government or the administration more efficient. So we started this project actually with a cooperation with Google.org, so the foundation of Google, that funded us for this project, and we thought, okay, we want to try this out in the context of basically a complex interaction between citizens and the state. And we picked and now I'm struggling for the word. What's it? Like the application for basic support when you're of age in Germany. When you're basically 60 or older, you have the right to basic support. If you are let's say if your pension doesn't suffice for supporting your livelihood, you can apply for basic support from the state.
It's like a state pension.
It's not like a state pension. It's like it's Grundsicherung. So basically, it's like it's literally that you are able to afford the bare minimum. I think they define this as like something like 1,200 euros, but please don't name it down the exact number. That you need to sort of live in Germany. If you get a little pension, but that doesn't suffice, you can apply for the basic support. So they push you up to that level. Because of the nature of this application, it's rather complex, right? Because they need to find out what money do you still have, what is your income. They need a lot of information from you, and you need in order for you to be able to apply for this money. So it's and on top of that, you need to do this application once per year when you receive basic support. Grundsicherung is the German word for it. And so there's a really sizable number of people in Berlin who are applying for this. And so we thought, can we explore how this could maybe be done by AI agents, or at least how we can use AI to make this more efficient?
Okay, so this idea is that, okay, I'm a person, I need to apply for this thing. I can then go to your app that you've developed and basically put in my information into it, and then it applies for me. Is that correct?
There's different ways that was the background idea behind it. There's different ways we now are exploring how to do this. So can we, for example, have a chat interface where you tell, for example, a chatbot, hey, I want to apply for this, can you help me with it? The problem with that, and that's the work we're doing now, going back and forth, doing user research, but also checking out how the application is currently done. For example, people do not want to actually go and just talk to a chatbot because they want to go back and forth between and actually see what they put in. So we sort of went away from the idea of completely replacing the form. You're still filling out a form. What we are currently working on, though, is to create a wallet where you put in all your information, right? And then you could have an agent that goes and takes the information from the wallet, puts it into the form, so you can then check, is all my data entry correct, and then send it off.
I mean, I don't know why, but the idea that's coming to my head is, how sometimes Google or something will have memory of stuff that when you do form fill outs, and you click on the form and it'll be is this what you want? And you can just click it and it'll automatically fill in that. Is that kind of what you're thinking of potentially? Something like that?
Yeah, that could be a potential solution that we would end up with. It's an exploratory project. So at the moment, we have first prototype that we presented at our summer conference last week. But we're still working on improving that. And basically, the active part of this project is less than 6 months at the moment. So still a lot of work ahead of us.
I have to say that when I talked to Ben about this last night, the thing that really stuck with me is one of the challenges to the agentic state idea, or having AI agents do stuff for you, is the idea that government data is a mess and isn't well organized, and it's in different places. And so setting up an AI agent that can call from the registries within the government is actually really complex and hard, particularly in a country like Germany that's so decentralized in terms of how you've set things up, and different departments have organized their data sets in different ways. And Ben's point was like, we just get people to input the data themselves. And I'm like, oh, right. You don't need to have the primary source. It doesn't need to be the exact, it could be a picture of the passport as opposed to the passport itself. And so what this does is it allows people to create their own personal wallet, digital wallet on their phone or computer, whatever it is. And then from that digital wallet, the AI agent that you're creating will use that data with permission from the people to be able to access their own data and then on their behalf go and do services. That's the idea, correct?
That's pretty much the idea, exactly.
So one of the things that's interesting, if it's just one process, it's almost easier for them to fill it out themselves than to use an AI agent. I think the value is when you start looping together a bunch of different services, then all of a sudden you can start linking them together, and that's where you start to get the value, I think, out of these things. So what services are on your horizon? So you've got this first one. I guess the goal is just to get the first one out the door. Is there other ones that you have sort of in waiting that you're like, this would be our next one that we would do?
We don't have any specific services at the moment that we sort of circled, because we always do that, of course, with the administration here in Berlin that deals with them. So if I now announce any, some people will get on my back and say hey, we never talked about that. But of course, this goes for we picked a rather complex service, and maybe to explain as well why we picked this particular service. We actually visited the people in the different districts in Berlin who are dealing with these applications, right? And a lot of it is still nowadays done on paper. You see piles of paper in the offices. I don't know the exact percentage number, but I think something like 60% of these applications are not complete when they're submitted. So basically, they're getting submitted. The civil servant who's dealing with the application has to go back to the citizen who applies and ask them for more information. So it's not an efficient process at the moment, and there's a lot of efficiency gains. And because, as I said, you need to reapply for these benefits once per year. You have several 100,000 applications each year going through. So there's a big potential for it. So the idea, of course, for a start, for these people who who do receive these benefits already, it would be so much easier if, let's say, for next year, they could just have the agent ask you, is the data still the same as last year? Okay, click yes, and then it will be the application would simply be resent, submitted a second time. So already there's a huge efficiency gain. Of course, you could once you have the system in place, you could apply to different applications. Let's say in Germany you have Wohngeld, so the application for living support. We don't have enough money. That would be a social service that we could improve. But even, let's say, for something like applying for a new passport or applying for a parking permit within the city, once you have sort of a system in place, there's many applications you could look at and that are from different complexions. But for the moment in the project, we're looking at this one, and we're cooperating there not only with the Senate Chancellery in Berlin, but also with the Senate Department for Labor and Social Affairs. So we really try to develop it, not just at City Lab without talking to civil servants. We really do this exchange with the people who are actually in charge of it.
Well, actually, that's going to be the question I was going to ask you: is what has been the conversation with government and the relationship with government, different levels of government, been like through this process?
Overall, it was a really positive experience. We got the buy-in from the Department for Social Affairs. They were really keen on looking at this application and the services to make them more efficient. When we talked to the people in the districts in Berlin, it was you could really feel that there's a need to address this, because as I said, lots of this work is still done on paper. It's a super slow process. So the fact already that someone's looking at it, right, and is taking this concern seriously and is really looking at the process and sees like how does it work currently and where are potential efficiency gains. Already that is like we received a lot of positive feedback for that.
So where exactly are you in the process now? So you're at 6 months in, you're doing user testing, is that correct?
Yeah, we're actually doing user testing all the time, and that's part of our work. So we did user testing already, like by asking people to show us how they go through the application, so just to understand it. We did user testing with the first wireframes. We now have a first sort of clickable prototype for the application that we are also testing. So it's part of our process to like again and again go back to users and see that we adjust our development and also learn just from these user tests.
So what's the next step? Where's what's the timeline, your aspirational timeline right now?
So overall, the project is running for 2 years. We had a very intense phase in the first 6 months now, because we also had personnel support from Google.org. So we worked together with some developers from their team. So this is how we like managed to put together this prototype so fast. Once we completed this phase, which will be by July, we will like take a step back and see like where we can take the prototype further, like which direction we should move with it. So we're not there yet. Overall, this project runs for like 2 years. So the aim is really at the end of the 2 years have an agentic solution that we could potentially deploy. But truth to be told, there's one thing, of course, developing, and we all know that, right? Developing a tool for digital administration. There's another one deploying it and using it in real life, and that we will see at the end of the 2 years if we can like move towards that direction.
Amazing. So is there a way, if people like myself are super interested and want to be kept in a loop, is there a way we can follow along in your journey?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you can follow the CityLab newsletter. We once a month we give out all the news, and also with a focus on this project, of course, like how it's going. We just presented the latest state of the project at the CityLab Summer Conference. The videos of that will also be uploaded fairly soon on our YouTube channel. We also have an Instagram where at CityLab Berlin, where you can also follow our activities. So follow us on the socials.
I love that you guys are using Instagram and videos. We want to do more of that type of stuff. I want to shift gears a little bit. We're at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. You've been to a bunch of these now. How many have you been to so far?
Yeah, I was wondering like how many festivals I went to. I think including the online one, it must have been 7 or 8. I was actually at the first festival in 2017. Yeah.
We had Charles on earlier, sort of reflecting on his experiences with the festival, and Johanna as well was here. What have been some of your favorite memories of your time at the festival?
Like, I think actually the very first festival is the one that stuck with me even the most. That was still back in Humboldt University. It was organized by Tagesspiegel. And back then it was really sort of grassroots. So they really got like different communes and different places to like submit their ideas. And it was like lots of like little workshops and sort of smaller talks. And it was a big energy because also this like term was so new. But what I really liked about the festivals in the last year was it became more internationally renowned, and that there's now so many people actually traveling to Berlin, like yourself, right, for the festival, and that brings an entirely different atmosphere into this debate. It's not like a German festival; it's really like an international festival where you can like exchange with civil servants from all over the world, and really also like get this feeling like, look, we have so many ideas here in the room, but we also face the same challenges. Like no matter if you're in Canada, in Tokyo, in Kenya, or in Berlin, like we all in public administration have very similar challenges, and so we need all the creative ideas from all around the world to solve them.
It was interesting. I remember a conversation I had here, speak of the international piece, I think 2 years ago, and it was a bunch of us, and we had a whole discussion about the housing crisis. Because all of our countries are going through a housing crisis. And I remember there's a couple of us Canadians talking about the housing crisis, and Yogesh from Singapore, he was like, I don't understand. You have land. You have so much land. Because Singapore has a housing crisis, and their crisis is there's no land, and so they're literally building into the sea. And he's like, how do you have a housing crisis? And it was just like this like shift for me of like, oh, right. Well, I mean, it's policies and all this boring, stuff that's causing us not to be able to build houses. But what the housing crisis means in different places is dramatically different. And I would never have known that unless you have a space like this to bring international people together. A question I have for you that I've always wondered is, so this festival has both the English stream but then the German stream. You can jump, and I imagine do jump between both the English and the German streams. Is there a difference, do you find, between those different streams, or how does that relationship work?
I think like from the topics, it's similar. I think, of course, like there's some specifics in German administration, right? German administration is very much like based in its silos. There's a lot of talk about specific topics like how to write a proper public tender and how to like get out of sort of the Prussian way of running administrations. And you could see that this is more represented in the German talks, of course. But generally, there's the same spirit in both streams. And yeah, I like that I can like sort of benefit from getting internationals in and also like learn from my German colleagues here.
Amazing. How are you feeling today? What have you noticed so far? I mean, we're a couple hours in, still early in the festival, but is there anything that's jumped out at you from today?
Not so far. Like, I mean, I immediately like got here and had so many conversations with people who I see again, who I meet again. So I'm looking forward to the Academy stream where I will be part of a session at 12 o'clock. So I have to run after this interview. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Academy sessions, which will be on public vitality and how civil servants can deal with these the challenges of the current day, including the challenges to democracy. Already yesterday, I was at the speaker reception here at the CBF, and I really, really enjoyed listening to Audrey Tang there. Like, she has such good energy, and she was just like, yeah, just get people in, try and get civil servants like into digital development, empower them. And what I really liked was her idea of basically saying, look, what we did is we got people into hackathons, and if the idea of the hackathon failed, like people were anonymous, it didn't matter, it was just a hackathon, they just tried it out. But if their idea succeeded, they made it that the result would be implemented as national policy. And so it was basically like you could only win. Like you could either like just do an event and whatever, if you fail, but if you win big. And I really like this idea, right? She really like showed us how we can empower individuals without like shaming them if they fail.
Yeah, I'm such a huge fan of Audrey Tang. It's one of the things that, I mean, the only downside is last night there's too much going on. There's 3 different events. So I was actually at City Lab last night when you were talking to Audrey Tang. So Paul is brand new here. I'm going to quickly duck out because there's a couple people I think I need to rope in for speaking in a sec. But what I thought could be interesting is, Nick, if you could give tips to Paul about his first ever festival. What should he know about this festival?
It's your first festival and you already got the scarf.
Somehow.
No, I think really what makes the Creative Bureaucracy Festival for me unique is the opportunities to connect to different people, right? Like it's like, of course, it's juxtaposition of like creative and bureaucracy, which makes people always smile. But you really have like so many people from around the world here that bring their ideas on how to live bureaucracies differently and how to like deal like with new ideas in a very like sort of very bureaucratic and slow system, and how to get around these. And what my advice would be, talk to as many people as possible, go get inspired in the sessions, but between those, like, try and talk to as many people as you can.
Also, I'm just learning in real time that Audrey Tang is here, and I'm having a bit of a fanboy moment because it's Audrey Tang, and that's a pretty cool person to be. So, I would just absolutely echo, so far just wandering around the festival, I've been mostly around the tent here, our event, and so I haven't had a chance to see as much of the stage work as possible, but just what an amazing group of people here. But, the theme that I would absolutely echo is that over and over again, I'm seeing public servants coming into the space, feeling discouraged, feeling frustrated, but seeing something and getting that spark, and I think it's just absolutely essential for the hard, slow systems change work that is government, to rejuvenate. You have to fill the cup up sometimes. And so that's been really exciting to see. What are some of the things that have been your favorite events? Like this is my first one, but what are some of your favorite moments that you've seen here at the festival in previous years?
I think it was sort of the connection between the people here in Germany and the international people that came by. Like last year, I saw I forgot what her last name was, like Tamara, who was a digital minister in Montenegro, right? And then she went to California. She brought such an energy here, and that I love to see how because I work with City Lab Berlin, right? So I work a lot with the civil servants who work in the city here, and I can sometimes see people who work in a district office here, right? So they're not really close to the international topics that sometimes get represented here, but you could really get them see them get inspired and learning something and taking something out for their everyday work. And I think already the fact that this festival is really appreciating and celebrating bureaucrats or civil servants, right? That's such a unique thing. I talked to Monica Barone earlier, the CEO of Sydney. She was super excited walking around here, and she was like, we need this in Sydney, we need this in Australia, because our civil servants, they're doing great work, but they really need to be empowered. And I think this is what this festival is about.
Now, I couldn't make it to the City Lab event yesterday, and I know you've just been talking with Derek for a while, so tell me if I'm going over any familiar territory. But City Lab here in Berlin is a little bit new to me, and I don't understand fully what the service model is and some of the scope of what you do. Is that an organization funded by the city? Is it state funded? How are you operating? What is your mandate?
Yeah, with Derek, we talked specifically about one project that we do, so we didn't actually do the general introduction, so it works. So City Lab Berlin is Berlin's public innovation lab. So we do a lot of the work both with the public, but also with the public administration in particular on digitalization, on digital projects, but also on looking at work processes and how they work and how we can improve them and also really bring a new way of thinking into it. We are not a part of the public administration. We are run by the Technologiestiftung Berlin, the Technology Foundation Berlin, with funding by the Berlin Mayor's Office. So it has sort of the downside that we do not work in the government systems, but it gives us a bit more leg room, I would say, to operate as we may, because we have project funding. So we can also sometimes we have funding to work on projects that we think are necessary, or that we also feel that there's something to explore here. And not every project has to be based on a direct sort of tender by the government, or by a direct contract with the administration. We really have also the space to explore, which I think is really important for the concept of a lab.
Well, I think it's deeply true that you can't buy innovation through a public tender. That's just an impossible journey. Because innovation, is about reorganizing. It's novelty. It's something new that doesn't exist yet, and that can't be bought through, a public process. So I think there's a long history of established institutional organizations creating labs and innovation groups outside of the organization to try and create change and spark change. Often they work, and sometimes you have trouble reintegrating. So I'd be curious, for City Lab, what are some of the things that have worked for you, not in terms of not just creating novelty or new ways of doing things, but actually getting those absorbed back into the institution? What's been some of your success stories?
Yeah, I think it has been our biggest challenge in a way. What we found is, or what I think was good about City Lab, was that we, from the very early on, had also the political support. So not only the support sort of in the people working on the working level in the administration, but also from a state secretary who championed us in the beginning, and who also got us in touch with other people in the political leadership that really helped. What we noticed is really you need those two things together to succeed. It can't be only a political project, because then you lose people on the working level. But it also can't just come from the civil servant side, or only from the working level, because you need the political support to actually succeed in creating permanent projects. Since we develop digital prototypes, getting things to run sort of in the long run has been our biggest challenge so far, right? Because we need to integrate them into IT systems, and the IT service provider in Berlin has been struggling with that a little bit. few of our projects that are still running and that have actually quite a lot of users are, of course, Geest and Kiez, which is an app where you see all the city trees in Berlin and you can mark when you watered them. Our most recent publication, or our most recent product, which we're really proud of, is Bear GPT, which is a secure AI assistant for Berlin's administration, which has 15,000 users by now. Has had a good uptake in the administration, so over 10% of Berlin's administration has an account there and is using it at the moment. And we're really proud of that, because it took us about a year to develop it and to also get it in. And again, we had the support of the people in the Senate Chancellery who are in charge of digitalization and AI. We really developed it together with them. We did a lot of user tests while we developed the product. But we also had the political support of the state secretary at the time for digitalization. She was really she was really convinced we need an official AI assistant for the administration to work with, and so those two factors working together, like us working closely with the working level of the administration, but also having a political champion who really supported introducing this, really made it possible to introduce this within a matter of months.
I don't think that in most city governments 10% of employees use their own corporate intranet. So I think if you've gotten a chat agent adopted by 10%, that's a huge outcome. So one of the other areas that I'm curious about is, looking at City Lab, how are you staffed? What kinds of people work there? What kinds of capabilities and skill sets do you bring?
So we started City Lab in 2019 with 6 people. I actually joined in 2020. And from the beginning, what was sort of an important part of our concept was that we had sort of all the different aspects of an innovation process represented in our people. So we actually had some discussions also back then with the people who helped fund us, like, shouldn't you just, I don't know, write out tenders and get other people to do stuff for you, and only basically do project management and organize some events, only be a showroom for all the government innovations that are from the city. And what we said was, no, what we need is an organization that can implement stuff. So we can talk about things, we can develop concepts and so on, but we also need to be able to implement things. So from the beginning, we had a designer and a service designer working at City Lab. Already part of our first staff was an event team, and also a developer who was able to do web development. By now we're 50 people, and we still have a fairly similar composition. So we have a team of service designers, of UX designers. We have a fantastic development team of front-end and back-end developers, but also political scientists like myself and project managers who just understand how administrations work and can sort of do this bridge between the digital development and the administration. But the idea really is that we can do an entire innovation process in-house, from sort of events where with our event team, we organize a yearly summer conference, for example, for around 1,000 people that took place last week. But we also organize regular meetups, last night. You said you were there, right? You tried. I didn't get. Yeah, Derek said he was there. Last night we had a meetup together with Apolitical, where we got different civil servants in touch. So we organize these meetups where people can meet and discuss new ideas. We have service designers who can really look at government processes and see how can they be improved, or what could be potentially also digital solutions that would improve them. And then we have also the digital team that can develop prototypes, develop products that we then put into action and actually get out there to the people and test them as well.
That leads into something else that I think is really interesting about innovation in the public sector space. And I think when you think about the traditional city hall building, while it is the people's building, it's really the employees' building. And there's usually security in front, and there are all kinds of barriers to entry, and governance barriers to entry and security barriers to entry. The citizens don't usually enter the building, yet we're designing services for citizens, for people. And I'm curious, because you have a physical space that's separate, and you are in that lab model, what do you think the advantages are of being arm's length, having a physical space, in that you can't really build a digital product for people if people aren't engaged in the design process? And what kinds of advantages of having that unique space that's outside of the traditional government building with all those barriers? What does that bring to you?
Yeah, we are. So City Lab Berlin is not only a concept; it's a physical space. As you said, we're based in the former Temple of Airport complex. So in a historical building, also with all the challenges of being listed as a building, so of heritage protection and not being able to change everything we want. But it's a really nice space, and we from the beginning the concept was also that it would be an open space where citizens can go in and out and also take part of in our innovation processes. The reality was that, of course, like people are not, or very rarely, randomly stepping by. So that we sort of revised, but we still have an exhibition space where you can get to know our projects, where you can learn about our projects. We actually have. You can actually sign up for this exhibition if you want to like do a tour there. You can just come by. We because we have this space, we get regular visitors from like different delegations. So we get input from like international visitors and so on. But we noticed that also what we need is like to get more in touch with the people sort of who would be passes by, who would step by into our offices. So we actually have a project called the Kiez Labor, which is our sort of local city lab where we go into different parts of Berlin, like a local Berlin area is called the Kiez. So that's why it's a Kiez lab. So we have basically a built-out shipping container that we turned into a mobile innovation lab and a cargo bike for like smaller events, so where we can like use it to basically open up shop like at a place, like take some like digital tools with us, but also just be also there with physical prototyping, doing placemaking workshops, really trying and engaging with local actors in different parts of Berlin to support participation processes and to also like get sort of the people's voice back into our work.
I think it's just so important to break down the barriers between citizens and government and engage. I think just having physical spaces and the ability to move your physical space out into the community is essential. I guess a final question that you know, you're literally just setting up every question I have. This is perfect. So clearly we have common minds on this. When you think about project intake and how you identify and prioritize the work you're going to do, you've got a team of 50. You know that there's a lot of work you can do. How do you identify projects? Is that coming from the city, saying here's our problem, here's our challenge, or are you going into the city and identifying those problems within the organization, or is it a combination of both? How do your projects come to you?
Yeah, it's a combination of both. So we started actually like back in 2019, 2020. The people in the city didn't know us that well. I think some of them also didn't take us that seriously. So back then we were like, okay, we're gonna identify opportunities ourselves, and we basically went through the Berlin data sets and like saw what we can do with the data. But nowadays it comes more towards us. So we have requests from civil servants to say like, hey, I have an idea. I want to like improve this process. I want to work on this service. Like, can you support us in that? We sometimes also see opportunities, like for example with the entire generative AI boom, so to speak. In 2023, we ran workshops with the administration where we said like, what are problems you want to solve using AI? What are the opportunities of this new technology in a way? And that's where we also developed then project ideas that we actually implemented. So back then, the idea came up of a specific AI assistant that could be used to answer parliamentary questions. So basically, we it was like in 2023, that was still state of the art. Nowadays, it wouldn't be so complex. It doesn't sound so complex anymore. But we actually used the data set of all parliamentary questions in the Berlin State Parliament and made it available through a RAG system, so augmented generation system, and we opened it up for a search. So basically, under parler.berlin, which is the website that we launched back then, you can like ask the system a question. Let's say like how many schools do exist in Berlin or so, and it will query all the parliamentary questions and have been answered in Berlin State Parliament. In the last 4 years, it have been around, I think, 14,000 or so. And it will give you an answer based only on these files. And back then, that was a really cool tool. And I mean, it's still being used today, but because it's a data set of like 12, 14, 16,000 documents, right? Civil servants cannot possibly like have an entire grasp of what's in this like database. So people use it for like their research to like get like an overview what answers are already there, and that helps them to answer new questions that are coming in. And yeah, so this is like a mix. Like sometimes people come to us with these ideas. Sometimes we develop the idea together with different civil servants, and sometimes our team just also has an idea that we then implement and we try and present to the civil servants and see if it sticks.
What is the thing that you are most energized about right now that you would like to bring to Berlin, that your team is just sees as the future, you know it's what should be happening here? What's the thing that you're most excited about or energized about bringing in terms of future change, future innovation?
I think there's two things. Like one is the one that Derek and I already talked about, right? The idea of using agentic AI in government. I don't know if that is the future, but I'm really happy that we're able to explore that at the moment, and that we can see is this going to be the future of sort of statecraft? The other thing that I'm excited about is using artificial intelligence for rapid prototyping. So we came from a position where, as I said, like early on, digital development was super important for us, and we always wanted to realize those tools that people in the administration talked about. We wanted to show them, like, look, you don't need to create the perfect tool and like put it out there, but maybe start with putting together a prototype so you learn what things could look like, right? And back in the days, it took us sometimes 2, sometimes 3 months to put together a prototype. And this is something you can now, when really the idea is not of having a perfect and finalized product, but really having a prototype to like try out ideas. You can do this now using like vibe coding or AI generated coding in like maybe a few hours, or let's say a workshop. And that's something I'm really excited about now, like trying to find ways to realize ideas of civil servants super fast and get them out there without claiming that this is a sort of secure and super perfect sort of product, but have prototypes out there like in a matter of like hours to like see if to validate ideas, to like see if this can be useful, and to sort of get a discussion going and getting a discussion going fast. And I think we're here at the moment where we can play around with this a lot, and I would be excited to like put together some sort of platform where people can try this out as well.
Well, just as we wrap up, I think the point that leads to, that I think is so important for innovation work, is we need to know how to fail. Because most ideas fail in technology. But in government, when we have a formal procurement, we go to tender, we have budgeting, the organization is committed to it. They put $1 million aside, or $10 million aside, or $100,000 aside, said we're going to do this thing. Many of these are bad ideas. You know, as we get into it, it's like, oh, that's not feasible for reasons we couldn't imagine in the boardroom. But as we brought that forward, it just didn't work. And what I love about what you're doing is it creates a safe space to let ideas fail, move along, before we've invested in them and budgeted them and made a public commitment. And that just allows the organization to try more things more safely. I'm going to hand things back to Derek and step out here, but here you are.
Yeah, we're going to do another handoff. First off, Nick, thank you so much for swinging by. It's great to see you again, and we'll see you at the pub quiz.
Yeah, I hope so. I might have to get back home to take care of my daughter, but otherwise, I'll see you there.
Just bring her to the pub quiz. Amazing, thank you so much. All right, we've got 2 new guests. We have a new host and a new guest. So our new host is Lucero. What's that? Lucero. Yeah. It is a super Spanish name. Well, come join us. I'm going to hand the mic over to you. And you have a special guest you brought with yourself.
Thank you. I don't think I was ever called a special guest. Now you're called a special guest because you are a special guest. So thank you for joining us. Okay, thank you for joining us today. And we are. Is this on? So we're gonna talk about like your background, and as well tell me more about like the public administration work that you have been doing. We were talking about how to connect actually the public administration with citizens, and that's something I want to go deep on. But I'll let you introduce yourself now. Tell me where you're working and where actually the challenges that you identify in terms of connecting citizens with public administration.
Okay, I'm Stephanie. I am with EY Consulting, and I do public consulting work. So we're only working with the public sector, but I actually have been working in the public sector myself. So like 10 years ago now, I was in the tax administration in Germany. So it's nice that I can actually now continue working in the public sector, but from a little different side. And I think what we see a lot is what we've been talking about earlier, that there's this divide between the public administration and actually focusing on what citizens need and kind of making public administration more accessible to citizens. Because on one side, we have like a public administration that's very much focused on regulations and just making sure that the processes are followed. But then on the other side, and I think we said that earlier, as a citizen, you can, for example, order food from your phone. But if you, for example, have to submit your taxes, I mean, it's this whole process of submitting your forms, then the administration coming back to you. And it's just, there's this divide about like how our life gets easier and easier every day and faster every day. But public administration can't keep up yet. And I think that's actually one of the things where also the divide is just getting bigger and bigger. I mean, with AI, we can do so many things so quickly, and public administration just at the moment can't keep up.
Thank you for bringing up. And I'm also thinking about the challenges of the cultural organization of this public administration, right? Because the most rapidly the world is going in terms of AI evolution, in terms of AI policy or politics and so on. Also, I have the feeling that the government is really like left behind. So how we can actually handle to cover this breach, how we can push towards like a more faster and innovative public administration itself.
So I think the culture in the public administration is just very much still, well, in the place there where it was, for example, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. But what we're seeing now, and I mean, I know that it's true in Germany, and I think it's probably true in every other administration as well, there's a lot of people who are gonna retire. So we will have this huge shift in how the workforce in the public administration is actually kind of put together. So whereas I don't really know the mean age right now, but it's gonna get so much younger, and I think that's actually now an opportunity that we have to take, because it's happening anyways, right? We can't stop it. It's gonna happen. People are gonna retire. The whole workforce, or like I think half of the workforce, is actually gonna change. So there's this whole new cohort of people coming into public administration. And I think what I saw when I was still in the tax administration is that there are so many people who have like so many great ideas, who want to change things and want to be creative, want to be innovative. But with the culture that we have right now, a lot of times they just can't do it. Like they don't get the space, or like they don't get the trust that they need. And using that momentum that is now created by a retirement wave anyways, I think that's just the right place to start, to do maybe small things, to change things, bring innovative solutions and creative solutions into the public administration, and then just, scale them up and make them bigger.
Maybe have a personal question in terms of like user citizen, because you're German and you know about like this German administration or bureaucratic system. I'm coming from Latin America, and in Latin America, we don't use letters anymore. By the way, context, here actually send letters for everything. So if you ask for, I don't know, like ID, identification, a code or whatever, you have to wait for a letter to come to your place. And in the letter it says you have to wait for another letter who will take that code, and maybe you have to wait for maybe 3 letters until you get what you want to get. And of course, the letter arrives at your place like in every week, you know, so in about a month maybe you get whatever you want. How you as a German, because I'm having like another, you know, completely different perspective as a foreign, so how you as a German have this, how you feel this, like about, you know, if it's okay, if it's all right, you think it's the right way to do the things and you just like follow the data protection, because I know it's a lot about data protection, or you think there is something that it really has to change?
I think, it has to change. Just also because the world is getting faster, right? I mean, everything is just picking up the pace, and letters, they just can't keep up. I mean, it takes, I don't know, 2 days for a letter to arrive, and that's just not gonna cut it anymore in the next couple of years. I do think there are some things that will just have to kind of stay that way, just because of requirements, data protection, you name it. But I would say, and that's not a very satisfying answer, it depends. So there are for sure some things that it totally makes sense to keep them as letters, maybe, but just looking at every process, looking at it like basically every letter you send, and asking yourself like, could that be an email? And if the answer is yes, then let it be an email.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a sharp answer, because it depends. Yes, that's the right answer, and that's the answer we have actually normal in bureaucracy systems, and that's actually how the creative stuff starts, right? Because when you use the "it depends" word, it's actually a key for many windows of opportunities in the bureaucracy system itself. Okay, so thank you a lot for joining us today, and I will look for Derek. Maybe Derek is there. Now Derek's here.
Yes.
Oh, amazing. I was going to be like, can you wrap up in like 5 minutes? But you've already wrapped up. So if you... Oh, look at that. Efficiency.
Super, yeah, because we were talking about, bureaucracy and efficiency.
Bam. Okay. All right. Okay. Can I give it to you 5 seconds?
You have, yes. I mean, let me ask you a question. What would your answer be? So does it have to be a letter or could it be an email?
I think she'll be an email. Yeah, I think she'll be like the really should have like a virtual portal platform where you can actually submit the stuff. You don't need to wait for a letter. With this, I say goodbye.
I love it. I love it. Okay. Well, we're gonna do a transition into another fun group of people. And it's gonna be we're gonna mix a bunch of people together. So come sit down. Welcome to the Civic Punks podcast studio. However long you got. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. I think we'll do 10 or 15 because Futuro Publico, for those of you listening, Futuro Publico is coming on shortly. But you've got me again, Derek, here at Civic Punks, and I've got 3 new friends. I'm going to hand them over to do quick introductions.
Hello, everyone. My name's Brenton Caffin. I'm the co-founder of States of Change.
Hello, my name is Anne Franciscus and I work for the Luxembourgish Ministry of Family Affairs for Intercultural Living Together.
Hello, I'm Mathieu and I founded Bureau, which is a platform supporting civil servants in Czechia.
Amazing. Well, we're all here at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival, and I think that's where I want to start. What has been something from this morning so far that has been something that is really sticking in your minds?
I love the fact that our colleagues in Berlin basically copy-pasted our claim from last year, and that is creative bureaucracy, stronger democracy. Our idea was a bit wider. I think that if we are able to get more capacity or maybe more competence into the civil service across the globe, I think we can strengthen our democracies. And I know there's some words that are maybe overused a bit, but it's only the institutions we have that enable our politics, our decision making, to actually deliver the change that someone promised in an election. So without competent and creative institutions, we can't enact the change that people voted for. And without that, we can't have trustworthy democracy. So I think people around here, people like you, and the 2,000 people around here gathered, are a vital part of trustworthy and working democracies across the globe.
So, and this is your first time here, correct? How are you feeling? What's jumping at you for your first time here?
Yes, I'm very excited that my hierarchy allowed me to come here, so I'm very happy about that. And what is really encouraging this festival, what is it encouraging me to do, is really to pursue this belief that it's not about changing procedures in administrations, but it's re-questioning the necessity of procedures and really thinking about the problem first and then trying to find new solutions rather than trying to adapt existing procedures to something that's really not a problem anymore or the problem has changed.
So Brenton, you're a veteran. You've been here to a few of these. Is there anything that's different about this one that's sticking out with you, or is familiar for you about this one?
Look, I think the familiar bits are, the joy of discovering people who really are passionate about making the public sector work better for citizens, and that fills your cup, and that's the consistent thing. My first Creative Bureaucracy Festival was in 2019, which is the second one. Obviously, we had a few online during COVID. I came back last year, and then I'm here this year. And just hearing all the use cases and the case studies and what people are doing and the spreading of ideas just, fills me with joy. I think that's certainly what's constant. I think what's different this year and last year a little bit as well, but I think it's moved on subtly, is really sort of acknowledging and responding to the moment that we're in. So last year, I think we were still on the backs of Doge and, you know, the sort of the chainsaw approach to, like, you know, changing bureaucracies. And I think everyone here was a little bit in shock and awe of that kind of approach, but recognized that ultimately, well, certainly I and a number of people I spoke to recognized that Doge was possible because we had kind of collectively failed to keep up the sort of innovation effort to the scale and pace that was required. So Doge wasn't wrong in its diagnosis, it was wrong in its what it did about it. And so that's why you've had people like Jeff write Doge done better and a bunch of other things. I think this year it's a sort of similar kind of vibe, which is, you know, not done well, you know, poor public services can undermine the social contract and can undermine people's belief and trust in democracy. And so I think it's a really interesting question for public servants who traditionally do not wish to engage with the political conversation, and yet we actually have a role in maintaining faith in democracy by being administrative actors. You know, we're not being political actors, but we are part of the institutional fabric that gives people a reason to believe in democracy and liberal democracies. So I think the last 2 years, I think we're responding to a moment, and I think that's fascinating. And probably the last thing I'll say is, you know, what stood out for me, we had a bit of a quick cook's tour through a book that Charles and Sebastian have pulled together. This is the book on creative bureaucracy, Where, Next, and How. And there was just a quote that he pulled out from Lisa Witter, our friend from Apolitical and Better Politics Foundation. Thank you. Which was, you know, we don't inherit the world from our forefathers. You know, we borrow them from our children. And so as a increasingly elder sort of statesman in this space, I am thinking about what's our role in this ecosystem. She talked about learning from elephants. What's our role to really genuinely pay some of this knowledge and wisdom forward and to create the space for the next generation to come through?
So looking to this afternoon, and you and I are going to go on a boat cruise together. So there's a boat cruise that we're doing. It's going to be a workshop exploring podcasting in government. Curious, what made you choose to hop on a boat with us, and also a bit about your podcast?
Yes, so I was thrown into the podcasting scene just after a month after I started my new job at the ministry. My two bosses told me you have to do a podcast for cross-border workers, because Luxembourg relies heavily on cross-border workers for all kinds of jobs. And so our program for intercultural living together also targets those cross-border workers. And yes, at the beginning was like, okay, why should we do a podcast? Well, they have a lot of time during their travel to and back from work, and what could we do for them? And then we thought about some topics, and then I hired an agency, because obviously I'm not good at cutting things and recording things, and it really became a very fun experience for me, because I hired this agency from Germany, and they came with their podcast van. And then the idea we had is to interview people from different administrations and provide solutions for answers that cross-border workers have in their daily life. So the podcast covers a range of topics like, what do I have to do when I go to take my retirement? What do I have to do if I have kids? And what kind of money can I get? So these different things, but also about, you know, the Treaty of Schengen. How did it become possible that Luxembourg has so many cross-border workers? And I really found it was so nice how the administrations responded really well to the podcast, and we did it in German, so it's already public in German. We had about 3,000 listeners so far, which I was told I was a bit disappointed, but apparently for a government podcast, that's doing really well. So I'm happy, and we're just introducing the podcast in French now, and the range of potential listeners is much higher in French. So I hope that we can, yes, have more listeners, and it's a really fun project, and that's why I want to get on the boat with you, because I have a lot to learn in podcasting.
Well, I mean, apparently I have a lot to learn, because like 1,000 podcast views to be brilliant. 3,000? Whoo! Yeah, you're putting the rest of us to shame. Pretty good. Actually, we were talking earlier, Matt. You also played around with the podcast stuff, and potentially soon.
Well, I need to focus on first things first. I'm running with my team here. We are running a creative Bureaucracy Festival hub in Prague, 6th year edition now. So if we are able to make it right, then I hope podcast will happen to us as well. And if we get 1,000 people to hear it at least once, then that's going to be a great success, of course. And for this year, we wanted to I want to follow up what you just said. We wanted to print a red baseball cap with this sign, "Make Doge Great for the first time," right? Because it's a lot, and the problem is there's a lot in one cap. But I think this is something that it sounds a bit ironic, right? But I think it's the same with the podcast. Like the thing is, for us public service nerds, we're trying to connect the public's decision, what we want to a functioning output, right? And it's too hard. So if we build enough self-esteem, that we're able to even start a podcast that has at least a meaningful impact within the community. You'll be the first one we'll be getting our first lessons from, because we follow you guys, and I admire your work, by the way, Derek.
Well, thank you. It's mutual. Brenton.
Yes.
You are doing something today. I don't think you've done it yet. It's still coming up, or the talk?
Yeah, I'm making a cameo. Yeah, I'm making a cameo appearance in a fishbowl.
Okay, I was going to ask, because that fishbowl is based on something you did yesterday.
Yes.
That I got to take part in a bit. So why don't you talk a bit about what you did yesterday and how it's fitting into today?
Yeah. So we've got a fishbowl at 1:00, and it's talking about training the next generation of civil servants. And this is obviously a question that's very dear to my heart. It's actually the primary reason we set up States of Change back in 2017. States of Change is a global learning collective committed to building the next generation of public innovation and innovators. It was established in Leicester in the UK in 2017. We spun it out in 2019 as an independent not-for-profit. We have a global list of fellows of about 50 who all have been in this space for probably more than a decade each. And we've designed a number of pieces of kit of the puzzle, effectively, from designing competency frameworks that are Creative Commons and that governments around the world can pick up and use, that actually talk about what are the skills and attitudes required for experimentation and public problem solving, through to designing impact frameworks, to setting up labs, through designing curriculum and trainings, and we've run trainings in 20 countries around the world, and we continue to do that. Yesterday's conversation was very much about where to next, and I think there's an interesting question for the public innovation community, which is we kind of need to train up this cohort and the next cohort of public innovators, but we also need to think about how we are also upskilling all of our public servants. And so, how are we engaging with our schools of government and our schools of public policy, and really sort of integrating some of these capability sets into these learnings. So I'm designing a senior executive leadership course for the Australian New Zealand School of Government. That's about leading through exponential change, and it's really about, in a world that's getting increasingly chaotic, how do we strengthen the muscles in anticipation, in experimentation, and in participation? Because my personal view is they are going to be the things that get us through the sorts of major, epochal shifts that we're talking about, whether it's AI, challenges to democracy, climate collapse, you name it. So that's a little bit about what we spoke about yesterday. We're going to do that on the Fishbowl stage at 1. I think not just the individual skills and approaches, but also particularly thinking about senior executives, how are we creating the organizational conditions to enable our teams and our divisions and our organizations and our entire jurisdictions to try things out? How are we creating those enabling conditions? And how, as leaders, are we investing our personal capital to make that change happen? Because otherwise it's reliant on individual bottom-up acts of bravery and heroism. And I think that's not enough for the structural changes that we need to be addressing.
Amazing. Our next podcast is getting lined up here, so we should probably quickly wrap up. So before we go, final question for you. What are you most excited about for the afternoon?
I'm excited to get a chance to speak to Brenton about what he's doing, and I'll do my best to invite both of you guys to Prague.
Well, I'm looking forward to the boat and doing some podcasting.
I am looking forward to going kegeln this evening, which is like Skittles, with some our States of Change family. But beyond that, I'm looking forward to continuing these conversations. And spoiler alert, Derek has persuaded me that States of Change 2 should have a podcast. So watch this space, TBC.
You guys are all excited about the kegling last night. You were talking about it as well. Brilliant. Thank you, all three of you, for coming in and joining us here at the Civic Punks podcast within the live from the Creative Bureaucracy Festival, our first ever time doing a radio show. As you might tell, we're having some technical kinks, so we're going to do a bit of a reset, and hopefully that will get things worked out. And then after the reset, which will be 5 minutes, Alberto, hopefully-ish, 5-ish minutes. So we'll have a recess of 5 minutes. And then next is Futuro Publico, is coming up with a Spanish edition. So definitely check that out. And thank you, and we'll chat with you soon.
De la serie también, ¿no? Como
claro, nosotros estamos
hacerle
acá
ahí un puente y también por lo que ustedes están acá.
Claro, como el contexto que estamos acá es CBF, nosotros como partner regional de CBF vamos a hacer en Santiago el 27, con Suma Trinidad, que es parte del equipo organizador, y en el fondo Trinidad va a dar una charla ahora sobre ciudades creativas, y a mí me toca hablar de
Hola, hola. ¿Quieres sentarte a ser parte de la conversación?
Él ya estaba haciendo parte de la conversación.
Alberto, ¿ya empezamos? ¿Ahí estamos grabando? Ah, bueno. Bueno, ok, bueno. Bueno, estamos acá con nuestros amigos de Unit, que son, la agencia de diseño en este momento más como relevante, diría yo, de Latinoamérica. Están haciendo proyectos súper interesantes. Hemos tenido una serie con ellos que acaba de cerrar. Y nos hemos encontrado acá en el Creative Bureaucracy Festival en Berlín y vamos a hablar un poquito sobre varios temas. Estamos con Nico de Unit y Trinidad también de Unit. Así que, y bueno, Ángela. Sí, ya es una voz conocida. Nada, bueno, bienvenido, Nico. ¿Por dónde empezamos? A ver, ¿qué están haciendo acá?
Quizás como que todas estas cosas que estamos haciendo, ¿qué tiene que ver con qué? Porque siempre bueno, como saben, me imagino la audiencia de ustedes, hicimos esta serie del futuro del diseño público, los desafíos del diseño público en América Latina, que fue muy importante para nosotros porque permitió una conversación como más abierta respecto de cómo se practica el diseño público, entendido como distintas prácticas creativas, podríamos decir, que se aplican a la creación de valor público en distintos contextos, y en particular en América Latina orientada como a abrir la complejidad de los problemas que nos toca. Entonces creo que esa serie fue muy buena porque trajimos perspectivas no necesariamente de practitioners del diseño, sino que más bien de expertos en distintas dimensiones de esa complejidad, como el entendimiento de los sistemas, el problema de la seguridad, en el fondo, bueno, y también invitamos a Charles la perspectiva de qué significa la burocracia creativa en ese contexto. Entonces, eso creo que es un interesante marco para explicar que nosotros además hemos estado desarrollando un proyecto en particular con Sofía, que también fue parte de ese, que lo que busca es hacer un mapa o levantar las prácticas de eso, o las prácticas de diseño público en América Latina. Entonces tenemos una demonstration acá que tiene unos resultados previos de ese mapa, en el fondo, que identifican distintas prácticas, digamos, a través de los países. Básicamente la encuesta levantó más de 300 instituciones, son alrededor de más o menos lo mismo, 300 practitioners. Y lo que es interesante es que uno de los principales insights, después pueden meterse a la página y verlo, pero lo que me parece interesante es que revela que el diseño público, algo que puede ser bastante obvio, pero revela que el diseño público no está contenido necesario en el sector público. Entonces, lo que nosotros hemos llamado como que hay distintas arenas de práctica. Por supuesto, una que es bien principal es al interior de los aparatos, al interior de las burocracias, pero luego también está el espacio de la academia, que es bien particular y que está bien activo en América Latina. Está el espacio del activismo, o cómo el diseño público está vinculado a organizaciones sociales, trabajando, digamos, desde una perspectiva más bottom-up, si se dice como en inglés, pero también desde el sector privado, como empresas como la nuestra, estudios de innovación, estudios de diseño que están desde afuera, digamos, tratando de crear valor público. Entonces, lo que nos interesa a nosotros en el fondo como unit, y ahora que nos llamamos Public Design Unit, lo que nos interesa a nosotros justamente es poder entender el espacio donde estamos trabajando, pero también aportar a que ese espacio se desarrolle, y esa es un poco la razón por la que igual estamos acá, y ahí me callo.
De hecho, acá solo quería conectar con un tema. Estábamos conversando con Charles en la mañana y le lanzamos esta pregunta sobre cómo está representado el ecosistema acá en el Creative Bureaucracy, ¿no? Entonces, y él dijo, bueno, pero acá somos más públicos todavía, como queremos traer un poco más del sector privado, un poco más también de otro tipo de practitioners, ¿no? También que capaz no están mapeados necesariamente y precisamente quiero conectar un poco con esto que mencionas, ¿no? Como estos distintos, que la práctica de innovación, la práctica también de diseño, etcétera, no está contenida necesariamente en lo público únicamente, sino que hay que, digamos, ahí hay que generar estas capacidades como para que permee otras instituciones, otras prácticas, otras personas hacia el sector público y viceversa, ¿no?
Claro, uno podría decir eso como en una doble fase. Yo creo que eso es un poco lo que va a hablar, lo que Trinidad está tocando, porque en el fondo hay un elemento como de la creatividad asociada a la transformación de lo público, por un lado, ¿no es cierto? Y luego está también como en ese contexto lo público trasciende lo estatal. Y yo creo que eso yo creo que es lo importante, porque cuando estamos hablando en nuestra perspectiva, y sobre todo a partir de la serie, ¿no es cierto? Cuando los problemas son complejos, los actores que intervienen en la creación de valor público, de mejorar esas condiciones, son actores que trascienden lo meramente del aparato público, por decirlo así. Y yo creo que eso tiene hartas aristas. Una, es lo que vamos a hablar hoy día, hace un rato más, la perspectiva de cómo crear esas capacidades, que van más allá de crear capacidades en funcionarios, sino que también tiene que ver con crear capacidades de colaboración entre distintas disciplinas y entre distintos sectores. Y luego está lo que va a mencionar Trinidad, que ahora puede explicar un poco mejor, que es cuando el contexto, podría decir, como natural del espacio público, es el contexto de las ciudades. Y ahí la pregunta es cómo desde ahí también se puede generar valor público.
Totalmente, y solamente para contextualizar, pues con Trinidad, yo creo que está esa parte que en la serie no estaba, digamos, como un episodio, pero siempre salía el valor de la cultura, y creo que en nuestras ciudades latinoamericanas, si bien Public Design Unit ahorita es mucho más global, creo que ese sabor es muy, muy importante, y entonces, Cue, quisieran que nos contaras un poco más de esa visión de las ciudades creativas también.
Bueno, primero que nada, muchas gracias. Justamente cuando hablamos de ciudades creativas, quizás si uno le pregunta a los hacedores de política, a los alcaldes, a quienes están a cargo de las políticas de nuestras ciudades, si quieren tener una ciudad creativa, todos te dicen que sí. Pero luego tú les dices, bueno, ¿con quiénes van a trabajar? No trabajan con los creativos para crear ciudades creativas. Entonces, eso yo creo que el rol hoy día es pensar, bueno, cómo integramos y cómo articulamos una conversación en que no solamente esté el aparato público involucrado, sino que también quiénes son los beneficiarios y quiénes
O sea, nuestras ciudades tienen, como dices tú, una gran cultura, tienen un capital subutilizado para el diseño de la política pública también, o para el diseño de ciudades creativas. Y en ese sentido, muchas veces lo que nos toca observar en América Latina y el Caribe, y me imagino que no somos tan originales, que debe suceder en muchos otros sitios también, es que al sector de la cultura o los instrumentos y herramientas de la cultura se los mira o se los considera al final de los procesos como algo simpático, un nice to have, hagamos un mural, traigamos a los artistas que son tan con suerte y no se incorpora esa manera de enfrentar, de alguna manera identificar cuáles son los problemas, identificar cuáles son las vías de solución, también con ese capital humano que cuentan las ciudades que hoy día está subutilizado. Entonces también pensamos que, y de algunas cosas que hicimos en conjunto con UNIT, ahí pudimos también observarlo, cómo esas destrezas, esas fortalezas que trae el mundo de la cultura pueden también desarrollarse en el mundo público. Ayer conversábamos, ya esto es una conversación así un poquitito más lucubrativa, pero si uno mira estas ciudades donde uno está, o las propias ciudades de América Latina, los centros históricos, uno ve que están determinadas por monumentos, arquitectura simbólica, cultural muy importante. Estaban las bibliotecas, estaban los museos, estaban las salas de concierto, porque se entendía que la cultura era parte integral de la formación de los ciudadanos que iban a construir estas naciones. Y hoy día cuando uno mira cómo se construyen las ciudades, hay que buscar con mucha atención dónde están esos íconos de la cultura, que no necesariamente tienen que ser los mismos de hace 100 años, obviamente, pero dónde están, cómo los incorporamos, cómo trabajamos en ese sentido. Entonces yo creo que ahí la articulación, y ese fue el trabajo que hicimos con UNIT, que fue extremadamente interesante, fue no solamente poner al sector público en la mesa, también al sector privado, por supuesto a los representantes del sector, de sectores de la cultura que podían ser más o menos industriales o productivos, y la academia. Y esa articulación que debería ser obvia, no existe.
Y si pudiera agregar, y como tú dices, no es solamente relevante por lo importante que es fortalecer y promover, digamos, la cultura o el sector cultural, sino que también es porque, pensando en los temas que un poco más de este festival, digamos, si nosotros queremos emprender procesos modernizadores que sean apropiados a nuestra idiosincrasia, no pueden estar despegados de, por decirlo así, de una perspectiva cultural para abordarlo. Y que un poco lo que tú siempre dices, cómo la cultura se sienta en el centro de los procesos de modernización e innovación. Y creo que eso es algo, por la riqueza cultural que tiene nuestro continente, es algo que nosotros debiésemos estar muy preocupados, digamos, en el sentido de cómo hacemos, por decirlo así, o cómo avanzamos a una modernidad en nuestros propios términos. Eso, en nuestros propios términos, en el fondo tiene que ver con relevar nuestra cultura.
Y si me permito decir, aquí en toda la política cultural es muy interesante que estemos en Berlín. Digamos que de pronto es una ciudad que después de la guerra no tiene tantos edificios viejos, culturales, es centro histórico, pero sí tiene una política cultural bien interesante, es a través de las discotecas o los clubs. Y el Club Cultura, que entonces se elevó a que las discotecas que abren 24 horas, 36 horas, 72 horas también sean parte inclusiva de cómo se protegen por ley, porque eso también es cultura, eso también trae pues un montón de actividad privada a la ciudad y hace que Berlín también sea como el sitio donde mucha gente va a consumir diferente tipo de cultura. ¿Ustedes cómo ven eso en América Latina? A mí cuando llegué acá me parecía como, no sé si esto se puede.
En los clubes.
Ya está.
No salí más.
Claro. Ahí como en tecno y todo, ¿no?
Pero sabes que yo creo que eso tiene que ver con una larga tradición de Berlín. O sea, Berlín antes de la guerra ya fue el lugar del cabaret, fue un lugar de la experimentación al máximo nivel y donde se experimentó y se abrieron puertas. Entonces creo que Berlín se nutre, como recupera una tradición que viene desde lejos. Creo que en América Latina nosotros tenemos que ver también, bueno, ¿qué es eso que traemos desde nuestras entrañas y que hoy día se reescribe, se reinterpreta, se vuelve a vivir de una nueva manera, más contemporánea? Entonces creo que de alguna manera existe, pero sí tiene que haber, y eso me parece súper interesante de Berlín, tienen que generarse las condiciones normativas, de incentivos, culturales que permitan que esas mismas como vertientes culturales que existen puedan florecer, se puedan desarrollar. Yo, por ejemplo, soy una fanática adicta en los países de América Latina de los mercados. Me parece que la vida sucede en los mercados, la gastronomía, la fruta, la gente, los olores, la música, etcétera. Y creo que varios países han aprovechado esa, por ejemplo, y se podría hacer muchísimo más. La música. La música, bueno, ¿qué le digo yo a los colombianos? Los chilenos son un poquito más tiesos ahí, bueno, pero ahí tenemos otro tipo de música, pero que, o sea, realmente, claro, creo que tenemos un buen fan. Tenemos de dónde tirar, podemos decir. O sea, creo que no hay que inventar, ni copiar, ni sumar cosas que quizás son exógenas, quizás las podemos combinar, porque siempre está bueno. Pero al final lo que queda, lo que arraiga, es lo que viene. Por lo tanto, no me extraña que Berlín, en su versión ya como 5.0, desarrolle esta idea del, ¿cómo se llama el culto?
Club Cultura.
Club Cultura, y tiene todo el sentido del mundo. Si yo hubiese venido a Berlín en 1920,
También me hubiera quedado.
o sea, el Club Cultura yo creo que era, pero
Mucho más.
mucho más. Yo creo que este es un poquitito así tímido comparado con cómo era en ese entonces. Entonces creo que las ciudades tienen una una forma de ser que se puede, están como las cenizas como que van quedando y vuelven a renacer esas cenizas y vuelven a prender esos fuegos que se van de alguna manera acumulando, no desaparecen. Uno cree que esta ciudad la bombardearon y desapareció. La cultura nunca desaparece, encuentra sus cauces y vuelve. Sí, es así, stubborn, o sea, no deja que la terminen.
Y acá tengo una pregunta sobre, o sea, precisamente estamos hablando de cultura, el Club Culture, etcétera. ¿Cómo esa energía cultural se transmite a través de los servidores públicos? Claro, cómo llevar eso precisamente a la política pública, al diseño público? Y,
interesante, porque quizás tiene que ver con lo que iba a hablar antes, o sea, lo que me habéis preguntado al principio, ¿no? Que este tema de creación de capacidades, en fin. Y creo que hay una perspectiva muy interesante ahí. Primera, que ayer teníamos una discusión muy fuerte cuando le ponen le ponen training, que es como entrenamiento. Y en verdad, nuestra aproximación al desarrollo de capacidades está más asociado, diría yo, al learning, como a cómo enfoca cómo aprendes. Y yo creo que hay una tradición en la lógica educacional, sobre todo de la educación transformacional, que viene de, no sé, teóricos como Paulo Freire y aquellos como que hay mucho tema de cómo el aprendizaje, en el fondo, realmente, el aprendizaje práctico, que realmente es efectivo, es un aprendizaje que está basado en tu noción cultural, en tu visión de mundo, en las formas de aprender que están situadas en el contexto de tu práctica. Entonces, ¿por qué digo eso? Porque cuando nosotros enfrentamos procesos de aprendizaje o de creación de capacidades en adultos, por decirlo así, en particular en funcionarios públicos, pero también en quizás funcionarios privados, en general, gente que está trabajando en temas y que necesita como actualizarse, por decirlo así, o necesita aprender nuevas cosas para enfrentar de mejor manera sus propios desafíos, nosotros partimos un poco de esa base. O sea, desde el punto de vista de, por un lado está la cosa más formal, que son los currículum, qué cosas hay que aprender, qué son las cosas necesarias, que están principalmente asociadas a competencias, pero creo que los estilos de aprendizaje y el aprendizaje en la acción, que es mucho de lo que nosotros hacemos, que venimos haciendo desde la época del laboratorio de gobierno y que ahora mucho de nuestro trabajo es eso en realidad, es apoyar a equipos de innovación dentro de municipios y gobiernos locales a poder enfrentar de mejor manera sus temas. abordamos el proceso de aprendizaje desde una lógica cultural y situada en su contexto, que implica, en términos prácticos, conectar ciertos como elementos de aprendizaje con los elementos contextuales de los proyectos en los cuales ellos están trabajando y las prioridades bajo las cuales ellos desarrollan su trabajo. Así que yo diría que es un poco la perspectiva y eso lo hace mucho más interesante para nosotros, porque también cuando entramos en estos procesos de aprendizaje con funcionarios en distintos contextos, nos toca aprender mucho de cuál es la realidad en la cual ellos trabajan. Entonces también se produce una cosa más recíproca para nosotros, así que eso es bien interesante por ese lado.
Y ahora, bueno, estamos hablando de cultura y hay servicio público y bueno, todos estos actores. Y mencionaron también que ustedes son partners de Latinoamérica, del CBF. ¿Cómo se enmarca esto? ¿Cómo llevan este CBF a Latinoamérica? ¿Lo van a llevar? ¿Cuál es un poco la onda de todo esto?
Mira, súper buena pregunta. Yo creo que la respuesta emocional es que nosotros hace 10 años atrás, cuando hicimos el laboratorio de gobierno, y esto ha sido el 2016, fue súper relevante, sobre todo por la solidaridad y generosidad de esta red internacional de la que hoy día somos parte, State of Change, que en esa época, todas estas personas que, Christian Bason, Geoff Mulgan, todos ellos, nosotros hicimos un evento que se llamó algo parecido a Futuro Público, Estado Futuro se llama, hace 10 años y llevamos a toda esa gente para allá y eso fue súper relevante para poder fortalecer la posición del laboratorio de gobierno. Entonces, ahora cuando vinimos el año pasado y estuvimos conversando con Charles y vimos lo que había pasado, aparte el CBF va a cumplir 10 años y nosotros seguimos trabajando, todavía estamos vivos como estudio de diseño y dijimos, tenemos que hacer un evento parecido, pero este evento tiene que ser distinto en el sentido, parecido en el sentido de que es parte como de la misma red, pero distinto en el sentido de que ahora no necesariamente es traer la legitimidad de fuera a lo que nosotros necesitamos en esa época para el laboratorio, sino que es cómo podemos relevar lo que está pasando en América Latina y conectarlo con la conversación global. Y yo creo que ese evento, nuestra intención de hacer este evento en octubre del 27, que es lo que estamos planificando en Santiago, un poco sigue la línea de la conversación que tuvimos con ustedes, esta pieza de investigación que estamos haciendo del mapa, de poder efectivamente trabajar de aquí a ese lugar, y esta es una invitación a todos los que nos están escuchando quizás, cómo empezamos a identificar cuáles son las prácticas, cuáles son las cosas interesantes, cuáles son las líneas de desarrollo que en la región que son de interés de la región y que la región puede aportar a una conversación global y quizás ocupar esa instancia de ese festival para poder celebrarla, compartirla y proyectarla. Así que esa es un poco nuestra intención. Así que todos invitados a participar en lo que va a ser este proceso. Va a ser en octubre del 27.
Trinidad, unas palabras de cierre, como tenemos acá un line-up que está, sí, que...
No, creo que para nosotros es súper interesante estar aquí en Berlín escuchando los casos que vienen de todo el mundo y muchas veces pensamos que América Latina es un lugar para recibir estos casos e inspirarnos, pero creo que el camino al revés también es muy fuerte. Cuando nosotros llevamos nuestros casos a foros en Europa u otros sitios, también el impacto es enorme porque nosotros tenemos que trabajar muchas veces con menos recursos, con problemas mucho más apremiantes y eso hace que la resiliencia, muy latino, tenemos nuestras propias, y eso hace que muchas veces las soluciones que encontramos, nosotros no las miramos con el impacto real que estas tienen. Salir afuera, presentarlas afuera, muchas veces nos hace reconocer incluso la propia innovación que no estamos dimensionando en nuestros sitios, en nuestros países. Y por supuesto, inspirarnos con lo que otros hacen y poder colaborar. Creo que la colaboración también es parte de la innovación y eso es súper interesante. Así es que América Latina, ya le dije, burócratas creativos al poder, alianza para todo, yo creo que eso es muy importante. Así es que una gran iniciativa, creo, poder llevar este festival a América Latina y generar más redes alrededor del mundo.
Muchas gracias.
Buenísimo, muchísimas gracias. Tomémonos un selfie, así como a ver, vamos. No tanto. A ver, 1, 2, 3. Ya. Ah, claro, sí. Ay, a ver, espera.
Gracias. Después la
Ya,
comparto.
ya, se las
Bueno,
mando.
nos vemos más ratito.
Gracias, chicos.
Muchas gracias. Sí. Sí.
Ahí nos vemos.
Muchas gracias.
Ya, dale, Nico. Gracias, chao. Y, a ver, vamos a ver el link.
Pero se puede todos los tres con ropa y ella, porque también, o sea, la conocemos.
Bueno, hablemos todos
Sí,
juntos.
todos
¿no?
juntos.
Ya,
Ujú.
ok.
Ella-
Llámanos a todos. Llámanos a todos.
Hey man, I
Hi.
wanted to still take a photo of your badge so that we
Ah,
can,
yes.
because since you live in Brussels, I mean,
Yeah, let's meet and
all that care. So we were just talking with Unit about creativity, public policy trainings, and I think this crew already has a say into this. So few of you know that I wear double hats today with Futuro Público and also Demos Helsinki. So why don't you? So why don't you briefly introduce yourselves and say what's your session about today here?
Great. Thank you so much. Happy to be here. It's a very beautiful little cottage. My name is Cecilia Hellström. I'm an expert at Demos Helsinki. Been there now for 3 years. And I work quite broadly with well-being in society, both social well-being and ecological well-being. Today we're here with Roope, who can also then present Demos Helsinki a bit more, to talk about care in society and how to reposition care as one of the building blocks in society, from viewing it as something that's only based on economic resources to viewing it as a fundamental piece of how we live together and basically how it runs through the social fabric in society.
Hey, happy to be here. I'm Roope. So Roope Mokka. I'm one of the founders, or one of the two founders of Demos Helsinki. So been there for soon 21 years, which means that I founded it when I was 10. Yeah. Anyhow, we are now some 80 people headquartered in Helsinki, but we have 25 different nationalities working with us. So we work quite globally on social transformations, and particularly the question of how to make them just, sustainable, and joyful. This is a joyful communion gathering here, so happy to be here.
Thanks so much. I've been hearing the word joy a lot around here. It has been permeating, but it's hard to not be joyful in a garden. Hi, everybody. I'm Mylene Garcia. In my, I think, day-to-day work, I have an independent practice where I advise cities. I've been working with different cities around the world and in my own backyard in the United States for probably the better part of the last 15 years. I know that makes me sound like a sage, but I started when I was 10 also.
You have to start so early.
You have to start really, really, really early. But I'm actually here representing humans of public service, and I think we are often focused on what public servants aren't doing or trying to pretend that they're invisible. And this is really an initiative that I've been advising that is bringing the faces of public servants, I think, to the forefront. And a lot of my work, particularly in the last several years, has been around digital transformation, but also how AI is impacting individuals and communities and really putting, a lot of pressure and increased demand, I think, on the heart of people in the way that they work and live. So. Oh, and my session, that was the question, right? Oh, yeah, so I'm doing a session today at 4, and it's about where the good gets done. And really what we're looking at is, again, looking at these human stories. What are these small moments, or maybe big moments, in which people are actually making large impact, and how can we actually replicate that as opposed to anonymize it and keep it in the background? So it's really an open conversation about how that's happening.
Just to say one quick thing, like I virtually met Mei Ling 6 years ago when I was
So wild.
Yes, when I was around Boston, and I was just networking and
You were 10.
Yes, when I was 10, exactly. since we all have a past, you know, so and yes, I mean that's how. Well, yeah, we connected, and then you reached me with Nico.
Yes.
Nico Diaz Amigo is a Chilean working in Syracuse, and we also have an episode with him.
Oh my God,
It was really cool. I mean, this is such a small world. I just wanted to say that. But I just drop a little bit of the idea on anonymization of I mean, this tendency from the public sector that, you know, it's so big, but at the same time, there is this idea that it has to shrink itself, you know, have to be smaller, but not only institutional wise or organizational wise, but smaller in terms of don't show it too much, don't show it off, don't and now with AI, also talking about data anonymization and just also go invisible. I think, I mean, this might impact a lot of the work in public sector as well, right? How's government dealing with not anonymizing itself, not making itself invisible?
And if I may just add, it's interesting that you say so, because in the topic of care, you cannot really be anonymized or just disappear. This becomes even more relevant. So yeah, if you want to share some of your quick reflections on how it connects AI, anonymization.
Let's cross
This is crossover.
Yes.
Enjoy, because actually when I was applying for demos, there is a video of you, Rope, when you were 5, probably, talking about Brazil, but in Brazil, a TED Talk, and how Finland is the happiest country in the world. So let's see, maybe that's why joy and joyful transformation and next era, it's in the ethos of Demos Helsinki. But Mei-Ling, please.
So we're talking about joy. Now I'm trying to recap the question. Joy, anonymization, and how governments cannot be anonymous. I mean, I think that the way to do it is they have to have a face, right? I mean, it sounds very simple, but we were just talking outside. Lupe and I met as teenagers, I think, right?
Yeah.
Colleagues in grad school many years ago, but I was just talking to him about outside in Reykjavik. There is my favorite piece of public art is the monument to the unknown bureaucrat. And it sits outside, I think, their civic center. And it's basically a suit, but half the person is a block, right? And you can't really tell who the person is, what their motivations are. I mean, there's a lot of profoundness, I think, in what's behind the block. And I think similarly, if we hide ourselves behind chips and prompts and all of these kinds of things and don't have these opportunities like this for that type of human connection, we won't be working towards more human organizations. And so the question is, right, how can we retain our humanity in a space where everything is being relegated, more and more individualized? Even the technology itself, right, is becoming more custom and individualized. So you don't even need to connect with somebody else on Slack or whatever to build a thing. You can now just talk to your robots. And so in that vein, what can you do? And I think that the way is actually to push through that and to still make an effort to make those human connections and tell those stories.
Wanted to say one thing, AI has a name, right?
Yeah.
Claude,
They're
Mistral,
personified.
yes, Gemini. But what's the name of the public servant, right? The program, the institution. I think, yes, it's
Don't
just
know.
public sector.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Sounds like a behemoth.
There's a really interesting piece of, or kind of body of literature that comes from care ethics, where they have studied kind of what drives the civic servant, public service, in public service when they're caring for someone. Because usually there is you have to do this, you have to do that, kind of like quality metrics. What is that you are allowed to do and what you have to do type of a thing. But kind of empirical studies show that the actual relationship that the kind of carers is that they'll do anything. They'll do anything what is necessary within kind of their resources at the given time for the well-being of the person that they're caring for. So that's a really kind of an interesting thing to ponder. That means that care itself is like really difficult to codify, kind of like into a service that you need to be able to bring to someone, because de facto care is always like, I'll do what I can, I'll do my utmost for, your health, well-being, flourishing, that sort of things. So that brings, so I can therefore find an interesting kind of alleyway to data. Because like nowadays we have like tons of health data, but there isn't really any care data available, as in what is your capacity to care? How much can you care for yourself, for others? How much do you need care? What kind of care? And now we're in the situation where like governments are slashing their budgets, and they say like, yeah, well, people will just take care of themselves or each other, and which has been the reality. I mean, always 60 to 80% of care has happened within kind of like private homes, etc. But we have no idea how to kind of distribute that in a just way. We just not everyone has a family. When someone has too much of a family to take care of and so forth. Yeah, absolutely. And care can be joyful, but if there's too much of it, then it's a burden.
And
I managed to cover all the nets.
But still to kind of...
This was a trap.
This was a trap. But to kind of tie all of these things together, of the many questions that came from there on anonymous data, resources, care, AI and stuff, I just wanted to point out that also the importance, what Roope was saying about mapping out where the resources are and kind of the gap which exists currently in all of societies, but also the fact that caregiving, a large part of it is invisible, and that's anonymous. And we don't know who does it, when, and often, or also what empirical studies show is that it's incredibly unequal, the burdens of who does the caring. So having this as a starting point, starting to utilize also data and trying to map, even though we don't know how to do this because it's so difficult. It's not, counting money or counting number of people, but actually understanding that it's a complex issue, and starting to do this will support us in understanding the unequal burdens of care, and also then reposition it in the center of society in order for us to both develop a healthcare system that is more functioning, and also distribute the work evenly. And also to put it as an action, that to care for civil servants, if they care about something, they maybe do it with more passion, with everything. And that touches upon everyone in society, not only specific employers.
That's amazing. And I was just thinking for another question, maybe for a next round of like going everywhere, everything all at once. It's like, what if we could position care at the center of our societies? Now, maybe it's more about efficiency, efficacy, maybe even time. But when we reposition concepts as the key that hold us together, maybe we can think about what to do in very complex circumstances in very different countries. So from my side, I think I just put you all together here, responding beautifully to many things, complexly, a very complex net. That will be it from my side now. I don't know, Jose, what do you have on your side now?
Yes. So actually, I was reflecting a little bit on the care, and also crossing it with the initial conversation of anonymization and going invisible, etc. Because that's also what happens with caretakers, right at the end. Like after you took care of I don't know, someone, something, etc. It's like, oh, I mean, thank you very much, and then like exactly, ciao. It disappears as well. So just as a reflection of maybe that's what also happens with public servants, right? Like public servants care about or take care of a specific program, a specific policy, institutions as well, and then suddenly they are forgotten. So how to prevent that? Maybe just how can we address that?
Well, I think I'm going to give this example. I had the opportunity to work with a fantastic team in Bogota. So I'll give them a really strong shout out, the Ibo team that was there. And, they really focused their work and project on caregivers and caregiving and actually using data and technology to collect and to better understand the economic impacts of caregiving to justify supporting those caregivers. To the point I think made earlier about building capacity so that people can care for each other in that kind of economy. I think that there were a couple of ways to answer that question directly. So one is leveraging the resources that we have to understand care better, right? We have modern society and there are many things that are doom and gloom about it, but there are also some things that we can capture and understand a little bit better as a result. I think the second thing is also prioritizing it and understanding that it is actually an economic driver. It does have value. We just haven't taken the time to ascribe that value quite yet, but it sounds like that is shifting and changing. So that's what I would say in short.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Bogota has really managed to do this, at least on few levels. Another thing that is wonderful there is, of course, the care blocks that I'm sure maybe all of us kind of know, where kind of care has been, the public service care at least has been kind of made into bigger and bigger units in search for efficiency, because it's really difficult to make care kind of more efficient, because it's about time spent with someone, it's a relationship of trust that you need to build, all these types of things. That just efficiency is not the right word. So therefore, the answer has been always we just make bigger and bigger units. Whereas Bogota's approach is beautiful in that you say that no, this actually needs to be quite near people, so that it's kind of accessible and part of the everyday fabric there. We've been hugely inspired by that and try to figure out how that could be translated into kind of more of a kind of European models or kind of welfare state models, because in Bogota the care blocks are for kind of private caretakers, and now we're talking different private caretakers and how we can mash those kind of families and the public sector together, because much what is kind of missing is the kind of social layer between the private and the public service, and I'm not talking about kind of private as in huge care companies, but individuals and families and households, and how those can be kind of layered together. I think that's going to be a massive source of innovation in the years to come. I wanted to also kind of touch upon the kind of centricity of care to our society, because it will be, and it kind of already is, we're just not seeing it. Because there is the huge demographic shifts, there is the huge mental illness or kind of or kind of psychological issue, kind of pandemic almost going on. So whereas production was where you went for efficiency, was something that the industrial societies were in the last kind of couple of hundred years were based on. I think it will be so that care is the central part of our society. If you just look at just numbers, the aging populations will grow until 2070 in the most of the kind of richest countries, and then that same will happen in the poorer countries as they will become kind of rich. It's kind of like a it's an automation that kind of drives societies from industrial societies to kind of care societies, and so the question is kind of like how, and of course it's or maybe not of course, but if you look at that figures, we made these kind of calculations that in 2050 care would be done business as usual, so kind of like true similar kind of services, a lot of them public services. That would mean that some 50% of the working population would be working in health or care in 2050. So half the population would be working for health and care. So that's a very different society. It's, for example, that would mean that productivity would go like down a lot. It would mean the economy would be therefore a lot smaller, etc., etc. So, and maybe that's one scenario, or maybe there's another scenario where kind of like care really is the kind of something that belongs to everyone, rather than just professionals. Yeah, yeah.
And I think you touched upon very core points and what we will also be discussing later today at 4 o'clock. But I think still going back to the numbers of what kind of a society are we building now. So also taking into account that the invisible care, again, is not possible to kind of account in these numbers or in the counting these kind of scenarios. And also kind of realizing the fact that we will all be care takers or care givers at some point of our lives. And this is something that in the current system is quite easily, siloed away. And yeah, and there was a fly that came with a theatrical entrance as well. So I think what you were saying as well about the capacity and kind of pinning down what the capacity is, and what Roope then touched upon, the time aspects, the resources, the individual capabilities, is something that we have been working a lot on, and kind of trying to pin down how could then governance or the public sector enable these capabilities and enable these capacities, both on an individual level, but also on a social fabric kind of level, and then also introspectively in the public sector's own level. Because still it's quite evident that the public sector cannot account for all of the care that is happening, and at the same time the individuals cannot do that either. So there must be some sort of kind of new way of reorganizing how the current care system has been functioning for quite some time.
Oh, pardon. Oh my goodness. Well, I was just gonna say, I think I was reflecting on your comments and thinking, that in the US, we are obviously moving into a time where there's a greater expectation on individuals, right? But in fact, if you actually look at the way in which benefits are subscribed in the United States, particularly food, there's a key question, right? And one of the key questions is, do you cook and prepare food with others? When they ask to evaluate your benefits, right? And I think that in actuality, and maybe a parting thought is that we actually maybe are already measuring care, but not just we're not attributing it to that. We're not, actually like calculating that measurement or thinking about it in care in that way, right? If somebody is cooking and preparing food with you, for you, right? Like that is a mechanism of care, but we just aren't naming it such. So I think that would be my parting thought for us as we think about data caring in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. I at some point I just drift out a little bit to recall this song from, it's called Under Pressure, from from David Bowie and Queen. Yes, exactly. That it bridges like care with love under pressure. So I think this is what we discussed right now. I went like super philosophical, but thank you very much, everyone. Like Melin, Roope, and Cecilia, Angela, of course, and yes, thanks for being here, and see you in your sessions. Yes. Let's take a selfie, or like Alberto, if you can take a picture, please, and then let's take a selfie with you as well. Yes. Say care.
Say.
Okay. I don't know if you see this wonderful sketch. I can't remember what comedian it is. It's a job interview.
not everything. But let's double down on the line groups vibes. I think there's a lot of option. Like that can give us a lot of the other answers.
Yeah. Are we live?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah? Okay. Are we? Yes. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Hello from my side. I'm Sue, and I'm the host and moderator of ShiftZ podcast by Sustain All Transformation Hub at Technical University of Berlin. So we are here live in our podcast booth at Creative Bureaucracy Festival. So I'm super happy to be one of the podcasters. And I'm sharing my slot today with Suit Anantula. And I am Bengi Zuberisbek, and so I will ask him some questions about his background, about his new methodologies, and I think this is what we want to learn, how to make the bureaucracy more creative, innovation more creative, and yeah, so maybe just for maybe give you also a super short glimpse of what I am doing. I'm also one of the innovators. I was also used to work for government for last 6 years in Berlin. And now I also created this hub methodology, that we bring different stakeholders together for sustainable transformation. So today is about change. We will talk about change for sustainable transformation. So yeah, happy to have you here. And yeah, thank you so much for also taking this opportunity with me. And I will actually start with opening the section, the world actually that we are living in. So a bit maybe starting from general. And when you hear the word transformation, what does it maybe mean to you personally? And maybe also can you give regarding to your own background and regarding to your professional background, maybe also can you give what you are doing exactly?
Thank you so much for having me in the podcast. So my name is Suhit. I live in Australia. I run the Helix Lab, and I'm here to be part of the Creative Bureaucracy, but I'm also a States of Change Fellow. What I do is basically I work on transformation. That's really my job. And we could use different words and language for that. But really my job here is how do we help organizations figure out their biggest challenges and then help them succeed. So I've been doing that for a long time with strategy and design thinking. But right now I'm super focused on how do we enable that with AI. So how do we combine strategy, design, and AI? And my approach to that is what I call co-intelligence or the co-intelligent organization. And the idea behind that is for a long time, we've only worked with human intelligence. But now we have machine intelligence that we can tap into. So rather than seeing machine intelligence as a problem or as something that takes us over, I've always been a big fan of co-design. How do we design together with the communities and the people that we care for? So if you do co-design, then we do co-intelligence, where we actually work together with machine intelligence to solve the same problems.
This is very interesting, and this is also very aligning, actually, what I am also doing. Maybe you're in Australia doing this, and we in Berlin, and it's that also co-designing, co-creating, having this intelligence in different aspects of different stakeholders. So I think this is something super important because every actor we are bringing to that table, they have, as you said, a different perspective, but also how to make it effective and more impactful to reach really this long-term transformation. So I really love the word co-intelligence and co-creation and co-design. So, and maybe let's come to actually what I read about you, this helix moment, the helix lab. So let's talk about this. Like, I think you also wrote like a book about it, right? So I think like, yeah, you can be also a role model of me, like that I also like maybe sometime like I create this like like regarding to this methodology to write about it and to that like it reaches more people, right? So maybe you can talk about the helix moment. I want to learn more about it.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. I think we should all write. I actually learned more by writing because I learned about myself and what I wanted to say more than what I thought just by writing about it. So the idea of the helix is basically that, the DNA helix. So the two strands to the helix. So for a long time, I've worked on strategy and I've worked on design. And a lot of times people don't combine both of them. People who do strategy don't see design as like it's a separate thing. You talk to people, you prototype. And designers don't always work with strategy in the right way. I think strategy and design needs to work really well together. And so the whole idea of the helix is each strand, one strand is a strategy strand, the other strand is a design strand. And then all of that is surrounded by AI now, in the new world. Like we have to really reimagine how AI shows up with that. But the beauty of this is that it's not about, we should only talk to people and co-create. It's also about how do you make strategic choices. And actually you can't make those strategic choices if you're not co-designing and co-creating. And then to do that well, you also need to prototype. But how do you prototype strategy? Because in this new world, you can't just think about prototyping apps and services. You have to really prototype strategy. And that's really the thesis of the Helix movement is like you really upgrade strategy through design and you upgrade design through strategy. So you kind of upgrade both by kind of combining both of them. And then how do you bring the co-intelligence to both of them? And that changes the game. So that's really the book about is how do we do that? One part is about strategy and the 7 dysfunctions of strategy and how we make mistakes and how do you solve them. And I go through frameworks from Peter Drucker all the way to the lean startup. And then then there's a new kind of design framework I created called the 5 P's of loop design, which is about co-creation with AI. And then finally, I create lines, loops, vibes as a rhythm framework, which I think we'll talk about. So that's kind of what the book is about.
I think this is like very interesting because it's what you were like saying regarding to prototyping. It's also now what I like kind of try to also give my students like at the hub like, hey, the prototyping is not just like building like a tool or something. It's like about also like creating a framework, creating a strategy, creating a concept and like thinking and like from the beginning and then iterating, always going back, like always being in the loop. So I think it's also super important to have like the always trying, failing, seeing, going back. And learning, yes. Learning from it and always like being in this loop. And so maybe like when we come to this, like from methodologies, like to also a bit like this organization aspect. So since you used to work for Australian government, right? So since we are also in the Creative Bureaucracy Festival, so maybe like you can also give like maybe what brought you that you created now this also like this helix loop and then that now like you see maybe a bit more like when you step it out from there, right? So and what made it to you that you created this, right? What was like the main mission of this like now creating this yes.
Yeah, that's a great question. I've worked for more than 20 years, 25 years now with private sector, but mostly within government, outside government, consulting. I've worked with the biggest companies in the world. I've worked with small companies. What I realized was that you need to really simplify things, but also move fast. The whole idea of the Helix Lab is how do we move faster, but also make strategic choices? And we always talked about prototyping and co-design, but I think AI has changed the game. What used to take 2 weeks, you can do in 2 hours. So what does it actually mean then, right? Like it's so fast. I can prototype in a workshop now. I don't have to ideate in the workshop anymore. I just can go from ideation to prototyping in the same conversation. And not with the Play-Doh, but actually building it live with AI. You know, and it changes the game and how much we can do. So as I was doing this, I realized that you talk about accelerating change, but it's an exponential change curve, right? So technology is going in an exponential change curve. Humans, some of them are trying to catch up, right? We can't all catch up, but we're trying to catch up. Organizations are going the slowest.
Yeah, this is the problem.
This is the problem. So that is really what we are trying to do at the Helix Lab, is how do you align technology, humans, and organizations? Doesn't mean everything has to go at the same speed, but we need to be able to align that and push the organizational change forward and align with the humans, and then let the technology flow through that. And that's how we kind of move together, or else we'll start breaking apart.
I think like this is like I mean you're in Australia, like we're here, but like it's also super similar because now as my focus was also like how to change, like how to make like a long lasting change in the organizations, in the government. So it was like actually like what I was doing in the public sector was more focusing on like climate transformation. This is like where I built also not just like one as you said, like not just like co-design or like, you know, this having this all the time, like a bit also this like coaching perspective of like 15 months, you know, I was like with them all the time, like having in the loop, you know, like they're doing something, I'm like the also observer, but also like helping, like at the same time, like creating this like collective movement. I think this is like what you were saying, like technology, AI, you know, like having the humans in the system, because this is like something is also like we can't, I think, separate. Also, we can't say just like, okay, now like humans needs to do the work. Oh no, AI needs to prototype. So as you said, like having this like all institutional approach, right? So holistic mindset. But I think it's still like we are so far. I think it's like it's super hard. Like it's super easy to talk about it, right? Like to say like yeah, like we need to be we need to be fast. We need to, yeah. But I think this is like we are. I think there's some strategies still, like some frameworks of failing, right? Like that we can have this like acceleration. So maybe like to think also from that aspect, like actually what do we need to maybe when we think about like the change, you know, because change needs like sometimes like it's not in one day, so it needs like sometimes more time. So how can we create maybe this, what do we need to like have it, you know, to have this long lasting change? So and how we can accelerate this movement, because now as we can see, like some of the organizations, of course they are far, but maybe like regarding to your experience, maybe you can also tell, okay, maybe we need this for sure, like that is accelerated, you know. So maybe what would be that thing?
No easy answers, right? No easy answers, right? I'm actually a big believer in teams. I think that there's an interesting angle of not individuals, not organizations. I think there's a middle layer, which is teams. And I think teams is a potentially an amazing opportunity to fast track change. Because in any organization, there are always some teams which are ahead of others. Whether it's leadership, whether it's the people, whether it's the culture, whether it's the need of the work they do. So there's something about working at the team level. So in my work, I look for people who are optimistic, who know that they have a problem but they want to solve it, who are ready to try, because I don't have all the answers too, right? So it's not like you can come to me and say, give me like a step-by-step playbook. It's not there yet. So I want to work with people who are kind of at the cutting edge and thinking, but they're open to the new idea even though they have not thought about it, right? So these are the teams that I'm working with. And sometimes the team is at the highest level with the CEO and directing. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes at the department level. Sometimes it's just a specific project. Like it's not everything. I just finished an amazing project with the Department of Education in South Australia. And the department itself is at the cutting edge of AI, but they're trying to solve a very serious problem working with children who need support in the school system. and how do we support the teachers. And we built a multi-agent architecture that removes the drudgery for the teachers, like finding information, typing it, looking at it, how do I translate. The agents can do that. Teachers can focus on teaching. Teacher can focus on talking to the parents. Teachers can focus on designing the curriculum. So how do we kind of remove the admin burden, the drudgery of their life, right? But if you can use agents to do that, then your change process is faster. So one of the core beliefs I've got is, I walk into people and say, tell me your top 3 things you hate about your job. And okay, if you hate things about your job, can we use agents to solve it? And then you do the stuff you love.
Okay. I think this is like something, yeah. I think this is like something like where we are going, So this is, I think, what is also like, now I try to also see what is also in my daily life, what like can be automated, So, but it's also super hard to find it. So, because I'm like, sometimes I feel like actually like, since, having this like change, like from this change perspective, actually it will be so cool, like to also have like an agent, like all parts of me, that they are like also going to schools, like universities, teachers, like the young generation, also like having this like mindset. So that's why like now I'm actually in this like phase of exploration, what my agent can do. So I think like maybe this is like something like where we are really maybe to have to think of. And so maybe like to short, like for like close, like to close the session, like I'm want to ask you, like, where do you see the hope to, when you imagine, for example, you back to Berlin in 2045, right? So what will we imagine like when you come back to Berlin, like from Australia, or maybe you can also talk from an Australian perspective. Where do you see the hope? Like, did we change maybe until then so much? Like, do we have all agents, or like what is like this? Yeah, maybe.
I think it's a great question. I haven't thought deeply, but so I'll have a go. I see the future very differently, that it will be different than what we are right now. It's hard to say what it'll be, but there'll be a lot more machine intelligence in our lives. So I think the few things that will happen in 2020, 2045. I think we continue to push what it means to be human, and we need to really, really focus and understand and ask that question, what does it mean to be human? Yeah. And I think the more deeper we go, the more it's a meaningful answer we have to find. Yeah. Because you can't say that a lot of things that we have been doing, it'll go away. So we have to find something deeper to find purpose and what it means to be human. The second thing, and this is the exciting part for me, is you pick an area. I know you like about sustainability and change. Tick all the 5 to 10 problems. Now imagine machine learning and machine intelligence supporting you to solve them. Yeah, right? Like what I want. Right? Like for example, last week or 2 weeks back, OpenAI solved an 80-year-old maths problem that humans have not been able to solve for 80 years. Now imagine using that to solve sustainability challenges, new scientific breakthroughs, right? New ways of solving energy, new ways of looking at creating new value. So if we can power machine intelligence to the purpose that we want and solve the biggest challenges that we are facing, that will be a great future. And everybody can decide what that purpose is. Like, I'm not here to tell you what your purpose is. But I think we have to reframe this idea of going away from job losses and all that bullshit to really thinking we have now amazing power at our hand. Yes. Let's pull it to the core problems that we care. Whatever problems you care. Like, we all have different challenges and opportunities. So whatever you think Berlin wants to be, whatever I think Australia wants to be, right? But it's more about enabling that. So that's where the co-intelligent organization is really key for me. I strongly believe that by 2045, that becomes a norm, that we only do is 20 co-intelligent organizations. You have machine intelligence supporting you, teams, entire organizations, and we achieve things that are humanly not possible. Yeah. Like we go beyond human capability to a next level capability, and the co-intelligent organization enables us to achieve these amazing goals.
I think this was like a great like ending note, and I'm also super happy like to think actually like from this perspective of like how AI can support sustainable transformation, because it's not maybe something like really maybe disturbs or like really changes like this fact of okay, it consumes energy, but maybe how we can really make it so efficient that it like helps us in our daily tasks to transform like the systems and so on. So they are actually in my hub, AI is one of the system enablers. So it's enabling the system change. So yeah, so and maybe like on this note, thank you so much. Like also maybe sharing this talk with me, and I would also maybe add with our motto like from Sustainable Transformation Hub, think global, act local, transform with Sustain All. So from Australia to Berlin, building bridges. Thank you so much, and yeah, and hear you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
That was great.
Nice. Yeah, it was nice, short, and crispy, right?
Yes.
So, and maybe we can. I stopped this one. So, regarding to the, yeah, is it still running, or how do we do it?
No, is it still running? Is somebody else coming?
Yes, actually somebody else coming. Let's see. When is he coming?
Will there be like a cut of the video? It's all live? Like, how does it work?
So we're streaming it.
Yes, and get recorded online?
It will be recorded on YouTube, but the idea is to maybe cut it later.
Yeah.
Short format.
Sure.
Yeah. The best part, yeah. The best part.
Well, thank you so much, Bengisu.
Yeah, thank you so much again. And see
Good
you.
luck and
Yeah.
keep in touch.
Yes, exactly.
Let's see if we can do something.
Yeah, this would
Love
be
to
great.
Do. Yeah, love to. I think your thinking is like on mark. I also caught up with Ben at City Lab. I've got some ideas to share with him about what we can collaborate on.
Yeah.
Open source architectures for government.
Yes. I mean, like I'm as I said, like I'm super open, like to co-create.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I'm based here, so but I would love to expand the network and like build actually.
Just yeah, a bit of both. We're live. Oh, great. Oh, great. Welcome back. Welcome back to Civic Punks. I'm your host, Derek, and we're here at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. And I found two lovely guests here to join me. I have
Louise Zayasnov from WHO's Innovation Hub.
And Christian Basin from the Transition Collective.
And we actually hung out yesterday morning and did some really good jamming on AI, some jamming on the future of learning in public sector. But really what we want to talk is about your research. You've been doing a lot of interesting research on innovation in health. I guess a good place to start is, where'd this all come from? Like, why did you start this?
So the problem we're trying to address is that there's so much innovation, but there's such a huge need, and the two are not meeting. So 5 billion people are still without access to healthcare. And the paradox is, at the same time, we have so much innovation, amazing new technology, fantastic social innovations, but a lot of it is not being democratized. It's not reaching the people who need it the most. So you have this paradox between an overwhelm of supply and almost a void of demand. It's not really clear, at least not when you speak to private sector entities and innovators and startups, what is it that governments want? And WHO, because we are a government and member state-led organization working on a daily basis with close to 200 governments, we have a pretty good dialogue and sense of what it is governments need and what are the health priorities at country level. And that needs to be more evident to the supply side of innovation. So we create conditions for that supply of innovations to meet where it's needed the most.
And this has led to you creating a guidance and toolkit. So where did the genesis of the guidance and toolkit come from?
So it comes from the WHO's role is to develop set norms and standards in health. And in the area of innovation, we heard and felt that there was a need for governments to have an evidence-based tool or a toolkit and a guidance on how do you scale innovations in public health systems. So I actually think we created this guidance based on a lot of evidence, expertise, literature review across the globe. We looked at the positive outlier cases. The people who've done this actually scaled powerful, impactful innovations in public health systems. And we've taken those ingredients and baked into this guidance.
So Christian, how did you get pulled into this work?
Well, so just making a plug for the guidance, because we were, my colleague and I, commissioned to collaborate with the World Health Organization on developing it. And so over the course of, I think, a year or even a little bit longer, we conducted all this work to really unpack what was the global evidence base on innovation scaling, not just in health, but actually across the board. And how might we gather insights on, future-oriented insights on what will it actually take to scale in public health systems. Importantly, not only for health ministries or agencies, but actually any kind of public entity that has a democratic mandate or responsibility that connects to population health. And so that was really the task. And now we have this guidance out, which is super relevant, of course, for health authorities, but also for other types of actors across public systems, and potentially, I think, actually usable for any government actor that is curious about how to get innovation to scale, also beyond health.
So let's get really concrete. How do I use this guide? How can I, as a practitioner, pick this up and bring it into my work?
Well, so the guidance is there. It's online, ready to be downloaded, and it's positioning governments in a different kind of leadership. So it's not the top-down control, knowing it all, controlling every step, but it's more a mission-led type of leadership where you're the steward of an innovation ecosystem. And importantly, this is not a linear step-by-step guide. It's actually about an iterative process where you work with your innovation ecosystem, meaning the different actors inside government, but also outside, including private sector, civil society, the innovators and entrepreneurs, the patients and the users of your health systems to understand what is the need. First of all, what are the problems we're trying to solve? And then together either co-creating the solutions or identifying where they might already exist and linking them to where the problem is. So it's a that kind of stewardship requires humility in actually admitting that you don't know it all as a government, but that the answers are out there, and together that we can either find them or create them. And it also takes empathy, because it's actually very engaging, inclusive, working with all the actors so that everyone can play the role that they play best and contribute the part they need to contribute.
A question I have, and I'll throw it to you, Christian, is this all sounds great. Love it. I have no time. I have no money. What do I do?
Well, that's a really good question, because the paradox we're facing right now is how to scale the scaling guidance, how to bring it out into life. Recently, we hosted a roundtable in Copenhagen with health ecosystem actors, ministry, agency, but also local actors, accelerators, foundations, together with Louise to explore that question. How do we actually bring scaling skills, competency, strategies into the system? And I think there are different tactics, right? I mean, one is get the word out. That's what we hope to do. Another one is build training. So simply begin to embed this kind of framework and the guidance itself into opportunities where already training is taking place. So schools of government, institutions that are already doing the training, and where public servants are there. But this is just missing components. And then, of course, there's a wider question of the policy work and of the different roles that Louise were talking about, where that probably would need to be like more strategic and more policy work, that we can deliver the guidance to institutions and then they take it and they hopefully will use it.
So, Louise, when you look at the ecosystem in the health space, where do you see stuff like this already being implemented, and what is enabling that to happen in those cases?
You mean the guidance?
Yeah, like the ideas that are in this, I'm assuming were inspired by things that were happening in the space, right? So where is that happening? What is enabling that to happen in those places compared to the majority of the system?
So first of all, here at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival, we see many examples of this type of leadership that is more humble, more empathetic, and more engaging with the wider ecosystem. So it is the kind of leadership that takes a systems approach. So it's happening out there. I'm speaking every week with ministries of health across the globe, and where ministries are taking the leadership. More and more ministries have innovation hubs, have innovation leaders who have that title, who name it, who have resources dedicated to actually leading on innovation, and this is a resource for them. And it's something that we hear is very welcome. It's been very positively received. There hasn't been a WHO stamped evidence-based guidance and toolkit for how you do this stuff. So I hope it will be a game changer for governments. I hope they will really embrace it and start working with it.
Yes, and as Louise said, this is already happening, and she mentioned also the positive deviant case examples that we dive into in the guidance and give examples, right? It could be the government of in Quebec in Canada that has an innovation team anchored in the Ministry of Health that really has deployed many really powerful strategies in this space. Could be Sing Health in Singapore that's adopted also a bottom-up sort of health innovation capability where they connect with local clinics and then scale up the most promising innovations. Or it could be in India where we see a very politically and policy-led approach to almost mission-driven scaling over many years to work on maternal health. So I think if I was to add something to Lisa's point, it would be that there is also the question of political leadership, that there are ministers or there are governments that see the health demands, see the population needs, and really are visionary and ambitious about addressing them. At the same time, having that humility that we can't do it alone. We need to work with local actors. We need to work with non-governmental actors to make it happen.
Okay, so to wrap up here, where do I find this? So I just go online to the World Health Organization website and I just look up Scaling Innovation in the Public Health System, and I can just download it, correct?
Yes, you can.
I can just download it, and then I'm off to races. Is there people I can contact if I want to be part of, like, are there people I can follow up with about the ideas in this?
You can contact me. I'm on LinkedIn and at WHO, and my LinkedIn profile is in my name, Louise Ersnap, and would be happy to hear from, in particular, governments who are ready to steward their innovation ecosystem and using this innovation scaling guidance and toolkit.
Amazing. Any final words, Christian? You're good to go.
I'll just say that this is a pretty rare document with this kind of authority and legitimacy from a global organization, and that means that I think it can open up some doors that are sometimes hard to open up. I'd really encourage anyone working in government with innovation scaling to take a look and see if it isn't something they can leverage for their population health needs or other needs.
Amazing. Thank you both for coming to our podcast studio, and excited to see where this all goes.
Thanks, Derek.
All right. So next we're going to have Jason Pierman hosting a session very shortly, all about lessons learned from podcasting. So we're going to bring on a bunch of podcasters. A bunch of us are going to talk about what we're hearing from conversations like this across all of it. So we'll be starting that in the next 1 minute or so. I just have to poll people over. And thank you so much. We're live. We're live. We're back. Okay. Hey, everyone. Derek here from Civic Punks. Welcome back to the Creative Bureaucracy Festival live from the festival floor. And we got a special session here. I'm not going to take any more time. Jason, it is over to you to lead the session.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you, Derek. And hello, everyone. So my name's Jason Pierman. I am one of the co-hosts of the Public Practice. It's a podcast really focused on uncovering the how of public sector innovation. And I'm coming to Berlin from Ottawa, Canada. And I know that, we're seeing more podcasts around public administration, innovation as it relates to public policy challenges. So when I heard that a number of other podcast hosts in these spaces were going to be in Berlin, I was like, why don't we actually have a conversation with the hosts to see what you're learning, B, what you're finding like the most exciting about some of your guests. And yeah, I thought it was just, worthwhile for us to sit down and compare some notes. So what I suggest we do is each of us just kind of say, introduce yourself, say a few words about your podcast, and then I have some follow-up questions just to help animate the conversation. So maybe I'll pass the mic to Bengisu first. And tell us about your podcast.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm Bengisu, and I host the ShiftSet podcast, for sustainable transformation. And this is where I also founded my hub here in Berlin. But we are also working over 11 different innovation clusters. So basically, we really take challenges from the public sector, but also from different institutions, and to work really towards sustainable impact. And basically, my podcast is it's a very diverse people, because in the first episode I was focusing really on belonging. So really core where you feel belong. Do you feel belong to maybe a sustainable fashion? I was inviting sustainable designers and from Berlin, and it was very super diverse. I went through to music a bit more, to finding also sustainable transformation also in the music industry, but also in art. And so I was really going to taking sustainability not just in one thing as environment, but really going in different sectors and trying to understand where people belong to and how do we change the systems also in different in the different industries. So it's not actually, this is my always finding the core, finding your passion and changing towards it. So this was the main subject, and today it's more about change in the public sector for more innovation. We had a talk with the AI agents, so so that was very inspiring. So thank you so much, and I pass.
Okay. Over to you, Angela.
Well, hello everyone. Very nice to hear you. I haven't heard about your podcast before, but I will listen to it. So Angela Galeano here, representing Futuro Público. Our podcast is actually about the how of public policy, and we really focus as a diaspora, I guess, in Latin America. And normally our podcast is in Spanish. Now we're doing in English because actually many of our networks are in English, and these topics do move a lot of people in English. But we do have this hope of making people more and more Spanish speakers, and specifically to Canada. My people from Canada. And our passion is really to take advantage of all of the things that we can share from experience. Where is it that it doesn't work? Where is it that it works? And how do you do it? Because we talk about digitalization, innovation, design, etc. But how? How does it really look like? I want to go beyond a report. We want to go really to what makes you human in this public sector. And this is how we focus, and we've been experimenting to different formats, different topics. I think now it's really through concepts. We've been having a lot of projects and showing projects. how you do it in Chile, how do you do it in Colombia, how do you do it in República Dominicana. But now it's more about the concepts that are the red thread here. And most of the topics are concepts that we don't really know about how to connect. For example, security issues and innovation. How does that look like in our cities? So I left it like that, and I pass it on to Derek.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Derek Alton. I guess my podcast is called Civic Punks. It's part of a much bigger project, which is that I am, like, each of us, I think, have like a burning question that drives what we're doing. And for me, this burning question is, what is the future of government? You know, government that we see right now is very much built for a different age. So what would a government built for our time look like? And so I quit my job and I'm now going on an adventure traveling the world.
We admire.
Yeah, which is terribly reckless. And so I'm spending this year traveling the world, exploring the future of government through the eyes of the people who are making it happen. And then sharing it in podcasts and videos. So I also have a YouTube channel, Instagram. I'm trying all the things because I believe deeply that this is increasingly where people are. They're in these new mediums. They're listening to podcasts. They're on YouTube. They're on Instagram. And we're just not there. There aren't people talking about this stuff in these new mediums. And it's exciting to see the groundswell of podcasts that are now popping up. And I'm hoping that we'll also start to see more content creators on YouTube and on Instagram and TikTok and these places as well. And so the hope is that Civic Punks will inspire that. Fundamentally, Civic Punks is about the people, the punks who are trying to create change. And through the eyes of the punks, through their stories, we get to learn about concepts, ideas, practices. But for me, it always centers on the people.
Wow. Okay, so I'll round us out. I already mentioned that our podcast is called the Public Practice. It was formerly called GovMaker, but we've recently made the shift. My co-host and I, Nick Scott, really were focused on trying to build the tools that we would have liked to have had when we received our first public sector kind of transformation mandate. When that happened years ago, we did our best. We did a good job, but man, was it a struggle. There were so many tools, there were so many toolkits, there were so many great books and frameworks, but we still had to implement those theories within our context, and there was no real support to figure out how to do that. So really what we try to do through our podcast is speak with those that are advancing or have had the opportunity to advance transformation or public innovation mandates, just to get at like that. So how did you do it? Like, where did you get stuck? Who helped you along the way? And then more importantly, how did that experience actually change your practice? So we're trying to follow more the heroine's story, which is a complement to the hero's story, but it's more about like, how are you changed by the journey and how has that changed your approach? So we're trying to capture these stories and these like golden nuggets of wisdom so that we could pass it to the next generation of change agents. So we've interviewed people at the working level. We've interviewed like a premier of a province. So like we're trying to get the full stack of bureaucracy. But this season we're interviewing capacity builders. So those that work closely with bureaucrats but are on the outside because they're seeing the system from a slightly different vantage point. And we're like, give us some real talk. Like, what are you seeing that we're missing? And what should we be paying attention to for those of us that are still on the inside? So that's me. So I'm really curious because we're all speaking with many different people kind of across the globe. Do you have a favorite interview? Who wants? Derek, you want to go first? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it partly because it's fresh, but also it was just wild. So I was in Ukraine. And Ukraine is this, I went to Ukraine because that is in many ways where some of the most interesting stories about the future of government are happening right now. But it's also a war zone. And so I told my parents that and they're like, you're mad. But I'm like, I'd be mad not to go. And it was this incredible 48 hours mix of like deep conversations about the future of government and what they're building there in Ukraine, intermixed with like basically war correspondents of me being like, I just dodged a drone, this explosion just happened here. And it's like, that's just the reality of Ukraine. But my favorite interview of all the interviews was one where I interviewed Victoria, who's the CIO for the city of Kyiv. And she walked me through her the first 7 weeks of the invasion from Russia on Kyiv. And it was like having play-by-play of like this most intense, engaging like thriller. It was like a government thriller, because like, you know, getting woken up in the middle of the night by the invasion and bombs, going to the data center, and then just being there for 6 weeks, never going home, just sleeping in front of the data center. And then through that, she took me through the story of how they used what they had to help support the people of Kiev using digital technology. And it was just absolutely incredible, riveting, by far and away the most engaging. Like, I just could not take my eyes away from the conversation. It was incredible.
Amazing.
I will still think about it, but I don't know if you already know which interview was your favorite.
Novice. I think like for me, like every conversation, like it brought me like to another like world view, I would say, because this is like, of course, I'm not on maybe, for example, I'm an entrepreneur or engineer, but I'm not on like maybe I wouldn't define myself as an maybe like an artist or like musician or like a designer. And so that's why it was like opening up like so much like different like perspectives, and they're like from the backgrounds and their like intrinsic motivation, like, so why do they do actually what they are doing so passionately? And this like passion, I think this is like what we need to pass, like as you were saying, like, you know, this generation, this like to, you know, like to make them as also like change agents. And that's why it's like for me it's like I think I can't maybe really give like one specific, but I think like the ones I had a special edition like also in Amsterdam Dance Festival, so in the 80th year, and this was like also really nice because I had also really like it was not in a like a podcast setting, but it was like a kind of in this like club slash like pop-up slash, so it's like many different people like, and it was really nice like for me to create also the space, you know, for also the people to bring them together in the panel, like they don't know each other, but like when they come now they're like creating together, you know. So after like I always like, this is like the thing like what I try to do, like to also connect, to co-create, and this is like what I love to see it now. So now they're like friends, you know, like they're doing stuff together, and this is like, I think this is like the great. So it's, I think it's fulfills like the mission of sustainable transformation in my eyes. Yeah, thank you.
Love it. More pop-ups and artistic installations, more fun.
That's definitely something that really interests me. I would say that one of the conversations or interviews that we had in our podcast that was really different was with someone named Janet von Walter. I don't know her last name, but it was just, it's funny because he always makes fun of my pronunciation. And then it was what was really interesting is that it was such a serious topic. It's just, let's talk about how fascinating complexity is. And then to make it so that the conversation was still dense, but light in a way, and how to make it so that at the end the person you're talking with says like, oh, you know what, this was nice. Thank you for whatever you did, but makes me feel better after this conversation. That was really interesting. I've been never asked these questions before, and these questions trying to connect just like deep theory, mathematics, and public sector innovation.
Love it, love it. We often talk about our podcast as also being like group therapy, not just the host, but the people we're interviewing as well. I think for me, it's really tough. I think like all of you have mentioned, like there's been so many great conversations, but if I really had to choose, I think both Nick, my other co-host, and I would say it's Marlika Cabom, who's a Dutch Canadian civil servant in British Columbia public service, but she's kind of worked all over the world. She's an anthropologist and a service designer. And so, we were just able to really get to a place where we were talking both like the nuance about applying innovation practice in a public sector context, but also like the relationality of the work, both with like the people that we're trying to support, but also our colleagues within the bureaucracy, as well as with ourselves. So there was this phrase that she was using at the time called rewilding bureaucracy and ourselves. And anyway, so we, like, Nick and I stepped away from the conversation and we were just like, wow, like she just like lit our brains on fire. So that was definitely one of our favorites.
That's one of my favorites of yours as well.
Yeah. So good. So I guess the last big question is where are you taking your podcast next? What are the next kind of big questions that you'll be asking your guests? What are some of the new ways that you plan on animating these stories? Who wants to go first?
I can go. So I have still like I think one podcast to go like today, but like also like which we are like now organizing in the 1st and 2nd July here at the Einstein Center Digital Future in Berlin. Like we organize like a big hackathon, like basically for everybody. So my aim is to bring everybody from like transdisciplinary approach, and there I will also host a panel about being under pressure, because I think the times of like being under pressure is like where the creativity also like comes, and also to bridge it with AI, digitalization and sustainability. So therefore, yeah, this is like where will be my next mission, like next podcast.
Love it.
Actually, from Futuro Público, we have different perspectives, and it's good because we're different people. But something that's come across is that we've already spoken about projects and how do you do it. But now we want to elevate a little bit of the conversation, of like zoom out from this project and specificity to where are the key topics really that are important. So we're talking about time, we're talking about care, we're talking about like what makes you human. So more level up the conversation, because we have been very zooming in, which was our purpose, but now we do see the need for kind of making sense of it, and always with these regional focus that it's in Spanish, but more and more we're also driving to the possibility of mixing languages and perspectives as well.
I think there's actually many layers to that question. So from like a physical perspective, I'm traveling the world. So the next stop is Tallinn. So I'm going to be in Tallinn, Estonia, on Sunday, and then from there Helsinki, and then Tbilisi, and then Africa in September. I have to figure that out, but hoping to hit up 5 or 6 different countries across Africa. And we were just talking about Latin America. It's going to be the focus for November. So that's sort of what's next physically. In terms of the content, I have made a shift in the last couple months towards, I mentioned that Civic Punks isn't just a podcast. It's a podcast, it's YouTube, it's Instagram, it's a newsletter. And the shift has been seeing each one of those as a different strategy and a different approach. Because originally I was just posting across all of them as the same, just different mediums. Now it's different. So what the podcast is it's the deep conversation. I sit down with someone, we talk for 45 minutes, and through that I take them on the journey. I go on the journey of who are you and what brought you to this work. What is an idea or something you're working on that is really exciting and inspiring you and you want everybody in the world to know? Where are you going next? What are you excited about in terms of the future? And then what's that one idea, that book, that practice that you learned about decades ago that still shapes you to this day, and how? And that's what the podcast is going to focus on, whereas the YouTube is like one idea, 10 minutes, and Instagram is much more of that vlogging, personal behind-the-scenes journey, and then the newsletter is overarching. What is the theme from the week, from all of these conversations? The final thing I'll say is I am also trying to shift towards more practical. I think it's been very easy for me to get caught in ideas, and I want, and which is a lot of fun, but I want to get more practical, and I think the practical is also going to pull me more local. So it'll be interesting when we're talking about Latin America, looking for practical local examples that represent the future of government.
Love it, love it. So for the public practice, really, there are two things. So like we have season 3 that we relaunched this week. So we're going to kind of wrap that up. Every season is about 12 interviews, and then we take a pause. So for after season 3, the pause, I think, is going to be reflecting on season 1 and season 2 and season 3 to really start to pull together some of the patterns around the how of public sector innovation. So really excited about that. And, Nick and I, we both want to share this wisdom and share it well. So packaging it up is going to be important. The other thing that we're doing is looking to support the States of Change network that both Nick and I are a part of to launch their podcast. So, States of Change is a network of seasoned public innovation practitioners. Yeah, I got a button right there. And yeah, like just so much deep wisdom, whether it's like Christian Basin or Beth Novak or Jeff Mulligan or, just like a whole roster of really well-known practitioners across the globe. Like there's something there about capturing their wisdom that we're going to be supporting. So really looking forward to that. Anyway, it was so great to meet all of you, and I hope those of you that are listening are, on your Spotify, trying to find these podcasts. So again, what is the name of your podcast?
Shipset by Sustain All.
Futuro Público.
Civic Punks.
And the public practice. So sign up, listen to these podcasts, and let us know if there's anything that you'd like any one of us to focus on. And otherwise, have a great creative bureaucracy experience.
All right. Thank you so much, Jason, for that. We are going to have a bit of a gap, I think, about 10 minutes to bathroom break and get ready set. Next is going to be Paul Bellows, who's this 311 podcast. And I'm actually really excited because Paul, I think, has gotten some of the best guests for the day. Lisa Witter's going to be coming and talking about sort of her next phase of life as she's stepping away from the foundation. Jeff Mulligan's going to be coming. John Alexander's going to be coming. And they're going to be prepping sort of the debate that they're going to be having with Lisa, which is really exciting as well. So Paul gets to have all the fun. So that's going to be coming soon. So that, to whet your appetite, in about 5-10 minutes, we're going to jump into that next podcast. So definitely stay tuned for that. And other than that, big thank you to all of you for this, and Jason for hosting as always. And so we'll be back in about, let's say 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
All right, thanks, Steve.
And we're back. If you're watching on the live stream, welcome back. We're at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival here in Berlin. I'm one of the multiple podcast hosts that's sharing the stage here. My name's Paul Bellows. I'm from Western Canada, so I've come a long way to be here in Berlin. It's lovely. I love the city. I love the festival. It's my first time. And we're having conversations with people who are doing interesting things in the public sector or around the public sector. And John, I'm just going to get you to do a quick introduction of yourself to anyone listening at home.
So I'm John Alexander. I wrote a book called Citizens, Why the Key to Fixing Everything is All of Us. I'm currently finishing up a visiting fellowship at the Harvard Kennedy School, and I've just published an essay calling for the creation of what I call Departments of Citizen Empowerment, i.e. DOCE rather than Doge. And my work really is at the intersection of community power and participatory democracy. So that's my spiel.
Amazing. I was going to, earlier on, I had one of the many plans I have that I never get to, which I was going to make a Doge t-shirt, but it was just going to be Department of Grift and Extortion. And I was going to sell those around America and then donate all the proceeds to the Southern Law. Anyway, but I didn't do that because I have ideas that I never do daily, really. Just ask my partner. So we started a conversation. I said, let's get to the mic, because I think we need to talk about this. And I think it's an interesting conversation. It will maybe slightly countercultural at a government innovation event. Because as we were talking, sort of talking about what is the DNA and the nature of a government institution? What do we incentivize? How are they working? And one of the things we started to talk about was some of what we need in 2026 in the way public services are delivered is the kind of innovation, change, customer attention, and agility that we typically find more in what we'd call private sector organizations than in public sector organizations, which are more about institution, protection, status quo. And we started a bit of a thread talking about, does innovation even belong within what we typically think of as government organizations?
Yeah, and I suppose I come at this sort of from quite a different angle, which is to say, I think so let's take healthcare, because that's the sector you're most interested in, and I have a pretty close interest in it as well, and it maybe brings this to life a bit more. So in healthcare, there's sort of two things, arguably, I mean, this is a gross oversimplification, right? But there's kind of two things needed. One is to improve the role of technology, to make things sort of like use that to develop better services. And another is to step back from the current challenges and go, well, actually, like, we know that the social determinants of health are the biggest underlying cause. We know we have epidemics around the world of loneliness and mental ill health. We know that we have the fundamental decline of community life all over the world is actually a major challenge to healthcare. And what we have, arguably, at the moment in a kind of public sector, in a frame where we see government where we want government to innovate, what we're getting is a kind of quite bad version, arguably, of technological innovation, where, like in the UK, there's this sort of slightly terrifying thing of handing over all of the data to Palantir, essentially, and going like improve delivery in the NHS. And like it's neither private nor public in any useful way. And in the meantime, like people in communities around the country are kind of starving for resource and trying to figure out how to come up with new models to take ownership of declining community assets and sort of breathe life into third spaces without any backing from the state. So it's sort of, the state is arguably, and this is a slight kind of, the slight frustration of being here and only really hearing people talking about AI. And I'm like, but what we're lacking, I think, is an understanding that the role of the state in empowering citizens, coming in behind what citizens are trying to do, and then maybe the private sector in doing some of the technological innovation, and the state playing more of a kind of coordination role, potentially. Like in some research I did recently, we asked people to bring images of their ideal relationship of citizen and state versus the existing. And the existing were like pretty horrific, right? Like you either get people bringing images of like a drowning, like hands coming out of the sea because they're drowning and overwhelmed and no one's coming to help them, or you get like a boot crushing people. And but across the political spectrum, the images you get when you ask people for their ideal relationship are like the conductor of an orchestra. Loads of hands being raised. You get rowing crews and and government as the like coxswain of a rowing crew. Like people want to contribute and do something useful and be in community, but they currently feel like government is sort of looking the other way, I think, and trying to do things for them, but in a quite kind of but failing.
I would deeply agree. You start to think about what are the capabilities we want in a government organization. You know, what type of people should work there? How should they operate? What skills and capacities should they have? I can recall years ago in my career, because I spent about 30 years running a digital agency and sort of building, you know, like user experience design and research and getting out and meeting with citizens and understanding. And that was a big part of my life. I can remember this one beautiful moment where I was in with a government IT department, and one of the team members there said, well, you guys get to do all the fun stuff. He said, you think the work I do is fun? Like just wrestling with people and understanding their needs and sorting through all this complexity. And he said, I mean, I don't think anything, you know, sure, you're dealing with like servers and infrastructure and that complexity, but I said, what I do isn't more fun. It's hard and challenging and painful in a different way than what you're doing. I said, but it's also a really deep skill set. I said, I don't think you could do what I do because my team has spent decades building this capacity, this unique way to get out and invent what doesn't exist and shape that and refine it and make it work for people and execute on it and deliver it and scale it. So that's what we do. This is my skill set. And then you bring that to healthcare. And it's so interesting because in Canada, so I'm coming from a Canadian perspective, and I'm assuming UK perspective, where our public health institutions are national treasures and deeply prized. And us in Canada, the great fear is we look at the US and look at some of the inequity that exists in the system. And we say, we're proud of the equity and the social responsibility in our system. We look south of the border and see America and say, well, we can't have private delivery in healthcare. And that's a great fear in Canada. So, a lot of the decisions we make in Canada are a reaction to a model we see that is, values opposed to what we're doing. But then you look at Japan, where they've got a hybrid, in every way, and around how health insurance and clinical service delivery and emergency service delivery, and it's working beautifully with great equity and at about half the operational cost of what's happening in Canada, because they have the best of both worlds operating together and in balance. And I so often think it's how do we create that balance between all the parts of our society, both commercial interests and private sector interests, as well as public interests and public secondary interests. And I think often, especially, like UK and Canada specifically, I think often we make decisions really out of fear of what could become, rather than looking at the opportunity to say, how do we bring the most innovation in the best possible way into the organization? What skills do those look like? How do we embrace failure and success at the same time? And just maximize the opportunity to deliver the best service that we possibly could at the best total cost.
And again, I think that's like, I don't know, I worry about the language of service delivery, actually. Like I'm because ultimately where I get to is like, so let's go back right to the beginning of the NHS, right? In the UK, and again, national treasure status for sure. But at the outset, in the Second World War in 1943, William Beveridge published this report called calling on the four great evils or whatever, and he put out the idea of a national health service. But Beveridge also wrote another report a few years later where he felt like he'd made a significant mistake in ignoring the value of the voluntary in the community. And what we've built over the last 80 years, I think. I'm in my work, I argue, I offer this way of seeing the moment in time we're living in through the lens of what I call stories of self and society. And my argument is that we've become trapped in what I call the consumer story. This idea that people are inherently and inevitably lazy, self-interested individuals who are kind of maximizing self-interest at all times on the basis that if we all maximize self-interest, that will add up to the collective interest. I think that story, that whole underlying thing is falling apart because you can't solve loneliness, inequality, climate from within that story, because like there is no way for us to come together on massive collective action problems from within a story of ourselves that says we're lazy individuals. And so to come back to your thing, part of it might be that the incentives for and the skills aren't there for the kind of innovation that we need the private sector to drive. But I'd also argue that the skills aren't really there for the things we need to support community and belonging that are essential to humanity. So I'm in a lot of my work, the sorts of skills I'm teaching, I'm trying to get people to adopt and develop are facilitation skills. And funnily enough, by the way, I came from the same background. I started my career in the advertising industry. So yeah, I don't know. It's a different thing.
I've been on a journey. I mentioned this before we started talking, but I've been working through the entire Jane Jacobs canon. And for those who don't know, Jane Jacobs was originally an American who eventually came to Canada and lived in Toronto. She was from New York, then came to Toronto. And what she's most known for is urban design and the theory of urban design. If you've heard of 15-minute cities, that's Jane Jacobs' theory of people need to, she talks about cross-purpose in the design of a city. People need to be, city streets are safe when people are on those streets. Children are safe on streets when many children are on the streets, and that's encouraged, and adults are there with them, and people are moving, and different types of people moving throughout the day. And so, she talks about this need to design cities that serve the needs of all the people who are residents of those cities. Yeah. She said, there's so much that is inversed in our thinking about city design that she really critiques. Like she says, parks, when they are needed, are useful. Parks, when they are just dropped in by a city planner, that's where the drug dealers go to hang out. They become danger zones in a community, and there's no one there during the day, there's no one there late at night. Those become dark patches within the community that are negative spaces of the community that actually work against community safety. And I think so, but she talks about good urban design as just really looking at, is there good motion between blocks? Have we encouraged the right kind of development? Have we thought about street front, like storefront, so there's retail, there's a reason to go to the hardware store, then to the bakery, and then walk to the bank down the way. Do people move across spaces? Because that's really what we need in a city. And I think that's the work that government can do really well. But should government be planning where the baker goes? Should the government be designing the hardware store and stocking it? Well, no, that would be ridiculous. That becomes, sort of 60s communist supply theory, right? Like that, So where do we want government to play, especially in the innovation space, and in the technology implementation space? And where should government be setting context and policy and be a curator, potentially, but not the operator and the delivery mechanism?
Right. And I think Jane Jacobs also wrote a book called The Citizen City, I believe. And I think a lot of that was about the idea that you're creating spaces for people that are designed around the idea of people as members of communities who need to interact with one another, as you say. And I think, I guess in its, I don't know, this is interesting conversations. I hadn't thought of it quite like this before, but I wonder maybe if where our views might converge is an idea that in its sort of like private sector status envy of the last 30, 40 years, government has tried to do what the private sector does and actually abandoned a lot of the role of supporting and standing up for the importance of community. So private sector, maybe it's right for private sector organisations to treat people as consumers and to be actors in a market. It might not be right for government to behave like that, actually. The governments might need to treat us as citizens and stand up for society and say that there is something beyond the market, and not just cater to individual self-interest, but in its private, maybe we could argue that in its sort of private sector status envy, as I just articulated out of nowhere, fine. What's happened is that government is sort of aping the private sector and not doing that particularly well because it's not equipped to do it and the structures and systems aren't fit for it. But it's also abandoned its role as a champion of community and a space for people to come together. I mean, I'm kind of shocked at this government innovation conference. There's no talk of democratic innovation as far as I can see. I haven't heard one person talk about citizens' assemblies or participatory budgeting or legislative theatre or which are mechanics and processes that are tried and tested and proven to increase trust in government. And I can't understand why. And maybe it's because we're so busy talking about and envying the private sector. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, so I'm going to bring it back to Jane Jacobs again for a second, who she's accidentally become our theme here.
I'm going to crash your podcast for a second. Is it okay if we throw Jeff into the mix here, just to throw some fisticuffs at this guy?
Bring it.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah. Okay. So Jeff is going to come in, Jeff Mulligan. So this is going to get even more interesting here. So come on in, Jeff. We're talking Jane Jacobs and why government has no place in the innovation space.
That's a weird summary.
It's a weird summary, but those are some themes we've touched on. Yeah, come on in. Yeah. So one of Jane Jacobs' later works was Systems of Survival. And in it, she talks about two classes within society. So, this is a model. Do you want to sit here, Jeff? And we're just handing one mic around. Oh, they find that cup. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, absolutely. This is a very casual podcast, and we're sort of bouncing around here. So in Systems of Survival, Jacob talks about this guardian class and the commerce class, and she says the commerce class has always been since the days of the merchants, and like innovation, what do people want, and how do we give them what they want, and how do we sell the best product, and how do we adjust. And the guardian class was originally nobility, and then government structures, and they're here to protect, and they're here to create institutions, they're here for largesse and to build concert halls and to create environments. But she has this one beautiful part of the book where she says, some of the worst things in society come when they try and do each other's jobs. She says, if you take guardian class and commerce class, that becomes the mafia. That's how the mafia operates. They are both the guardian class and the commerce class. Or you think of sort of some of the worst things that the government is sometimes known for, bringing on these big expensive projects that produce no outcome. So how do we all, and again, I think where it really comes together is to say, we are one society, Government is us, and businesses are us, and citizens are us. How will we manage ourselves? How will we come together to produce the best outcomes for all of us? And I think people get so ideological about it, but sometimes I think we can back off and say, well, you're right, as you were saying, maybe we do need government to worry less about how we implement AI and more about how we make sure that elections are effective and transparent and clear. How do we engage citizens in elections? What is the core business of government? And one of the things that we were just discussing before you joined was, it's interesting that we're at an innovation conference and it's all about how do we add the next great AI feature to the table without really any core talk about that basic operational, mandate of government of, elections and lawmaking and enforcement of laws. And it is surprisingly absent from an innovation conference that we're not talking. So we've walked you into the midst of this, given you very little background on what got us to here, but I'm just going to hand you the mic and see where you go with this.
Well, let's go back to Jane Jacobs, because I think everyone should be familiar with Systems of Survival, which is one of the great books of the last 50 years. And in particular, it's very good on the pathologies of what happens if business becomes like a state, essentially running our utilities, which is roughly what's happened, but also actually the risks of certain kinds of creativity in the state and entrepreneurialism. So she warns very strongly against an entrepreneurial state where civil servants think like entrepreneurs, because that ends up with corruption. And you see that in China and some other countries where the state has created loads of enterprises competing with business, often unfairly, but with horrible results. And I think the deep insight she has that any complex society depends on really quite different moral syndromes. You want your auditors and accountants to think in a certain way. You want your builders to think in a certain way, your carers, your politicians, your bureaucrats. And they're different moral syndromes, but which complement each other to make a good society. And if they get too muddled up or confused, horrible things happen. And Mary Douglas is the other person who wrote really well about this in anthropology, and yet almost no one's familiar with those literatures. Almost no economist has ever taught any of this stuff. So they get very, very confused, and you can see around AI horrible confusions of moral syndromes right now, with people not understanding what the limitations should be, except perhaps the Pope. Pope Leo has definitely waded into this this discussion. So I wasn't expecting us to go there, but I think it's a great sort of direction to go, because in a way it's saying, whatever your role, be aware of where you should be self-limiting, where you may be overstepping the boundaries of your moral syndrome.
So one of the things I was saying, Jeff, and I'd be interested in your take on this, but I was mentioning another Jane Jacobs classic. I think The Citizen City was a Jacobs book as well, right? And as I understand it, and I don't think I've read as deeply as you guys have into this, but one of the things she was talking about is the need for spaces that enable people to come together, to interact in different ways, to come together across difference. And I was, in the conversation we were sort of roaming through, and I guess, holding this hypothesis that maybe part of where we are now is government actually, is there an argument, that government is now sort of become so focused on how do we use AI to improve services, how do we deliver services better, that what we're not doing is focusing enough on how do we hold the space for community and the space for those interactions. So, and a lot of the work I'm doing at the moment, I'm spending a lot of time with people in organisations building from the grassroots up, where they're trying to find new ways of financing and owning public infrastructure, which the state has receded from, arguably kind of pursuing an idea of people of needing to deliver service for people ever more effectively, but not seeing them as not holding the space for people as citizens to come together in community. Do you think that's fair, or do you think that's going a whole other way?
No, and I think when Jane Jacobs first became famous for her arguments against Robert Moses in New York, he was the sort of top-down planner, sweep away whole neighborhoods, build massive bridges, and she said, a good city is one where people are interacting at a very local level in the street, in the community, and she successfully blocked a lot of Moses's arguments. And I think you, in any society, need both and this is where I guess I take a controversial view, that you sometimes do need someone to build the ring road or build, like London's just done, a massive new sewer system to replace the 19th century one, or high-speed rail as China's done, but you also need neighborhood and community. And what's fascinating in a country like the UK now, according to Elon Musk, everyone hates everyone else. We're about to have a civil war. Community is totally broken down. If you ask people, do you get on with your neighbors? The results are stronger than 20 years ago, stronger than 30 years ago. Are you at ease living next to someone from a different race? Stronger bonds than in the past. So we've got this weird era where actually a lot of the fabric of civil society is fairly healthy in terms of everyday human interactions. But the presentation through the horrible distorted lens of social media makes people think everything is falling apart and disastrous and chaotic and full of conflict. So to me, I actually totally agree with you, John, but if we don't fix the social media representation of our society, then we will actually lose precisely the dynamics you're describing.
There's nothing novel about observing that social media amplifies the worst, because that's the incentive, because we are a species that craves safety. We crave belonging, and so to find those tribal moments or those moments of connection, that's not novel. But I think where we do miss is we've lost local media. We've lost local storytelling. We don't tell stories about our neighbors. We tell national stories. We tell international stories. We tell stories that are about danger, about collapse, about misfortune. Disaster is the narrative, the story, and so no wonder we see it everywhere we go. But I would agree with you. The data says we like our neighbors. We get along with people near us. We feel safe when we're on a bus with other people that are just other people. These are the spaces where we feel safe. The problem may not be that. The problem may be that we're incentivizing a narrative.
So about 10, 15 years ago, it became obvious local and hyperlocal media were being destroyed, mainly by advertising revenue going to Facebook and Google. They essentially sucked it out from the entire planet, and that destroyed local media. So in my last job, I set up a hyperlocal media program where we funded innovations. This was across the UK, and the Knight Foundation was doing it in the US at the same time, to experiment with new models which could be more sustainable, some wholly community-based, some using schools. So why not train teenagers in making local news content, and why not have, sports and music and stuff like that. And there's actually loads of examples now around the world of how do you rebuild hyperlocal media. We tried to get the BBC to support it. They almost did, and then the politicians undermined it. It's another story. And it still seems to me weird. In so many cities, you can find out more about the latest bombing of Beirut than you can about what's happening 2 streets away from you. So this seems to be an eminently fixable problem that, alongside fantastic and international and national media, every neighborhood should have somewhere where you can find out what's going on. People can come together. You can find out about your local municipality, what they're doing, what they're not doing. And it's weird to me that this still is so patchy and so much really a blind spot for public policy.
But to come back to your both and, which I think is probably going to be the tension in our little debate later as well. Like, is it? Ooh.
Speaking of your debate,
yeah,
we have the host and moderator of your debate here to join in and stir the pot. So
this is getting richer and richer.
Can I throw her in to mix the pot a little bit?
Bigger, please. Yes.
Are you ready for this, John? Are you prepared?
This wasn't what I signed up for, but
just keep throwing people at you.
This is improv. Yeah.
Is Jeff running away now?
We can probably get you some help with the power.
Yeah, there's power there. Yeah. So John, no, sorry, what you're saying in terms of the tension?
Well, I guess there's I think what I'd argue is that we've when the logic that is structuring and the idea of the individual that's structuring how we're doing these things, the dominant logic is the idea of people as consumers. The idea that government should make the decisions for people, particularly when it comes to big infrastructure projects. The place that people are left in on those big infrastructure projects is then feedback and complaint. And then we don't seem to be embracing the modes of decision making that could involve people up front early in those processes. And the dominant logic is kind of efficiency, get it done, and then it gets unpicked later. We don't have something like the BBC, which you just mentioned. We haven't shifted the governance structures to have people more involved in those. I know you're kind of quite keen on a lot of the same things I am from perspective of citizens' assemblies, government and participatory democracy, these kind of things. But it seems odd to me to sort of say there's a both and when it feels like there's a very dominant logic that say in government today, which is like we have to do things for people.
Shall I disagree with you? If you want to disagree.
Yeah, hit me.
Yeah. So I live in a town called Luton, which has an airport, and the airport's been trying to expand for many years, and actually now is expanding. And there is endless consultation and dialogue in the town about whether this is good or bad. Almost none of it is from a consumer perspective. I mean, a little bit is, because some people want, more flights to get to Spain or whatever. It's mainly an argument about balancing a set of environmental goals around clean air, jobs for the community and young people, and some people who just hate the idea of building anything. And, you can disagree with where that debate ends up, but it's just not accurate to say it's done through a consumerist lens. And there are conflicting interests. And overall, because it's quite a poor town, actually the jobs argument tends to win out over the anxieties about noise and throughput of people. In fact, the environmental issues are not so bad. Anyway, just a live example, which I live literally this last week. We had yet another of these sort of consultations on it. And, to me, that's democracy being healthy. There are different views, different interests, different perspectives, and they clash and they're argued through. And in the end, the town council owns the airport. This is a public infrastructure. It actually has subsidized our council massively in the last decade because it was cut by central government. And, anyway, it's, I think, a relatively positive example, even if you don't like air flight from a climate change point of view, but which just makes me question this sort of simple consumer v citizens framing.
But then I guess, so take a bigger project, so something like HS2, where the debate hasn't really been had, arguably, with people. There have been many consultations, but very disparate feedback on the plan, the only opportunity being to protest against rather than to kind of create the plan from the beginning.
Well, all the democratically elected people in the north of England strongly supported it. I think they were wrong, but they did support it. So it was one political pull pointing towards spend a shitload of money on this big high-speed rail line, and lots of people whose houses were going to be affected generally against it. So again, it was clashing interests more, I think, than a clash between consumer and citizen perspectives. So are we disagreeing too much?
No, this is the right amount of disagreement, because also I know here at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival, where we're live streaming from, there's a debate coming up where we're going to start to tackle some of these specific things. So I don't want you to spend all of your powder, what keeps the powder dry for that.
HS2 is a very inefficient project. Right. So it's like many of these infrastructure things, massively over budget, to shave a few minutes off the time it takes to get from London to Birmingham, and it probably won't even get to Manchester. So it's one of the projects that actually makes me really focused on efficiency in the public sector, which John is going to argue against, because I hate to see billions wasted on bad projects which could be serving the public interest better.
It's such, yeah, please.
So I guess, I mean, I think I've sort of strolled into this in slightly weird ways. I can't quite work out how we've got here, in total honesty. But the stepping back from it, I think that the case I am arguing is that there is more of a role for government as to see itself as a convener and coordinator of collective intelligence. Something like an HS2, if you went right back up the process, major infrastructure project, like actually directly working with people to say, like, how do we renew our public infrastructure as a country, holding that question with people from moment one, with assemblies and participation budgeting and all those kinds of things as mechanics within that, rather than being caught in these mechanisms. So where I would put the some of the blame for where we've ended up on H2, and I'm really like questioning myself as to whether I wanted to be here as an example that we're discussing, but we are now. Like where people's only involvement in these major decisions is through what I would describe as a consumer dynamic of an election, where you choose between a fixed set of options to give your power to, rather than actually having a voice in the ongoing process.
Recording it, unfortunately, so it was worse than you're describing. Whereas I actually agree with you. If there'd been a public dialogue saying, let's say we've got 100 billion to spend on infrastructure, where should we spend it? And in my view, buses are a much better claim than high-speed rail. Right. But people weren't quite given the choice in that format, and the debate didn't really happen. So I'm afraid on that we're probably going to agree.
Well, where this does loop right back to where we started at the beginning was, what are the competencies we wish our government institutions to have? Right. You know, is it being masterful builders of high-speed rail, or is it being managers of budgets, solicitors of public opinion, brokers of decisions, you know, and negotiators.
National conversation, like facilitators of national conversation.
So I think it does illustrate
all the other things you listed. I mean, there's no point being good at a conversation if you can't do stuff well.
Or oversee the doing of stuff, setting standards, setting, you know, policy, you know, setting guidelines, laying out the riverbanks and letting others execute, you know, who have those.
But sometimes governments have to do stuff as well.
No, absolutely, yeah. I don't think there's a clear line, but I think it is an interesting conversation to have had today to say, you know.
I guess, sorry, this is back into the bit of the disagreement, and I think this is the dynamic that we'll get into a little later, because my take would be that the skill set of and the mindset of holding those spaces has to come first, like, when the concept of efficiency comes in, it tends to obliterate all else, because it's a very different mindset. It's in the frame of delivery. It's in the frame of.
Come on, Lisa, have a seat.
Yeah, she gets more of this in a moment.
More, and we're in the midst of it. Oh yeah.
So you get. This keeps happening at a point where I feel like we're just getting into a place where I feel like I'm in the conversation, and then it changes again. And I'm like, what's going on here? Oh, there we go.
Are you good at being agile?
Decreasingly so. No, so how do we even summarize this? Are we still going? I think we're in danger of entering the topic of conversation for the debate in an hour or so's time. But I think the broad argument I'm coming from is that the frame of efficiency comes from a very different place to the frame of facilitation of participation. And the two do cut across each other, I think, is the argument I'm making. Rather than being able to be held as dual priorities, you kind of have to choose.
So let me disagree, and I won't say this in the debate, but much of the history of democracy and politics is about tax and tax revolt. Every peasants' revolt started with people really resenting taxes being taken from them. The US, independence began with the tax revolt. And the reason is that most people don't have much money, and they really hate to see their money being wasted. And that's why I would actually argue efficiency and accountability for spending of money is absolutely at the core of every democratic constitution, of every relationship between a state and its citizens. And if it can't look them in the eyes and say, we are using your hard-earned money really well, we're not wasting it, we're not overpaying ourselves, we don't have lavish palaces where we spend all our time, we don't go home at lunchtime because we can. If you can't do that, you're actually betraying democracy. And that's why I think efficiency is not a kind of technocratic managerial add-on. It's actually core to the democratic relationship.
The only correction I'll make is I do believe the tea went into the harbor over taxation without representation. It wasn't the taxation itself. It's what I got for my money.
And ever since tax has not been an issue in American
Not
politics.
at all. Good news is we haven't talked about it since. Yeah, no, absolutely. Now I'm gonna put a pin in this conversation because I think we could go for about 2 more hours on this theme, and this was fantastic. Lisa, where we got to really is just to talk about the start of this was we're at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. We're surrounded by people discussing government and innovation. And so much of it has been, how do we bring in AI? How do we bring in new technology? How do we do all these new things? And one of the observations we make is we're not having a lot of conversations about the good old core competencies of government, of building legislation and policy and enforcing and election management and democracy itself. Where's our innovation in democracy? And that sort of led us on a whole series through healthcare and high-speed trains and what should government do and what should government stay out of, which has been fascinating. But I know that you've spent a career in this space. I'd just love to hear maybe some thoughts, based on that conversation. We spent a lot of time talking about Jane Jacobs too, and many of her theories, and we all love Jane Jacobs. But maybe some thoughts, to talk about that. And then I understand you've got some career change coming up. I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit about that too.
So it's great to be with you two guys, John and Jeff, such smart guys in this space. Jeff moderated a beautiful round table without a table conversation around innovation. And I shared there that when Robin, Scott, and I co-founded Apolitical 12 years ago, we started asking people in government, old, young, all types of governments you can imagine, global south, north, blah, blah, blah. And we kind of thought we were going to be smart ladies. It must be that you need new ideas, right? You must need a lot of ideas. And they're like, no, actually, maybe, but what we need more is a sense of belonging, which is what the Creative Bureaucracy Festival does, a sense of appreciation, which is the core of kind of how we've built our organization, putting the public servants at the center. And the basic things that you need, do I have a good manager? Can I communicate effectively? How do I build resilience? Yes, and then how do I use AI and all of these new tools? How do I write effectively? One interesting thing that we've done besides the peer-to-peer learning, which is the core of what we do, and now we have some new tools that help people understand how AI might come for their job and how they may need to reskill in government, is we have communities of practice, and our largest community besides AI are neurodiverse people in government. And I think imagine if you don't feel a sense of belonging inside of government as a human, and then you're neurodiverse and you don't know, your managers don't know how to. So sometimes I think because we like shiny objects, because we want to sound smart, we do let's have the big innovation things. But what about what people need, who they are, where they come from, as the base of the pyramid, and then you go up from there.
I think it's a really interesting piece of punctuation that you just put on the conversation we've had, which is, sometimes government just isn't very good at doing the core things that they're supposed to be doing. Sometimes they just do it poorly. And sometimes they do things they have no business doing. All these things can be true at the same time. And so often politics itself gets in the way of, a 4-year election cycle, et cetera. Building healthy organizations with strong competencies and what we need the most to do, and people empowered to do those things. And so I think it's a really good human lens to bring back onto this. But Derek is going to be angry at me if I don't ask you again the question, because I think you just recently made a little announcement about how things are changing, which is an exciting moment of growth for your organization. Can I ask you about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I think it's important to remember that institutions and government are made of people. And I'm a very much like talent is really important. Talent, motivation, human beings until we're taken over by the machines, if we are. You know, James Lovelace said there are three options. He's the Gaia theory guy who died. And his last thing was we will either be taken as houseplants and sort of coexist with us as houseplants. We will coexist as human and humanoids, or we'll all be killed. So I'm hoping at least for coexistence. If not, maybe a houseplant would be quite good. But institutions are made of people, so it's a people business that I'm in. So the last 5 years, I think just to step back, I've been a political entrepreneur all my life, which is just basically a fancy way of saying looking at how to make politics better, audaciously trying to do that. I don't think anyone would argue that that's not something that needs to probably happen to think of. Jeff's done a lot of work in this space. And so 30 years ago, I co-founded what we now call a political leadership incubator. So how to get new and different people into politics from different parts of the state in Washington, and we've scaled it. And what I found really interesting was most political parties were made to get people elected, but they weren't made necessarily, and that's just the incentive structure around it, to bring in transformational humans. So I've learned a lot about how do you screen for character. I just have a piece out today that I wrote on the triangle of sadness and what power does to the brain. Did you guys see the triangle of sadness film? It's quite interesting. Like, would you become the toilet maid at the end? What does she do with a rock? Anyway, it's a teaser if you haven't seen it. But there's a lot to learn about power in the brain with billionaires and puking and fish and withholding sex and submarines. That's your little teaser. So we've worked a lot on how do you do transformational political leaders? How do you actually do the politics yourself? But then how do you actually find people in politics that love policymaking and governing? And if you don't want to govern, if you don't want to do the policymaking, whether that's John and I have talked a lot about this, and he did really important work with Omazin Khalifa on the participatory stuff, you know, how do you bring that more in? But most people, almost all people who go into politics, have no experience with government at all, besides maybe paying their taxes. Let's hope that they do that. Anyway, so I've been doing that for about 30 years. The last 6 years, I've built that capacity up within the organization, and I've got builder energy. I like building things. I'm kind of a serial accidental builder. Maybe it's a condition, I'm not sure. And every 10, 11 years, I get this like, I should step back and see how the world has changed. 11 years ago, 12 years ago, maybe a little bit more, I had this like moment in my life of don't mistake activity for progress. And that's kind of a thing that's in front of my mind all the time. So I've got a great team. I just worked with two of our chief strategy officer and our chief operational officer. They're now co-CEOing the organization, and I'm executive chairing, taking the summer off. I'll still be working, still on the board of Apolitical and executive chair. And it doesn't mean I'm leaving everything. I'm just kind of thinking about what's next. And I don't even want to make any provocations. I don't even want to, like, the one thing I will say that's heavy on my mind is politics is downstream of culture. That's the thing I'm thinking a lot about. And I say this on the day of the kickoff of the World Cup. And the amount of attention that people will give, I'm a basketball fan, so I'm watching the Knicks, like the opportunity to speak to people in these culture spaces, and I mean culture broadly, is something I'm going into, not just watching a lot of World Cup and NBA Finals basketball, but the role that culture can play in shaping the way we think about one another.
I don't think we could have covered more territory in 40 minutes. This was a lot of fun. I wish we had
come back on Jeff's tax.
2 hours. I know. I'm coming to your debate, though, in a little bit. The theme that walked through all the different conversations, winding through healthcare and high-speed rail and organizational development, people, this is all about the needs of people. This is all about helping people to thrive. And then building institutions that help people to thrive within the institution and on behalf of the institution, you know, and I think that's a worthwhile wrap up. I think that's great. So I just want to say thanks to all of you for joining in staggered succession, for dropping into the middle of a complex and heated conversation at moments. Pleasantly heated, absolutely. Conflict is necessary because the problems are worth solving. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
We're going to take a moment and we're going to adjust, and I believe we have some Kenyans who are going to join us, and I'm excited to hear about an African continent perspective on some of these. AV support. We're back live here at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. We're sort of late in the day and people are coming and going, and there's a little bit of start and stop to the podcast live stream. I don't think anyone wants to hear me vamp indefinitely, so we took a little pause there, but we're back. And the conversation we just came out of is with some of our leaders in public sector theory, talking about what is the role of public sector, what is the role of private sector, what are the skill sets and the competencies we need to build in government, which leans really well into the next conversation I want to have. And just as we're wandering around here at the festival, the wonderful thing about this event is the collisions and the conversations you have. And I ran into an interesting group, and we've got one of the founders of the group here with us, and they're in a private sector role, but coming out of the university system and looking to solve some really interesting problems here in Germany around the economic struggle of smaller communities, not necessarily the large cities, but the smaller communities, and how there's some interesting service models. So I'm going to hand things over, and I wonder if you could give us an introduction and tell us a little bit about the organization and what kinds of problems you're trying to solve in the world.
Yes, my name is Leo Grammer. I'm the founder and CEO of Heimstadt. What's the problem is actually is also we solve also a problem for the larger cities, because we have two problems at the same time. In Germany, we in the larger city, 1 million houses or apartments are missing, and in the smaller, more rural area, we have 2 million houses who are free. And we see, especially for young family, you know, when you have just your wife and you go find a room for, I don't know, just 2 or 3 rooms, this is fine. You can find in this bigger city, also in Berlin or Munich, it's not a problem. But when you have your first child, it's maybe 2 years and maybe the second is coming, it's a huge problem to find something bigger, to give them their own space, maybe something a little bit like a garden or so. It's nearly impossible for, let's say, the average family to get their own apartment, a little bit of space. And on the other side, in the countryside, or let's say smaller town, let's say between 5 and 50,000 people, there's so much space. You have some areas in Brandenburg, for example, where 30% of all apartments and houses are free, or empty, sorry. And in similar situation in Saxony, so the old East German area is especially a very difficult situation. Also some other parts in the north of Bavaria and Rhineland-Pfalz, but especially in East Germany, it's a huge problem. And we try to solve this by bringing the communities, the cities and the families together, because what the cities are have they have beautiful, really beautiful in towns. They have small communities, and on the other side they have very cheap land. You can buy a house for between 20 and 50,000, and then you have, I don't know, 200 square meters, and you can live with your family there. And our ideas is one of the main points that families don't do this right now, is that nobody wants to be the only family in a city like, I don't know, Görlitz or Chemnitz or Bautzen and so on. But when you be part of a small community, you will do this, because we on our website we don't have this place for one family. We have, let's say, a whole street for 20 families, and each have with their own house or their own apartment, and they go there together to be part of a community and to be, to have a better life, but surrounded by other young people between, I don't know, 25 and 40.
So you're really, it's a city building initiative, more of a town building initiative of solving a problem. And I love the example of, it looks like we're short 1 million houses, but really we have a glut of 2 million houses that just appear undesirable to people for reasons that are solvable, which is, you know, I wouldn't be in a community, I wouldn't be by people, we'd be alone in a small town, you know, who would we know? So you're solving both problems, but maybe tell me a little more about how that actually operates. How do you bring 20 new families to a small town? What does that look like?
So we have a website right now, and we do lots of marketing online on different, especially for, let's say, young people, interesting topics, and we do marketing there. And they go on our website, register, and say, yes, okay, maybe my job is in Dresden, and I have to go 1 or 2 times a week to work there. So I can drive, I don't know, 1.5 hour for once a week, and then you register for, I don't know, 2 or 3 in apartments or houses. And when we have the critical number, let's say for 20 apartments, we need 25 people because always some people say, no, it's too far away or something like this. And then we show them around, explain this to them, and then they can buy the houses or rent them for 1 year and then buy it. Some communities are more in favor of them. And then you have your own house, and then you can join the city and be part of a community there.
Now, the cliche question to ask anyone in a startup mode is, what's your business model? So I'm going to, we're going to skip over that because I think the business model becomes apparent when you start to look at what does this mean for the town? So this is a town whose business model is property taxes and property taxes for businesses. And if the population starts to shrink, the businesses go away, the residents go away, the property tax goes away. So
and also the income of the mayor go away, because the mayor's income is related to how many people are living there. So the people who we do business with, the mayor and the whole city bureaucracy, they need the people to get their own money.
Won't somebody please think about the mayors? No. So this, who is the customer then, would you say, for you as a startup? Are you selling to the families, or are you selling to the cities, or is it both? How does that work?
So right now the cities are more our customers, because it's when we have the apartments, we don't own the apartment ever. So we just let's say a makler or something like this. But of course, both the cities and the people are our marketers, our customers, because we won't both be happy. But in our ideas, this is not something, who's contradictory. But because the city get new residents, the people get nearly not free, but a very cheap home, and we get a little bit of money. But right now these towns, the cities are paying us, but they do a little fee at start. But after the families actually join the city, join the community, and register in the town and pay taxes, after that we get paid. We get around about 20% of the net income of the city, who's 2,500 euros a year, and we get 20% for 10 years. But of course, when the family is leaving early, then we don't get any money anymore. So the towns can be really sure that we bring people who want to be part of the city for a long time.
Oh, what I love about this is, it sort of solves a problem, because this is a problem that exists in many countries right now outside of Germany. I'm from Canada, and it's a problem that exists in Canada. We want people to come to Canada. There's an enormous pull for immigration to Canada. Everyone wants to go to Montreal. Everyone wants to go to Vancouver, the big cities where housing is at a premium, and Canada says, how do we get people to come to Canada but maybe live in a smaller town with houses to fill and apartments to fill? But you also think about, so you often see in the market where a city will say, well, it's up to us. We're the town, we're the community, we want people to come. But you think of what it would cost a city to build a marketing department, to go and build that website, to bring people in, to develop the expertise, to hire people to operate this program, all to bring 20 families in. And that makes no economic sense for the city. So this is a wonderful deal for the city as well, because they get something of immense value from a team with the expertise to deliver on it, with very little, really almost no capital outlay risk to them. They're not spending money that they have to get something that they need. They're waiting until the problem is solved before they have a cost implication to it.
Yes, exactly. So many towns or small communities, they have a money problem. They could not pay us in advance so much, and this is and they can't create really their own website and so on. This is too complicated for them. And we have some initiatives in local towns, but maybe just to save one farmer house, or there's some smaller initiative. We can work with them. I like them, but on a larger scale, it's nobody has right now this idea. And we have something similar in Italy, and I heard something also in Spain with the €1 house. You can buy a house for €1, then you have invest 50,000 other euros, and then you have to live, I think, two-thirds of a year there. But it's just one family again, and there's one family, there's family. Maybe they're solving the problem in South Italy. I think it's a good idea, but not for a long time, because after this family is getting older, they don't have so much relation to this. And we have in Europe, I mean, I like Canada, I don't want to speak nothing against American, but we have some towns who are 500, 1,000 year old, much more older sometimes, and they're really beautiful. They have old castles, they have old buildings, they are really towns with their own history, with the building has their own history. And when you like to live in a house who's, I don't know, 600 years old, you can say this is my own house, and you get this just for for 20,000 euros, and can live with your family there. I think it's a wonderful possibility.
This is a wonderful innovation and entrepreneurial story, and I really wish you the best on the journey. How long are you into your journey of building the business?
So 5.5 months right now. So we have two customer communities already in Saxony, one in Saxony and one in Saxony-Anhalt, and some others in Brandenburg and Saxony who are will join them very soon.
And you did mention that you were a startup that was spun out of a university initiative initially. So do you have an academic background to what you're doing?
Yes, I have a academic background in economics and finance, but also some family background in real estate. So I had always this interesting in history, architecture, and all the kind of stuff. And we are guest supporting of the University of Potsdam, who my colleague and I studied. And we get some support of their startup system or startup initiative.
Well, we're at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. This is an idea that is deeply creative and solves a problem of the bureaucracy. So I think you're beautifully exemplifying the spirit of the festival here. And I'm really glad you gave us some time here. And thanks so much for making time with our audience. And people are going to be really excited to hear about this. Thank you.
I hope, and have a nice day. And thank you very much.
You are very welcome. Thanks for tuning into the Creative Bureaucracy Festival and the podcast tent. Sounds great. Thank you so much. That is a great story. I absolutely.
And he's from City Lab. And so maybe let's start with just a little introduction. Who are you? What are you doing? Are you doing change, maybe in your work, in your personal space? So maybe we can just start a little bit with the intro.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for the invitation. It's nice to join you in this podcast. It's nice to be here. I'm Yannick. I work at City Lab Berlin. That's part of Technologiestiftung Berlin. It's funded by the Senate, so it's an open, public, digital innovation lab. And to answer this question straightforward, yes, we are creating change. We are creating or trying to shift mindsets as well. And we are doing this by showcasing what's already possible. We build solutions, we use them to inspire people in the public sector, also in the civic sector. We build networks to have an open exchange about these topics, because digital transformation needs personal encounter, needs capacities and knowledge, so that we can actually make informed decisions. And this is what the platforms, the solutions, the tools are mostly addressing. I'm in charge of strategic partnerships, so I'm also organizing with my colleagues the formats, the meetups, the way we open up the space, so that really it's lowering thresholds, and so that our partners and also people interested in these topics can find their way to our work.
Super interesting. So by the way, I was also joining one of the formats yesterday. So I knew how it works, and we had also one project with the Sustainable. This was the city trees, city trees, talking to trees, right? Yeah. So this is super interesting. So I think super also hands-on, that people can see it, actually what's there and what cannot be done. So, but maybe coming to a personal note, what did it drew you to this public sector innovation? So where are you coming from, to this field, or were you always there?
I have a background in political science as well, so I've always been interested in the fabrics of our society and how we govern all all this chaos, basically, or it would be chaos in its natural state. So the question how we organize rules and how we can actually implement them has been with me since a very long time. And I found my way like this because I was interested in stakeholders who play a role in this intersection. I always wanted to be in between sections, making bridges, connecting these areas. So I already did my research about innovation labs and innovation units. That's how I stumbled upon CityLab. It has just opened when I came across it. It is celebrating its birthday. CityLab is celebrating its birthday with a summer conference. It used to be a small party. Now it's an actual conference, a whole day full of keynotes, workshops for the city and designed with the city as well, with an open call. And it marks the 7th anniversary. So CityLab is turning 7 years old. There is a little bit of policy research about the life cycle of innovation labs. So I would say it's definitely an adult or a grown lab. And I would say in reality that's also true. We are almost 50 people today. And I think this interdisciplinarity in the team is also what makes it an interesting form of organization, because there are service designers, there are developers, techies, front end, back end. We can build AI tools, we build data visualization, and then there's a lot of urban knowledge and methods for service design. How does bureaucracy feel like, and how can we get more empathy in these procedures? That's what we try to do, and what we also not only talk, but also follow up and build something, make suggestions, and they can be a blueprint for better procurement, or they can be the solution that can then be scaled. But we try to accompany our partners in the administration or in the city in general until there is a first draft, until there is a first minimum viable product, an MVP, that is already functional. And how to navigate this is also the question for the people in charge of the process, or who own the political topic. So you mentioned the talking tree bot. I would say you can see this like a model of, let's imagine like a planet with a core and many rings around it, and there is very sensitive data, health data, personalized data at the inside of the core. That's the things that make data protection so important. This is why how we trust the government to make decisions based on this in a secure environment. And then there is more open data, environmental data, geodata that we can play around with. It might seem a little dry, a little boring in the beginning, but this is how we actually can experiment, and the more data we have, the more creative we can be. And an idea is to break down barriers for people who are not so much interested in environmental change or environmental topics. So we thought, why not give a tree a voice? We already have very detailed tree information in Berlin. There is a data portal that holds a lot of tree info. We know about the age, the kind of tree, the species, the water requirement based on the age, and the weather data. So if we now add an AI to just summarize this info and add a microphone or a speaker to the tree, we could talk to it. And that's how the talking tree bot also came to life, to just, make our ecosystem a visible stakeholder and make us more aware that we have to take them into account when we do future decision making. And it's a playful way, but of course with a more serious intention behind it.
Thanks so much. Like, I think like you were like touching the points like of like governance, right? Like, so really having this like governance like structure, like first as having this kind of a lab. So maybe like to having, I'm not super sure, like, how is it like in the different cities? Is it also directly connected, like, with the government as like one of the organs? And I think this is like one topic. And then the other topic, like you were saying, like you make like the data a bit more like sensible. So like the people has like a kind of understanding, like what's actually happening also regarding in the nature, for example, with this like trees or like health data, planetary data. So I think like there are like different points, right? So like one is like having this like sustainable government structure, like that is like as this like kind of lab is existing since 7 years, you know, for like the citizens. And but also from the other side, how that like the methodology and or maybe like the things like what you can build in this like lab to make to participation, and like that people like can see it and they can understand actually what does it mean the data for a change. So maybe like, can you like maybe regarding to your like experience, is there like any other like labs existing maybe like in the other countries, like in the other cities, and do you have like a collaboration also with them, and or maybe like also meetups like with the other city labs, and maybe like how do you select like your projects? So maybe we can go to that other point, but maybe first like starting from governance.
You touched a lot of topics here now, but I'm trying to remember all the questions. Maybe help me out in the process. So institutionally, we are part of a foundation, Technologiestiftung Berlin, and we receive our annual funding from the Senate, only from the Senate. So we are independent, but working in a public context and focusing on the Berlin innovation landscape, strategically there where there is, let's say, a gap in for the common good, for common good purposes, like Gemeinwohl orientiert, and focusing on the stakeholders in the administration, but taking with us the knowledge from civic spaces, from universities. So if we talk about participation or levels of participation, we always include the people who are affected in our digital solutions, in the manufacturing of those solutions. So people who are looking for a service and the people who are running the service and the digital expertise from our team put together in a process. Or we have a summer school with TU Berlin and HTW Berlin, where we collaborate with professors and students, and we bring in real-world challenges, and then we have, let's say, urban experts and data knowledge, and then we work together on solutions that are actually problems in the city that we can bring in, and we have 2 weeks, like a hackathon, small hackathon, where there are actually valuable insights that the partners can use and can continue working on. So that will be one aspect of level of participation. The next summer school is already in planning, so it's already taking place again this September. We can definitely talk about that as well. Yeah, there would be one answer. The other one, are there others out there? Yes, there are. That's also why the Creative Bureaucracy Festival, we are here right now, is such a highlight for us, because many people around the world are running labs. One of the first innovation labs almost 20 years ago was founded in Mexico City by Gabriela Montes Montt, I think. I hope I got the name right. Amazing to have like visionaries like that, and we can build upon these experiences. We had a meetup just earlier today with innovation labs from Denmark, from Finland, on city level, on national levels. And in Germany, it was us who initiated, together with Politics for Tomorrow, a think tank. Together with them, we organized a meeting for the German labs, or the German-speaking labs, also including Austria and Switzerland. Because we saw that there is labs on municipal level in cities, there is labs on the state level, Bundesländer, and there is labs in the federal level, in the ministries or between the ministries. And we wanted to have this safer space where we can exchange knowledge across these federal levels, basically. So we did this in 2020, quite a while ago. We wrote a paper, an input paper, an impulse paper about learnings from the innovation landscape, how to use them, how to work with us, basically. And as of today, the interest is not decreasing. We still see cities who are very interested in opening up labs because we see a change in democratic culture, and governments want to be more impactful. So having a lab or using the methodologies of an innovation lab can help you building this space where you can have encounters, where you can give citizens the chance to also have an impact on your work as a government or as a university. And that's why those laboratories and the sharing of knowledge and the sharing of infrastructure has not become less crucial. The only thing that's changing is the political landscape. Funding is decreasing. We see innovation labs struggling in the US context, for example, from Washington up until to state level, where there are very innovative people, and the changing of funding and the changing of political priorities is definitely there, but the use case and the positive feedback from the individual labs has not ceased yet, and is still there, still ongoing. So we want to develop and improve this ecosystem of innovation units as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Like, I think it's, as you said, like there are different parameters, like according to the which level, and but also like I think politic, you know, to having the support. I think having the support system and having a democratic system is like one of the enablers of also participation, also how to innovate, how to reaching the systems. So and that's why I want to ask you like a bit more like now like more personal like question, like when you think like all the projects maybe like also like in the city lab level, or maybe like you can think also like other projects. So what like do you have like an example that made you think, okay, yeah, this is like why I work, you know, in the sector. This is like what makes us move. This is exactly why this work matters. You know, that you see, that you felt the change, and maybe yeah, that you have this feeling of yeah, that's why I'm doing this.
Beautiful question. I like it. And I immediately have three answers, if I'm allowed to give you three angles. One is in my role, we are coordinating delegations who come to visit us, delegations and individuals who are welcome in our City Lab exhibition. We are located at Tempelhof Airport. It's spacious, as you might know. Yes, you know, you've been there. So it's very spacious, and we have an exhibition. We have a lot of people coming there. And first aspect why I love our work and my job is that people always stumble upon things in their own city, and they were like, I didn't know that this exists, and this is very useful, or this is very cool, or I like that, I'm going to share this with my friends. This is, I don't make this up, I hear this almost every time someone is visiting the exhibition. And I think we have, as Germans, we also really love to complain about structures and everything that's not working, and the train is also late. But we have to change this narrative and put a focus on what's already working and showcasing this to people, having a whole space of solution. It changes the perception of citizens, not experts. I mean citizens who just stumble upon this. And I really love this moment when there's like, that's cool. I didn't know this exists. And we don't have let's say the capacities for big media campaigns, so it's always a little bit of chance and strategic partnerships that we need. The second layer is we build solutions. I said it earlier. We build digital solutions. We build open data and AI infrastructure. And one of the things that I really like is that we get a lot of feedback for what we do from the government units that we work with. And there is two projects. One is called Parla.Berlin. Go check it out. It is about parliament requests, and you can easily ask what Berlin is currently doing based on the parliament documentation system, 20,000 documents. You see what's currently put into place, like what policies are put into practice with what measures, and you get you can put your question in there, like what is Berlin doing for elderly people? What is Berlin doing for infrastructure or research? And then you get all the programs, and then you get all the sources from previous requests, and also from the laws and regulations that are put into place that are in the parliament documentation system. It's called PADOC Berlin. So Parla is one of them. And the feedback that we get is like, this tool from the Senate working level, this tool is a game changer for my work, because I have to address, I have to reply to Abgeordnete, to members of parliament, with the parliament request in 2 weeks deadline. So all I do is answering hundreds and hundreds of parliament requests, because sometimes they can be abused politically, because you want to like manipulate the system, you want to keep people busy, so you ask them 1,000 questions. And the idea is to use this tool and make the answers faster and also validated through you as a professional in the Senate, and it helps them and reduces this from days to literally minutes to have a first draft and then finish it and send it out, and it's a huge relief. And we get this feedback, like it's a relief, it's helpful, it's not very sexy, it's not very big, but it's solving this very problem.
It makes it more efficient.
So that would be one. And the other one, the latest one, it's launched in November last year, BERTGBT. BERTGBT is the AI assistant that we built specifically for the Berlin government. So Parla is open, everyone can use Parla, but BERTGBT is an assistant for employees in the administration. They can use it, they can upload documents, they can work with their things in an protected environment, and we can always switch between large language models. So currently it's running on Mistral, the French AI, and I think that's also partly what we mean when we talk about digital sovereignty, because we understand the infrastructure, we have ensured that it's like BSI conform, like very safe, applying according to German data protection standards. It's important if you want to run public infrastructure, and people can use it to translate stuff, to write letters, to write, to get feedback, to how to say it, like to check your texts, or to get questions, to get challenged by it. You can prompt, and you can be better and learn prompting and just have a first touch point, because for public sector employees, sometimes it's difficult to play around with technologies and to learn. So we can build this tool, and alongside, we can also think about how to spark curiosity and share their stories on our CityLab blog and tell people how government is using it and how it's supporting them, so other people can also do it. And it's open source. It's an open source tool, so other cities can also copy the whole infrastructure. It's all on the CityLab website. That will be the second one. The third one, and then I'm trying to keep it shorter, we have a lot of interest in our approach of doing innovation in Berlin. So it's also coming from other cities. And currently, I have the pleasure of working with the city of Wiesbaden and the city of Mönchengladbach, and we are thinking with them how to set up their innovation spaces. And what I really like, specifically, what my wow moment would be, is like that they from playful tools like talking trees, or we have AI cubes that give you project ideas, up until design thinking methods. They really want to use this and want to adapt it and say, like, if it's been done in Berlin, I can also use this as an argument, so it can be done in Wiesbaden, or it can be done in Mönchengladbach. And since Berlin is such a diverse and culturally diverse city, we can also have a lot of different solutions for challenges in Mönchengladbach, let's say, with more of a migrant influence, migrant culture, people of color, different needs that are in the city society as an industrial or post-industrial city, Mönchengladbach, and Wiesbaden as the capital of Hessen and an economically strong city, but also faced with demographic changes. So how can we involve elderly people? How can we involve citizens in AI discussions? How do we not lose people in technological debates? All of these are questions that were asked, or challenges in a room where they turned to us and they were like, you're doing this and this and this, and we are reading your work, so please can we find a way to somewhat work together, because we want our labs to be functional and to address these topics as effective as possible. So Zukunftswerk in Wiesbaden and Stadtlabor Mönchengladbach are now alive. They are opened. They opened last year. They have had hundreds and thousands of people involved in participation, and seeing proud project owners in the government and lab managers who share their success stories based on our learnings, that makes me incredibly proud, and it makes me very happy. And I hope that we can share this spark of inspiration with cities in Germany, but also across or beyond these borders. So three answers that I hope give you an idea.
Yeah, but thank you so much. Like, I think this was like the one of the like things like what I am trying to do, like at our transformation hub, because we built like this now 11 innovation clusters, and we try to really like also check like the best examples, like best use cases, and then like who are the actors, who are the stakeholders in that level, and who do we need to bring on one table to really rethink and then co-create. So I think this is like a kind of I think you were like summarizing, like from, learning from each other, collaborating, and then seeing, and if it's already like a solution, if it's already developed, so we can just take it and we can use it, So it's something, it's also, I think it's like, why do we need to go through the old process if it's something already there? So I think this was like also something like maybe to maybe close this like conversation, like I think it's also super important to when we think of like changing the system. So since you are like more focusing on like the public sector, right? Like so in the government, like how do you like create these tools, like these digital tools, like also enables like participation, but also makes like the work of government more effective, like with the Parlo. Yeah, BGPT, yes, and Parler, yes. So I think this kind of tools like can be also reusable, maybe in other contexts. So maybe now the people knows like who to reach, like and maybe to you like the contacts. Yeah, so I think this is like a very also nice and nourishing way to think about like how actually maybe when we think like now we are thinking a bit more like of also the different generations. So maybe like to close this like talk, what would you maybe think of like when you think about younger generations, right? So now actually they are the ones like who would need to face like multiple crises. And so of course like the work we are doing is super good like right now, and like changing systems right now. But like maybe what would you like reimagine like or wish for this also generation? When you come, I don't know, like if we are in Berlin still like in 25 years, or when we go back, when we go future like 2045. And what would you like to see maybe that we are already having this like change for the future generations? Do you have something specific when you travel to the future and then you are there? How do you imagine? Do you Yeah.
Big question. If I'm looking at today's generation, and I'm not considering myself as part of the younger generation, unfortunately not anymore, but being like confronted with the pandemic during studies or during your educational phase, the wars that are here that are affecting how people think about the future, I can only and barely imagine how it feels like to look into a future in these times. So I definitely want to encourage people to keep in mind that we can always see global developments and local developments as intertwined, as connected, but also as different dynamics. And if we focus on the local dynamics and what we can do in local networks and what we can build, and if we keep the curiosity, in technological developments and into other humans. So if we have empathy and a little bit of technical capacities, we can move a lot of things. We always have as humanity, and I think we should keep doing that. What I wish for them to live through is that governments worldwide are strengthening their effort for climate adaptation, climate mitigation, and awareness of climate risks, social safety, social security, and modernized democratic infrastructure, meaning methodologies, a voting system, ongoing participation opportunities, and impact communication. And I think these are three layers or three cases that I think I would love to see more, so that young people understand why it's worth being active in the public life, why it's worth not giving up, not being isolated with your phone somewhere alone in your room, but being out there, being in a network, and working on these ideas and bringing them to life. We have to build what we want to see in our cities, and we can offer at least some examples where it works, and I'm sure you can name others. And if we collect them, we have quite many of them. So yeah, I think that will be it.
Thank you so much. Like, yeah, I mean, this is like also what I'm working also right now, like also how to get also the Gen Z, in the game of like impact game, there's not just like sitting and like watching, but acting with us. I think like we have also a bit like now like experience, and so this is like why I also want to build this like media format. So this is like one of it. So, but yeah, thank you, Yannick, like for taking part, and and also thank you for the live streamers. So see you soon, hear you soon. Follow us, ShiftZ by Sustainable in Spotify, in Apple Podcasts, and also in YouTube. Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Nice.
Questions.
Yeah, because she's all the time.
It depends if you think like.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's have a selfie.
Yeah. You need to read.
You need to know what you're doing.
Like if you're good enough, you need to.
Nice.
Like,
Cool, ja.
one goal.
Genau, also ich glaube, das ist eher nicht jetzt direkt, aber vielleicht, also so bald halt. Dann, ich versuche mal das vielleicht zusammenzuschneiden und dann.
Ja.
Genau, aber ich sag dir
Es
nochmal
war
Bescheid.
phasenweise ein bisschen lange Antworten, aber ich
Ja.
dachte, du schnappst dir einfach was,
Ja, genau.
wo du hin willst.
Ja.
Sehr
Aber
schön.
ne, war schön.
Hat Spaß gemacht. Ich bin nicht so oft im Podcast. Muss immer ein bisschen überlegen, wie ich mich kurz fasse. Die wichtigsten Sachen dann muss man sagen.
Nee, das war gut.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you. How are you?
I'm good.
And you? And have you had a good conversation or a bad one?
We had
a good one.
How satisfied were you with my answers?
What's your name?
Bengisu. Or
Bengisu.
Sue. Or Sue is like easier.
Bengisu. I like Bengisu.
Yeah, I'm from like Technical University of Berlin, so I am the founder of the transformation hub for the city.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so we do like Okay, so yeah, okay. Okay, I'm super happy because like I called Charles. So and yeah, so hello again, like to the live streamers and to the ones who's hearing the podcast. I am Bengisu Beck, the host of ShiftZ by Sustain All Transformation Hub at Technical University of Berlin. And yeah, so my podcast, and this is like it's gonna be about like how do we shift like the perspectives that people moves for change, that how to like gather people, how do we like take people with their hands and walk through the change. And since we are at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival, and since you are doing this festival, so I'm super happy to have you here. And maybe also can you give like from your experience and like what is actually maybe one change you think has the most impact maybe for the sustainable transformation? And you can maybe also, of course, tell about yourself.
No, that's all fine. I mean, that's a good question because actually, I was trying to write something the other day. I mean, you might know that I always try to do a project with a place in the city, but I write in order to reflect and get it out of my head. But I was trying to write something which was what triggers change and the transformative effect. And in a sense, that's what you're talking about. And in thinking that through, unfortunately, the obvious thing was crisis. Because let's just take COVID as an example. The amount of innovations that occurred immediately was incredible, and OECD, OPSI, you know, obviously monitored those and stuff like that. And what happened is that unfortunately people, what they did in the end, they went back to what they thought was an exotic destination, which was the past, when they actually in lockdown had the potential to see that you could do things quickly. So that reinforced my notion that it's a crisis, because you then can't just stay as you are.
No.
Then the other way, which is of course more aspirational, is to say missions. I've got a mission, I've got an ambition, I want to achieve this, and so on.
Yeah.
Then,
Where does it come, this ambition from?
well, I think, which is quite interesting, because I did a little mini book called Cities of Ambition. I interviewed lots of people, you know, high up, low down, not low down, but you know what I mean, different levels, and said, I don't like the idea of the word vision, because vision is sort of, oh, I've got a vision, don't I? But the ambition is an energy. And my slogan for the book is, and this is what I discovered looking at all these cities, that they seem to say this sentence, it's not okay to be okay. So they said that to themselves, it's not okay to be themselves, to be okay. Now that meant they weren't completely depressed because they sort of felt, I mean, let's say if I was trying to just make myself look a bit better and, you know, I don't know, washed my face or something like that, you know, that might be another version. It's not okay to look like rubbish. So there's that. Now, in the end, there's also the other thing which you can go into a more intellectual version, but I think it's really the two things I've mentioned, plus someone saying to you, you don't believe in this, yeah? You don't think this could work, you don't think this is interesting, then taking them to this place that is interesting, and then they just see what might work or something like that. And I did a piece of work a long time ago about how librarians might change, you know, speaking to friends, you know, looking at something on the internet, whatever. And it was actually going, let's say with their colleagues or someone, or a skeptic, to, let's say, a library that's interesting.
And then you realize like this person, like maybe it's like coming also from this ambition, like maybe coming from also this intrinsic motivation. Of course, like maybe I am motivated, or like I feel my core, you know, where I feel where I belong, and want to change it, you know. So maybe this is also something, and yeah.
That is something, and I think, you know, you just went towards your stomach, which is a bit like a visceral feeling, and that's quite true. And I think, therefore, the other point, which I haven't mentioned, which you're triggering in my mind, is this question of a compelling picture of what could be. So let's talk about sustainability. So instead of using that particular word at the moment, one might use some other way of talking about it and giving the person that sense of, you know, we're in a little mini room here where there's a tree growing through the roof, you know, just feeling you're so close to nature or something. And you might then say, do you like being close to, isn't it, let's call it beautiful for the sake of argument, but it's that image in your mind that you viscerally feel. And one of the things I think also related to that is when I'm interviewing people or doing whatever work I do, I've often felt there is a yearning, this yearning. And so what I'm often yearning is one of my favorite words, Sehnsucht, saudage, you know, oh my God, isn't it? Oh my God. To try and develop that feeling, and particularly with people who might be skeptical, and you might ask them, hey, just tell me about an experience you really liked, or an environment you really liked. And
to
often
bring them like to this imagination space that they are there, and that they are like feeling and maybe seeing, and this is like the feeling, the sense.
Exactly, exactly. So, I mean, on my website, you can download a book called The Sensory Landscape of Cities, you know, and there I went through every sense and how people respond to the senses. And then I did another little book called Psychology and the City, which was again about what is the feeling you have. So for me, a lot of it is also about not drawing pictures, but drawing pictures in people's minds, and to try to generate yearning. But the way I would go about it sometimes, it all depends on context, is not to go, boom, like that. You need to be changed or something like that. You might just say something like, which I've done historically, say, hey, tell me, just describe to me a great street or something, and then people do that.
And then bring them to the...
And then you say, well, could we do that? And then say, there are these obstacles. And then they might see the great street they want in their mind, which has been described, and then the reality, which is soulless or something like that.
So building the story.
Yes, that's a way of saying it. But again, as you know, you wouldn't, let's say, go to someone and say, can we just build a story about this? You would sort of do it indirect. You might just, like we're having a chat, and then you just sort of suddenly are pushing in questions. And that's the way I would do it. The other technique, was quite often I used to be asked this question, what is the value of culture? What is the value of creativity, blah-de-blah. And then I'd heard by someone, I don't know what it was, but I adapted it. And so because that person is saying, what is the value? What is the value of sustainability? What is it? They're sort of challenging you to justify yourself. So I now say, hey, what is the cost of not? And then they're a bit like that. Then you could probably get into, there was recently that flood, might that have been avoided or whatever? Do you know what I mean? So you can't see my hands on the podcast here, but
Yeah.
you know, sliding around a bit.
Yeah, changing like changing the maybe like the flow that they are that they can be at the end of the day like they are flowing and they are not aware like what actually we are taking them, but then they have this at the end. Actually, actually, you know. So maybe
I'll give you a simple example.
Yeah.
Yeah. For 5 years, we did a project called the Intercultural City. So we weren't interested so much in I wanted to change the way we talk about it,
Yeah.
not multicultural.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know where you come from. I'm not interested in that.
Yeah.
What I'm interested in is we're in the city. What are we going to do together?
Yeah.
So there was a lovely festival director in Australia, and she had a project called Let's Dance. For 14 days it happened. The first day a few people, at the end 2,000. She never said, let's dance, it was samba or that. Hey, you need to really meet a Brazilian or you need to meet a Pakistani. You suddenly find, oh, do you want to dance? So you're dancing, we're dancing.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. It's, yeah.
So you're not labeling it in that way. So that might make me sound like a manipulator.
But yeah, actually, all the politicians are also like this, no? I mean,
yeah.
So, but this is also where I see sometimes like myself as like one of the manipulators, like regarding to changing people's mindset. Because yeah, I mean, as you said, maybe we won't say it directly, but I think we need to take hands and walk together and like be part of this.
Yeah.
All together, this like dreamy space and yeah. But I thank you for your time.
No,
I
that's
know
great.
You have to go
Are you can you send me the link to the podcast?
I will send it to you.
Can I give you my
yes,
whatever?
Please.
Where is my phone? Here.
Yeah, I just say thank you for the people who is
in
the live stream.
We love
in
you
the live stream.
and all of that.
Yeah. And yeah, you can follow the shit set by Stan all. I will send.
So just write it here,
Yes,
and there you do all the thing.
Yeah.
Do you know how many people are watching in the stream?
I really don't know, to be honest. Like technical stuff, they're doing that.
But where did we meet before, if we ever did?
You know, yeah. You know what? Like so there was like this transformathon. There was
Oh yes.
Yeah, and then but you were online, and I had this like group. And then we won at the end.
Yeah.
So you were mentoring, like kind of. You were.
Yeah.
This is like where I saw you first time in my life online. So, but now then in real. So I'm super happy. So this is my number. So how do we do it?
That's fine. That's all
you
fine.
Call me.
No,
like,
that's fine. Look here. Now I go. Is it Bengisu or Bengisu?
Bengisu.
Bengisu. Yeah, I like
and
that.
su means water in Turkish, and Bengisu is like the water when you drink, you don't die anymore. So it's like eternal.
Okay. And where in Turkey were you from originally? Istanbul.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying hello. Then I've just said that. And you I'm just going to say send me the link because I'll then put it on my website or other things or my Substack.
Yeah, I will I will also send you the link when it's published. Yeah.
So the point is I'm trying to do a podcast. So what I could do is that thing there is a recording machine or whatever. What's that?
Yeah, this is like this.
So how much does that cost?
This is like, I don't know, maybe 100 euro or something. It's not.
And what's it called, this?
Rode.
And this is a what?
This is like a Steckmikrofon.
A what?
Steckmikrofon. So it's like
Steckmikrofon. Ja. Und dieses ist was ist denn das?
Das ist das wie so eine Transmitter. Also das ist das halt, du steckst das auch direkt hier und dann du kannst hier direkt.
Ja, und ich könnte das auch in meinem Samsung reintun.
Das macht keinen Unterschied, genau.
Ja.
Du musst nur so diese Software haben, das für Rode. Und da kannst du das direkt
Also ich muss einfach die App nehmen von Rode.
Genau, das ist so eine App und dann, wenn du das Ding kaufst und dann du steckst das einfach, genau.
Ja, du
kannst ein Foto machen. Ich kann dir das auch mal Link schicken.
Ja. Weil
genau.
ich möchte einen Podcast machen, wo ich einfach zusammenfasse. Wenn du meine Website anschauen würdest, und ich sage nicht, dass du das solltest.
Ja, ich habe das schon geschaut.
Anyway, I'm trying to summarize it all under the art of city making. Ich könnte sagen, the art of world making.
You know what? Yeah, I just like this art of belonging.
Art of is the key thing. Art of. Art of.
Yeah, that's super nice. Yeah, but thank you so much like for your time. Can we make a selfie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes me wake up from bed.
Nice. Yeah. So like we are here again. Like I'm Sue again from the live stream for the live stream, and I am the host of ShiftSet podcast by Sustainable Transformation Hub, which I founded also at the TU Berlin like some years ago. But now we are a hub for the city with 11 innovation clusters, and I am today at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival, and I'm sitting with Jonas Shore, and I'm super happy that like you found the time like to join and to share maybe like a bit your personal story, how you built all of this. I think it's also very inspiring, and yeah, so maybe I would just like start like, who are you, and maybe what does it mean also impact for you since you founded the Urban Impact? So maybe you can give us a bit more insights.
Nice, thanks so much. Thanks so much, Sue. And yeah, it's great to also be here at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival with you. We have really nice weather. And so yeah, my name is Jonas. I'm born and bred Berliner. You know, started business and then very early got into this whole city topic. And you know, basically coming also from communications and like how do you get people to work well together, and then realized very quickly after you know getting into this the city business, like hey, it's all about communication, it's about aligning people, it's about if you want to, you know, we talk about these wicked problems, these really tough problems, and usually the reason why they are wicked is there isn't a single person, a single organization that can solve them, right? So it requires like new types of alliances, and it requires for everyone to move a little bit outside their comfort zone. And so what we have found, and I can say a few more words about Urban Impact itself in a moment, but what we have found and what intrigues me with this in this work is actually getting people outside their comfort zone to take a risk, a calculated risk, but also a lot based on trust and people, to do really cool shit. And that really hacks the system in a way, and I think that also transfers well to the spirit of the Creative Bureaucracy Festival here.
I mean, it's super nice because now, like you said, like hack the system and so on, like wicked problems, wicked challenges. So I think this is also what maybe like what I got it from you. I think this was like in the Falling Walls. I think some years ago. I think you came. Where was this? In the Hanover? Yeah, in the water. Yeah, I was like, basically, I was like, no, that time, like, I was student, like, I was chosen for this, like, water, like, challenge thing of Falling Walls Foundation. And it was, like, super nice because I think there was, like, this, yeah, impact, like, hacking and so on. And then, like, now I'm organizing my own hackathon. So this is, like, this is, like, now I'm not that, like, maybe student anymore, but maybe that's why I wanted to say, like, also maybe you have, like, an influence role, and then how maybe you can bring like this more like how you founded the Urban Impact. So what was like your, okay, now I want to change this, now this is like the problem in this, I want to hack the system. So this is the way maybe you hack the system, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, for 6 years now, I'm running a company called Urban Impact. We are like let's say a really specialized advisory company, but really we focus on ecosystem connecting, and not just here in Berlin. We are from Berlin. We have a headquartered here. We also have an office in Barcelona. But we work like across Europe and also with partners from around the world internationally. And basically the idea, so urban and impact, kind of the name tells the story already. It's all about cities and how do we accelerate the transition to future-proofing cities. And that might be, you know, tackling climate change, that might be how do we leverage AI, that might be how do we rethink the public commons in cities, right? And all the multiple crises that we're facing, and they kind of come together in the cities. And at the same time, if you look at cities, right, about like 99% of the cities that we all know on an everyday basis, they're more than 100 years old, right? So technology is changing so rapidly, but our systems we are locked in, they're not changing that quickly. If you plan infrastructure, as you know, in a city, you're talking 20, 30, 40 years, time horizons, new districts we are trying to do, especially the Zukunftsorte, the future sites we just before talked about this. These are long-term projects. At the same time, there is short-term politics, and there is the new technology, and there are new laws, and there's like, so much energy, there's capital flowing. How do we align that in an ideal way that we are not constantly like running in circles, reinventing the wheel between cities also? And how do you make that knowledge, put it in new ways of working together to the best setup so that you can unlock much larger impact, right? And that's the second part of our name and our story is we believe that we have all the tech we need. We believe we have all the money in the world that we need. It's just a coordination failure. And that's why we focus on ecosystems of public, private, of civic. We look at cities and we try to find cities that are very similar when it comes to governance and get them to work together as peers. And we do that on the European level with the European mission cities. We do it working for many years here in Berlin. I was a speaker also of Berlin Smart City Network. It's been a long journey of this cultural transformation in those ecosystems. So we try to play a role here, and we think that's actually what's needed to move from individual pilots, and we have this term like death by pilot. And everywhere we are reinventing the wheel. How do we get to actually like a structured, bankable portfolio approach to innovation in cities to really scale things rapidly up, right? Because actually, if you look at innovation budgets in Berlin, we think like, oh, well, maybe the city is spending $1 million here, $1 million there. But if you look at the overall budget of the city has a budget of 33 billion every year, right? So how do we mainstream impact by mainstreaming from getting out of the innovation bubble and getting it into the day-to-day work?
I think this is like a very important point, like how to make also impact visible and tangible, that everybody understands that is actually we need to like change something. Maybe like that's why I come to this like question. So when you change the cities, maybe what is like the biggest like this leverage points you see, since like you work in different cities, and if you compare Berlin to the other cities, like what are the points also maybe from your experience you can tell?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, it's a lot you're asking, but basically some of the leverage points, right? I mean, one is, I would say, finance. If we look around, there's some really good examples, and there's even good examples in Berlin, right? So they're like really innovative think tanks, like for instance, the Competence Center for Water, right? That came out of like kind of like getting the water utility back to the city, and that was like then created. We have a technology foundation, TSB, who has kind of like a public capital that's actually making returns on the and out of the interest also subsidizing some of the work of this foundation. So these kind of evergreen models can really be transformative for cities, and the work of the IBB is really, so the Investment Bank of Berlin, they're really good examples of this. But if we look internationally, there are even so many other cool examples. So we don't, in other words, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to take the good things and figure out how do they fit into what we already have. The other thing that where we see a huge leverage point is, one side is what do the different cities need to transform? The other thing is what's out there. And so one of the missions that we have is actually do the homework of scouting all this innovation in cities, all these startups that are popping up all across Europe and even beyond every year. And to our estimates, there's around 1,000 new urban tech smart city startups every year in Europe alone being created. Now, show me one city that actually does the scouting work, right? Because it's not part of a city's role. The administration they're administering is not to know all the VCs in the Silicon Valley and be at like Web Summit or be in all of those accelerator programs, right? And scout what's out there that the city could actually leverage to level up and get to their own city targets much quicker, cheaper as well, right? And speed that climate transition up. So that's a little bit a role that we also play, bringing that knowledge, that foresight of what's happening in the startup world, just bring that and putting that into the hands of the decision makers that actually shape our cities.
I think this is also like a very important point, like regarding to like now startup innovations, because now it's since also really a lot of funding is like now moving also maybe to that field. So do you think like we like when you compare like with other cities, like are we late in Berlin? Like what is like this maybe now like a lot of startups are coming, but I had a feeling like sometimes we have this like comparison with Munich and so on, like, you know. So I felt sometimes like as part of like TU Berlin, I felt sometimes like maybe would it be different like if I would be in another city, you know? And sometimes I have this feeling like I mean I could have done so many things here. I think like so many projects also in the government, but now I have like sometimes like have like feeling of okay, are we late to innovate somehow, and like and can we accelerate it really maybe now in a way that we get on the pace like others? And is it like sustainable from the other side, and is it also maybe from the other side like that? I mean, yeah, are we on this point, or yeah, what's your feeling like?
I think it's really interesting, the case of Berlin, because on the one hand, when it comes to the startup scene in Germany, right, it was started here, right, and it's a recent thing. It started the very first startups, accelerators, rocket internet, right. That's been 20 years, right. And if you look at Silicon Valley or something, they've had 70 years of ecosystem building. We've had now 20 years. So at this point, though, we are also one of the top 3 investment and startup hubs in Europe, on the continent. So we shouldn't complain, right? We are the front runners. A lot of people are looking to our startup scene. We have a lot of DAX companies, you know, like you think, well, HelloFresh no more, but Delivery Hero and so on, like a few that made it really big, that actually created around 100,000 jobs in this city just in the last 10, 15 years, right? So it's huge success. It's an industry that Berlin didn't have after reunification, right, after the Cold War. And suddenly we have an innovation industry, a startup industry in all sorts of sectors. So I think that's great. If you look at the venture capital world, almost every major, even US fund, all of the major ones, we have so many venture funds now headquartered here or like with an office here in Berlin. It's also incredible. And we are still the number 1, I think, in investments when it comes to Germany, right? So all of that is good. At the same time, there are specialties of those innovation hubs, right? So if you want to do manufacturing base and, you know, you want to be close to, you know, the OEMs of like BMW or Porsche or whatever, right? Or you need to work with heavy industry or other places like green, especially climate tech, deep tech innovation, that can happen in other places, perhaps even better, where you have those clusters, those industrial clusters. And so we have some, right? We have a Siemens Energy here, so world leader of energy production. But then other clusters, many are spread out across Europe and a lot in Munich and so on. So, right, there will always be that competition. I think it's actually very healthy. But I think we see on the one hand, Berlin just cannot rest on its laurels. And what other cities do better, I think, where we can learn from them, is getting the business side really work much more in tandem, hand in hand with the public side. Sometimes I think here we're trying too hard to do everything from the public, and then the whole startup scene formed though by never talking to the public side. So probably that's a stiff thesis, but you could argue there wouldn't be a startup world in Berlin if you would have too early involved the city, right? So we hope to change that. That's part of our mission, is be a bridge to make sure we can punch above our weight and really bring all the good stuff that the city has, that the Zukunftsorte, that's the demand side also, but also bring it with the tenacity and the speed and so on of VCs, of impact VCs, of all of those great founders, you know, male, female, everything, and really make this flywheel work as an ecosystem. And there we can still become much better, even though we are already great, you know?
I think this is also what I feel. I think we are like now in this really in this moving towards like and really having this good ecosystem. And so maybe like to finish like this conversation, so what I understand, maybe this is my own interpretation, but like when we are now in 2045, you know, so we go to the future, and then would you think that, yeah, actually, like we reached this point, like where we want to go, like as Berlin? So this is like what I understand from you. You are like optimist, right? That's like you're working regarding also with what you're doing. So maybe we reach our like climate neutral goals, or like, what do you think about this?
No, absolutely. I think we will get there. The question is when and how fast. So, right, if you look, again, it depends on your perspective. If you look at e-government, right, something that a lot of European countries and cities and so on outside of Germany have figured out maybe 10, 20 years before us and have implemented, it's become a normal thing. We're still struggling with that, right? Getting the digitale Akte and getting all of those processes in the public sector. We are just 10, 20 years late, and probably it will still take a while because it's a cultural change, it's a generational shift, it's a technology stuff. There was a lot of like lack of public investment in IT infrastructure in Berlin for almost a decade in the early 2000s and so on. There's many reasons why this is. There are historic reasons of reunification and so on and so forth. If you look at other things like impact, there's probably no better place in the world where we have such a vibrant impact ecosystem as in Berlin. It's just that it doesn't exist outside this agglomeration, right? I mean, a lot of the crypto stuff, decentralized, anarchic, like other new radical concepts about society, they happen also in Berlin because, well, this was a divided city, and you had a capitalist system and you had a socialist system, and you had a breadth of thought and thinking, and this is still, you know, this fertile ground for new ideas, why people still come here, you know, and you have everything, right? And it's fine. It is the freedom that you find in very few other places. But also, I think we just need to be careful that we stay pragmatic and just solve people's everyday problems. So if we are just in this innovation bubble, but nobody can get right the Bürgeramttermin or, you know, this kind of stuff, the basic stuff in the city, construction sites, right? Like I mentioned, exactly. So we have an office in Barcelona. You know, if you see anyone working there on the street, there's construction site opens. You see people day and night working, almost like in China. And I lived in China. And then kind of like a couple days later, or 1 or 2 or 3 weeks later, the bridge has been extended twice its size, right? And here we are 5 years, you know, and it's still the same thing, and you never see people working, right? So this needs to change. Like, these really stupid things, and they are wasting public money, and they get people frustrated. So let's just make sure when we do the innovation stuff, let's fix the everyday projects, really focus on this. Then people see the impact. Then the city will become also more attractive. And we do have visions. We have a vision to bring a World Expo to Berlin. The mayor last weekend said, hey, yes, he's finally supporting it. And he wants to get this with Brandenburg together. And we might be the perfect place, you know, to welcome the world. And 10 years from now, maybe not, 2045, maybe even 2035. And bring the World Expo, and there is the whole business community is pushing this. The whole civil, like a lot of the civil community is pushing this, and I'm also part of this, the Berlin Global Goals Verein that is initiating this and supporting this as well, because it would give us a big goal to work towards, almost like a mission, and that will hopefully speed things up, and hopefully, like, you know, with like a internationale Bauausstellung, potentially Olympia, whatever, and 800 years of Berlin anniversary coming up also in the 2030s, we can actually have a wonderful decade ahead of us. And I will end with that, because I think I think I am very optimistic, but we need to get our shit together.
But yeah, Yeah, I think like this is a very good ending, and yeah, thank you so much, like also for your time, and yeah, so I would say like here also, yeah, follow us, like follow Urban Impact, follow like Sustainable Transformation Hub, and yeah, see you soon, live streamers, and also the podcasters. Bye bye. Nice, cool. Ja, nice. Das ist das mit den Global Goals. Also ich will das auf jeden Fall mehr so ein bisschen mehr connecten.
Ja.
Also, weil das ist direkt, was wir machen, ist Global Goals. Genau, also mit dem SDGs und so. Genau. Aber das ist jetzt so eine Verein, oder wie?
Das ist ein Verein, genau, da kannst du für 60 € Jahresmitgliedschaft, kannst du auch die Vision, dass die Expo herkommt, mit unterstützen.
Ah, okay.
Ich habe heute gerade, also jetzt ist die heiße Phase, jetzt muss man, weil jetzt auch wieder Wahlkampf
Bisschen
ist.
Push, ja.
Und jetzt muss man einfach noch möglichst die unterstützen, dass das jetzt dieses Konzept eingereicht wird. Das muss dann der März einreichen in Paris bis Ende des Jahres. Aber Berlin muss sich mit Brandenburg jetzt erstmal, wie gesagt, committen. Alle sind dabei, alle wollen das und das wäre richtig geil für die Stadt. Dann geht hier auch wieder was.
Ja, super. Wollen wir eine Zeit